We are live at Otis. We're live with Otis here at Coletco. Hi, Otis. Welcome, everybody. I've somehow woke up after another sleepless night. It happens. All right. Get this knocked out for Ed. There's Otis. Here he comes. Sitting on the dock of bay, watching time roll away. That's what Otis wakes up every day barking. He barks to that song. Wasting time. You smelling that crate of records? Those have been to Seth's house. You probably smell Regan's. That's your pal. Or it could be your enemy. Otis and Seth's dog could have a rival going on, like, you know. Otis? I said a word earlier that he likes, and now he won't leave me alone. Welcome, everybody. Let me see what everybody's been saying. Let me get this thing off. So, sorry, I had to meet with my HVAC people at my house, and it really threw me behind, but both on just time and then sleep. So I did tell everybody we'd start at 5:30-ish. Let me click on this, send it to Tanner. Otis is right here sniffing my leg. All right, let's get everything shared. But yeah, I knew when they told me, I had to call the other day and schedule like 3 things: electrician and HVAC, ADT. And I was like, oh gosh. And everybody's like, well, we can't do mornings. We can't do mornings. And I was like, oh no. And so like next week they're coming back, ADT's coming back, and then like maybe an electrician. So I've already told Tanner, I was like, man, these appointments are going to be the death of me, because everybody's like telling me they're going to get to my house at 3:30 or 4, and they could be there for like an hour or 2. So, all right, let's tag at followers in the chat. That popped up fast. All right, we got a crate of new vinyl, Jerry Stone. It's supposed to be about 3 crates. I think they split a shipment because we got some more supplies in. We'll get to that relatively early. We got to big flip video to tag. We've already probably pre-sold about 3 crates full of stuff. Let's get everything shared though. Link copied, link shared. Whole lot of records. Let's share it over there. Now let's get it shared here. All right. Sounds like I need solid. Yeah, that stuff's expensive, isn't it? HVAC. What's a compressor cost? That's what they're fixing. I don't even know. I'm like, I just green light it. I just green light it. I'm like, fix it. All right, there's the Facebook link. There's a lot of stuff on the table for y'all to look at, including the, looks like Ed has printed out some Chad Coletco figures. Awesome. I'm assuming those are highly not for sale. We'll find out. Let's see. link to Wednesday's live stream. All right, and then this is also being shared over on YouTube. So there's YouTube. It's opened. My question is, what did I do? Okay, I've unboxed it. Okay. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. That's that. All right, boom. YouTube. I think it says I think it says Tuesday, Tanner. Has anybody said anything? A compressor toss it. Oh, a compressor for an HVAC unit costs $5,000? Oh my gosh, what's a new one cost? You can update it right now. It'll
Yeah, right there's where I had it pasted.
Huh.
And I changed every single one of them. That one's right.
Yeah, it was YouTube that didn't get updated.
Weird.
Today's Wednesday, not Tuesday, as the description states. Very expensive. Compressor is at least an RL. What kind of RL? A VG minus last night or an EX plus? Wow, that's a lot of money. I was thinking like $500, but I don't know. I'm a new homeowner, so I'm sure a lot of y'all have more experience fixing homeowner stuff than me. I've had a house now for 2 years, so this is the first time anything's tore up on me. $3,000. Think about what I could buy with that. But I tell you what, my house has not been below 79 degrees all month. It's been, I hadn't really noticed until this week. It's been a lot hotter. And I got home last night and it was 83 degrees in my house. And I've been trying to sleep at night. So I think it's also hurt my sleep. All right. I'm assuming Ed did this. Thank you, Ed. Amazing. How cool. I love the frames too. This is pretty cool. I guess I do a big thank you to Ed. Thank you, Ed. Now, this was shared in the group. This definitely needs to go to, I will say I like my Rush version better because that does resemble me more. That looks a lot more like me. This guy looks a lot older and thinner. This guy is a lot younger looking. So that looks more like me there. He's a little bit more younger and thicker looking. The other guy's a lot older and worn out, but that might be how I look if I keep going down this path, and I might get thinner and more worn out looking. All right, that's pretty cool stuff there. That might something like that might end up on our website for our new merch launch coming into the summer of 2000. Merch launch coming summer of 2025, by the way. Summer, Coletco summer merch drop coming. Coletco merch drop coming summer of 2025. How about that? That way everybody has something to look forward to. I've seen people been posting those figures like that, but I hadn't tried it. I guess it's just like an AI generator. I'm sure Ed has the scoop for us. Ed did those. Thank you, Ed. Vladercheks live up in Seattle. All right, now these figures are actually for sale, and we got Ghost for $24.99. We got King Diamond for $24.99, and we got Cliff Burton of Metallica. So these are actually for sale. They're $24.99. We got Papa Emeritus 3, King Diamond, and Cliff Burton. Those are actually for sale and available tonight. Why is this off tonight. Let me make sure that's fixed there. All right. So those are all available, and I've got that and some Kiss figures. That's about the only thing not related to vinyl that I'm going to be selling tonight. Even though that's music related, everything else will be pure music for the next 8 hours. All right. Running on empty. So let's look at those. Rebecca Howard wants a Ghost. Let's take a look at those. So these are called Super 7. This is Ghost Papa Emeritus 3. Ghost Papa Emeritus 3. We got one for Rebecca Howard. Jeffrey Walker wants a King Diamond figure. That's so to Jeffrey Walker. And we got Cliff Burton. And these are all $24.99. So Jeffrey Walker on a King Diamond Ghost. And yes, let me go get that, Mike Massey. I've actually already opened it. And plus, I got to walk back up there for one more thing anyways. Guitars. Give me 1 second. I'll read back through the comments. Mike Massey. It's time for an upgrade, Chad. It's still a one-handed hammer, so you can hold the head of the deadbeat troll that invaded the feed and hammer away. Mike has sent me another hammer. This is a good one. This is a 3-pound Titan. Wow. Mike is always equipping us with weapons here. If there's ever something to break loose in this building, we have an arsenal between firearms and weapons, hand tools and weapons. We could hold off a small militia. So thank you, Mike Massey. We've got another hammer. It's hammer time for the trolls. Or Tanner says we got enough for a demolition project too. All right, let's get my phone over here so I can see what everybody's been saying, and let's get started. The show is on. The show has begun. Mini guitars have not come in yet. Jeffrey got a King Diamond. Rebecca got a Ghost. Brian DeLeon wants a Cliff Burton. Paul's bringing up crates. Where's Cliff Burton at? Right there. he is that too. This is so to Brian DeLeon. We'll put up those Kiss figures here in a minute as a set, and those are all done. Thank you, Mike Massey. Minor Threat CD. I think I can still put my hand on that, yes. So we sold one each of all these figures at $24.99 each. So I still got a Ghost, I still have a King Diamond, I still have a Cliff Burton. Those are Reaction Super 7, $24.99. Let me go ahead and set these in the operations room with Otis. Otis, don't chew these. Oh, I just stepped on his toy. I thought I stepped on him. I'm going to start a new pile right there. All right. And right now in the store is Tanner. He's watching, I think, last night's sale. Ed's marking the crate of new vinyl. And Paul's flying solo today. No Laura, no John, just Paul. Can he hold up? Can he hold up? We're about to find out. And by the way, was there auctions, Paul? Or are those around here, or are those is there auctions? Oh, they're right there. Okay. Okay. And then here we go. I was about to say, yeah, Otis will attack you. Yep. Let's go ahead and, yeah, this camera, I think it needs to be raw over. I had it almost perfect last night. And Eric Dalby wants a King Diamond. Okay. Let's see how that works. Okay, it's not as permanently fixed as the other ones were. And Otis all of a sudden has the zoomies. He has the zoomies. And we sold the last ghost figure. No, King Diamond. Eric Dalby wants King Diamond. All right. Thank you, Eric Dalby. That's so due. Eric Dalby, that's so due. So we're sold out of King Diamond. We still have a ghost and that. Well, he's got the zoom. He did for a second. Here is a Japanese pressing. This is our first auction of the night. It's a Japanese pressing. Lone Justice. Lone Justice. This is a Japanese pressing. Near mint minus and pristine, as you would expect. I don't think I've ever had this on Japanese vinyl. It has the book with it. It has the cover and obi. Lone Justice is a $35 start. Now, the only other thing that I have that's probably toy related for tonight, slash collectible, slash Kiss, are these figures here. These are Kiss bust, collectible bust, Ace Frehley, Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, and Peter Criss. We have a whole set. So there's Ace, there's Gene. I think y'all have maybe seen me sell some of these before. There's Paul Stanley, and there's Peter Criss, okay? So we have 4 of them. We're going to put them up for a $95 start. $95 start. Of course, they'll all come shipped to you together. Paul Stanley, Peter Criss, Ace Frehley, Gene Simmons, all 4 of them together, $95 start. And I don't really have a good place to put them, so I'll just stack them right there. Okay, that's auction number 1 and auction number 2. Kiss figures. Now, the other thing I have is Kristen wanted the Minor Threat CD from last night. I've moved all the CDs right over here. And if I can find it, I'll pull it later. We won't forget that. Let's make a note. Kristen Darren. I keep calling him his last name is his first name on there. But we'll find that because I just moved all those. And we will take care of that. So, Kristen, let me know that. No mini guitars tonight. No mini guitars tonight. Lone Justice does have a bid with Craig for $35. Craig's coming in hot tonight. Now, the flip video I posted was pretty epic. And let me explain to you why, if you can stay up late on Coletco, it gets pretty awesome as soon as I mute my mic. I had to get some purple juice in me. So around 11:30 last night, I was pretty much thinking about stopping the feed, and somebody made a decision, or they made a call. They said, Chad, or they made a statement. They said, Chad, my invoice is at $0. What's going on? And that kind of made me mad because I don't like people's invoice being $0. I like their invoice being active. And so we brought out lower crates at half off. And we did that for about 2.5 hours, I think. And we ended up selling 5 additional crates than where we was at for the night. And it was epic. And the leftovers are right here. We got new vinyl, and then we got 2 half-off new vinyl crates sealed. That's where we're at. So Lone Justice is a Japanese pressing, self-titled. And that is in shrink. With obi and book, and that is at $35. Final call. Minor Threat. Darren. Thank you, Darren. How about I call you, let's see here. He says, my name is Darren. Sounds like Darren. Darren. Thank you. I don't know why I'm struggling with that. Darren. Have you swapped it? I think you swapped it, didn't you? It was the other way around. Darren, thank you. This is so to Darren C. I might abbreviate your last name. I just have trouble with names if you hadn't noticed. This is so to Darren for $6.99, okay? So there's that and there's that. And then I have last night's newest arrivals. And let me read through some of these claims. Anderson Paak. Somebody said interested in Anderson Paak. I don't know what that means. And then Jack Harlow, Shovels and Rope, Anderson Paak, Arlo Parks, Marillion and Whitesnake. Ace Frehley, Juice WRLD, Naked Ray Gun, 50-Foot Wave, Screaming Females, The Story So Far, Fetal Pig, Ryan Bingham, Marillion, Prophet, Driving and Crying, Starcrawler, Olivia Rodrigo, Brockhampton, Marillion, Whitesnake and Frehley's Comet, Driving and Crying, 4 Steven Sanchez's to 1 person, Ryan Bingham, Dead Kennedys, Grog, wants the Mountain Goat, Suicidal Tendencies, Art of Rebellion, Toxics, Last Dinner Party, Chief Kichi, wow, Winger, Jack Harlow, Anderson Paak, War Treaty, Driving and Crying, Sleaford Mods, and Winger. So we got a lot to go through. And y'all probably going to see a lot that there's still going to be a lot left that you didn't see last night, and hopefully we can get it all sold, okay? And let me go ahead and grab my first empty crate of the night, which is right in here. All right. So we have Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion. They play tomorrow night in Nashville, Tennessee. This is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca. I have one left. That's a music on vinyl press, $39.99. Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion. And I think during all those comments, I didn't see any other Suicidal Tendencies claim, maybe just from Rebecca. So there is one more left. I've got 2 copies of Dead Can Dance, Into the Labyrinth, $39.99 on Dead Can Dance. And I have 2 copies of Haliu, Murgia, and the Waliyas, and that is Ethiopian instrumentals. Now, that's something Paul ordered. I haven't got a note from him exactly the details on that, but last night everybody saying that was really awesome. Lone Justice, guess what? The first record tonight is going to be a free record for Craig Sweden. He bought, and now we need to send this to Craig. So, Craig, thank you. I try to at least get Craig a free record a week if I can. So, you know what? We're not even going to put this in the crate. I'm going to lay it over here right on the corner and hand it off to Ed. And Ed can slip it in a box and go ahead and just ship it to Craig tomorrow. I'm going to lay it right here, Ed, all right? Thank you, Craig, as always. Craig lives out in California, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles away from us. He basically is an unpaid volunteer, and he helps us share all the Craig listings, the Craig track listings, Craigslist. He's a Craigslister. And thank you, Craig. He shares and saves a lot of time on that. All right, so if anybody wants the KISS figures, they didn't get a bid. They're $95. All 4 of them are being sold together for $95. All 4 being sold together for $95. So thank y'all on that, okay? And thank you, Craig. So first sale of the night was a giveaway. Thank you, Craig, on that. All right, let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing then. Right back to it. Paul's got all the great auctions ready for tonight. Hope everybody's hit the like button. The show is now at full pace. We have Eric Clapton backless, Near Mint minus, and pristine. That is the insert. Maybe that's what Craig secretly does. Maybe Craig was the founder of Craigslist. You never know. Eric Clapton does have a little bit of humidity spots inside the gatefold, but other than that, it's a really nice copy. And Eric Clapton is a $25 start, okay? $25 start. Also, we have 2 copies of Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice is $34.99. We still have that. And I've got 2 copies of The Cramps, A Date with Elvis. Cramps is $33.99. A Date with Elvis. I'm pretty sure there was at least one Cramps comment claim. Maybe not. Well, let's go through here and see. Maybe not, but I could have swore I read off everything that sold. I do that just so I can read it out loud and maybe it stores in my brain. I don't think so. So The Cramps is still available for $33.99. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing, and this one is Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight. Cheap Trick is going to go up for a $35 start. Last night, Cheap Trick Japanese pressings were very popular. Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight, a $35 start. This does have the insert with it and the cover and Obi. Cheap Trick is a $35 start. Brad gets the KISS figures. Excellent. So I'm going to go ahead and take that first CD that sold, the King Diamond figure and these KISS figures. Brad gets all 4 of the KISS statuettes, the KISS statuette bust, not their butts. Don't give Gene Simmons any idea. He'll start casting molds of his butt and trying to sell it. Those are sold to Brad for $95. $95. Let's go ahead and set these right in here. I was trying to get that shifted over and I couldn't. It's supposed to be that next. All right, so thank you. You got to respect Gene Simmons as a businessman. All right, Cheap Trick has a bid for $35. Next is 2 copies of Dead Can Dance, self-titled, $34.99. Here's another Suicidal Tendencies, still psycho after all these years. This one is also sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca Howitt. That's sold to you. And then this was my last copy of Freely's comic. And yes, that's that new Freely's comic expanded, $46.99. This is sold to Melissa Bilbrey. Kiss, Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic, Live +1 Expanded, and let's put Darren Wortman on a waiting list. Let's put Darren Wortman on a waiting list. So Darren, he commented next. I only had that one extra copy, so that's gone. Willie Nelson's newest album, Oh What a Beautiful World, $33.99. The Musical Roots of the Rolling Stones, that is $33.99. Still got that. Dead Kennedys, this is Gimme Convenience, Gimme Death, $24.99. Suicidal Tendencies, Justin, I'm assuming that's still Psycho. That is sold to you. Thank you. And then The Cramps Stay Sick. The Cramps Stay Sick is $28.99. And The Cramps Smell of Females, $24.99. Final call to get a bid in on Clapton for $25. Final call to get a bid in on Cheap Trick for $35. And now I'm going to go ahead and bring over some of our next auctions right quick. Time to get some of the 45s up. I do have a few. CD. These are pretty pricey, I think. They're what are these? We're going to run these right quick tonight. This is a Jimi Hendrix DVD. Maybe not this one. I'm not for sure. But either way, it's Jimi Hendrix at the Fillmore DVD. $7 start. And then over here, we have The Doors, Mr. Mojo Rising. The Doors, Mr. Mojo Rising. The Story of L.A. Woman. Looks like it's still in shrink wrap. What is this exactly called? This is a DVD. That's another DVD. Okay, so that's going to go up for a $7 start. So Doors and Hendrix, couple warm-up auctions there. Winger, this is on green vinyl, and this one did get sold. Winger is on green vinyl for $33.99. And let's make a note. Let's go ahead and sell this, actually, to Scott Markheim, and then let's make a note to order him the other Wingers, which is In the Heart of the Young and Pull. We can get him those on that. Originally, the YouTube title was wrong. It had the wrong day. It should be fixed now. If there's a problem and it's invisible, let me know. Also, Vicious Rumors, self-titled. Vicious Rumors is $38.99 blue vinyl. Whitesnake Live. Whitesnake Live is $39.99. And I did see for sure one of these sold. Whitesnake Live. This is new. It's a double LP, $39.99. First time ever on vinyl. Give this to Darren Wortman. That's so to Darren Wortman. Thank you, Darren Wortman. Also, Jamie McCord on that Ace Frehley waiting list. So, Jamie McCord on that Ace Frehley waiting list. Teresa put Dead Kennedys. So, I'm assuming Teresa did get the Dead Kennedys. So, Teresa, there's your copy of Dead Kennedys. I'm just now seeing that. I'm glad I seen that for her. Thank you, Teresa. And then Steve, that works here, bought a Winger. I knew we was short a Winger, and he got a Cramps. Okay, so thank you, Steve, that works here. He comes in and buys some stuff sometimes, but I make him comment so I don't think something's missing. Because the other day I was like, what happened? And so he comments so it gets in order with everybody else, so it's still fair, even for the employees. Prince Lasha Quintet is $34.99, and Nico Heroin, $95.97. Green Splatter, $33.99. All right, time to sell some auctions. Let's get new stuff up. First Cheap Trick is sold to Sandy Villa for $35. This is sold to Sandy Villa, just one bid. And Eric Clapton's a buy it now. Near mint minus and pristine. It does have some humidity discoloration inside of the gatefold, but it's only a $25 buy it now for a nice Hendrix backless. I thought I said a $7 start on those DVDs, but I'll take a $5 start. I'll take a $5 start because I'm about to make them a buy it now anyway. I'm just trying to get some stuff sold. As y'all know, we have a building full of stuff, and I've got 8 hours a night to sell everything. I try to sell just vinyl, but every once in a while we try to mix in some other stuff. So Homeland does have the Jimmy at 5. The Doors is not a Blu-ray. No, it's a DVD from Rhino. I've got one copy of Suicidal Tendencies. I was listening to some of this on the way to work just a moment ago because I don't think I had ever really listened to their music. I'm about to go see them in concert tomorrow. $33.99, and Susie and the Banshees is $64.99. All righty, so we got, did we pull Jeff Mowitz, a Whitesnake? I know somebody else wanted a Whitesnake, Jeff Mowitz. So there's a Whitesnake for Jeff Mowitz, and we got a Whitesnake for somebody else. We had a Whitesnake for Darren Wortman. So 2 Whitesnakes have been pulled, okay? Now, we're about to go through a half-off new and sealed bin. This could get very interesting, extremely interesting, beyond interesting. Otis is sniffing Paul, and we have our next Japanese auction is the Beatles' second album. This is a U.S. Flag Series number 17. It is near mint minus and pristine, and it is a what's that?
Don't lose that.
Okay, I'll put it right here. Thank you. ASAP. I'll do it. They'll be here by Friday. We have the Beatles' second album with Paul McCartney, John Lennon, George Harrison, Ringo Starr. It's a Japanese pressing, and it is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the Obi. There is the U.S. flag Obi. This is a really nice copy. I should have said a $45 start. Maybe we'll get there. That's now up for bid. Homeland Conspiracy said Doors 7 and Jimmy 5. I'm going to go ahead and sell you both of them. Sold. He's the only one to throw something out there. He's going to get both of them, 5 and 7. Done. They're finished. See you later. If you want to pay, how do you pay if you buy something? If you buy something, we do invoicing once a week. That's on Mondays, $7 in limited shipping. $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy, $7 in limited shipping. We'll send you an invoice via email, and you can pay through Square. You can pay through Square. And we have Doobie Brothers, and this is minute by minute. This is going to go up for a $35 start. This is going to go up for a $35 start. And yes, Paul is hosting tomorrow. So Paul's first true metal night, maybe? I don't know. We're about to find out. He'll be here tomorrow hosting, okay? Anybody else? We have Susan the Banshees, Suicidal Tendencies, Nico, Prince Lasha Quintet, one Whitesnake left, Vicious Rumors, Cramps, Dead Kennedys, Rolling Stones, Willie, Dead Can Dance, Cramps, Beetlejuice, Haliu Murgia, that came in, by the way, Paul, Dead Can Dance, and Suicidal Tendencies. So thanks, everybody. That last Suicidal Tendencies was Art of Rebellion, if you missed that earlier. And I bet Paul is glad that you can walk through here now, and Tanner and Ed. Laura hadn't got to see it, but after the sale last night, I made a big effort to clean all this up. And, or actually, I came back this morning and did it. So I won't be complaining tonight how I can't walk around. Now, this could get very interesting. Plus, there could be some stuff left. I'm going to show some stuff and tag some stuff. And there could be leftovers. There may not be leftovers. I don't know. As y'all see, there's a ton of claims here for stuff from this video, flip video. Make sure you're in a whole lot of records, because if we do this again later tonight, which I plan on doing later tonight, if I do this again later tonight, there'll probably be leftovers again. Right now, Paul's marked several crates of new vinyl. I've got discount bins to go through, a couple crates of new vinyl, both tonight's new stuff and then other stuff from previous weeks, just to show it again. And then Jamie McCord got Whitesnake. That's so did Jamie McCord. Thank you. So the first half off record in here was Kali Uchis, and I think some of these are still available. So all this stuff was priced originally from Laura, probably at the best Discogs comp, as in probably the cheapest listing or the most recent sold, fair market value. Well, that's how we usually price this pre-owned sealed stuff. Pre-owned sealed is like brand new stuff. This guy got all this from distribution, just like we get vinyl. We just bought out his inventory, and now the stuff that I've shown 2 or 3 times, nobody made an offer. I don't want to put it on Discogs. Now it's half off, so it's insane prices. Probably like half off of below retail, and then recent comps, half off of that. So Kali Uchis is $17.50. I have 3 of these left, and I'm going to have to scroll through some of these comments just every once in a while and make sure I don't miss anybody's claims before I say it's sold to somebody else, okay? And as of right now, nobody got a Kali Uchis, and nobody got one last night. And that would very disappoint Laura, because there is a note on from the back from Laura. Laura loves Kali Uchis. I'm still not familiar, but evidently pretty good. I know we're sold out of Marillions. Marillions are $17.50. Marillion, one is sold to Jeff Malwitz. Thank you, Jeff Malwitz. That's sold to you. So the other Marillion is also gone, and that's sold to David Howard. So thank you, David Howard. That's sold to you. So those 2 Marillions are already gone. Now, unfortunately, on these, I can't get any more. So if you see something sell out of here, even though it may already be gone, you might want to go ahead and claim it, and then that way, if there is one left, you'll know, et cetera, okay? So the Marillion's gone, and then Robert Vladerchek takes the Kali Uchis. Jim B says he'll take the last 2. Those are both gone. Now, the Beatles is a final call. I don't get this one too often. U.S. Flag Series number 17. That is a $35 start, and the Doobie Brothers is a $35 start. White table, got it. Okay, now Monty, you'll have to wait until I show that live, okay? Because it might be hard for me to keep up with that. But when it does come up, be ready. I don't know how many I do have ready. We'll have to wait till it actually pops up though. Anderson Paak here, Oxnard. This is sealed for $15. Sealed, just $15. Anderson Paak, Oxnard, $15 on this. This is sold to Robert Barnett. Thank you, Robert Barnett. He gets an Anderson Paak. Now, there was one extra there. Anderson Paak, Anderson Paak. There was one extra there. And the other one here is going to go to Mike Monroy. Thank you, Mike Monroy. That's so to you. All right. And then we got 3 copies of Greg Wheeler and the Polly Mock-Ops Manic Fever. This is $10. Greg Wheeler and the Polly Mock-Ops Manic Fever. And I don't think any of these got claimed. So all 3 of these are still available. Just $10. Just $10. I still don't know a lot about Greg Wheeler and the Polly Mock-Ops, but we have 3, and they're just $10. And to my knowledge, none of these got claimed. So all 3 of these are still available at $10 each. And yes, it looks like all 3 are still available. And those are just $10, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is make the Beatles a buy it now for $35. That's a no-bid Japanese pressing. $35 buy it now on the Beatles. If anybody wants that, just let me know. And Peter Mazzolino asked what the Doobie Brothers was. That's minute by minute, a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. A $35 start. Doobie Brothers, minute by minute. And it is already 6:21. I'm probably going to go ahead and start putting up some of the featured auctions, some of the beginning ones in just a second. Man, Mike Torres must not be watching. He would have bid $35.45 on that. And then the Doobie Brothers, since Peter asked, I'll give that another second. Greg Wheeler is sold to Autumn Bets for $10. Natasha put AP, and I'll make sure I know what that is. And then Brian wants the Beatles and Tim wants the Beatles, okay? Excellent. Let's go ahead and throw up another Japanese press. And this is a good one. I could almost hold this over tomorrow for Metal Night, but we'll do it right now. It's Great White, Once Bitten. Great White, Once Bitten. It's a beautiful Japanese pressing for a $65 start. I don't think I've had this before with Obi. Very nice with insert. A $65 start. Anderson Paak. Okay, sorry, Natasha. Yeah, Anderson Paaks are already gone. Anderson Paak's already gone. And then Brian D. Leon, I'll go ahead and tag you for the Beatles at 35. 10 grand a second. So we still got to get 3 Greg Wheelers. Here's the driving and crying. Uh-oh. Who was the person who just asked? Right now would be the time. I didn't know they were coming up that soon. $20 on driving and crying. Let's see who got these. I know there was at least a couple claims. Todd Tipton got a driving and crying. That is $20. $20 on that. Larry Drish got a driving and crying. Larry Drish got a driving and crying. There's that. Larry Drish got a driving and crying. And let's see if there was another one. There is Jack Harlow, Anderson Paak, Troy War Treaty. Okay, there's that there. All right, so we'll say that there's one driving and crying left for $20. And the first thing I have, let me make sure there wasn't somebody driving and crying. And there's that one and that one. Okay, that's good. Now, over here, we have a Digital Ghost Under Oath Voyeurist. We sold one of these last night at the buzzer. This is $12.50. This is Digital Ghost Under Oath Voyeurist. $12.50 on Under Oath. And the War and Treaty Lover's Game. I saw somebody comment this, and I was like, what is that? Because I couldn't remember. I remembered most of them by just the covers. This is $12.50. The War and Treaty Lover's Game. The War and Treaties Lover's Game. $12.50. The War and Treaty Lover's Game. I've only got one of these, and it is definitely sold. And that was sold up here to Troy Robinson. So thank you, Troy Robinson. That is sold to you. Also, we have Masego Capital Cuts. I think this one's still available. $10. Masego Capital Cuts, $10. I hate when this happens. Monty Reed pulled the trigger too early on the driving and crying. I've always got to wait and show them when I'm actually showing them. And then now 2 people are ahead of them. Shannon Price, Autumn Bets. So this goes to Shannon Price. Monty, that always makes me feel really bad that that happens that way, but I never can really take early claims on these till they show up. Sorry that happened that way. I will make it up to you somehow, I promise. And whoever else was second. This is Andy Schaff, the Neon Skyline. Both Andy Schaffs are still available, just $7.50. So $7.50. Still got Masego, Under Oath, and the Greg Wheelers. And Barty Strange, these didn't get claimed. That's still available. Yellow vinyl, $7.50. Barty Strange, Farm to Table. And the loan below, Half Moonlight, the loan below is sealed for $7.50. I didn't see anybody claim these, so that's available for $7.50. Doobie Brothers is a buy it now for $35. I should have went ahead and pulled that one. I never did hear back from Peter. I'm assuming he didn't want to bid, or he was waiting for the buy it now. What a fool believes. And now Great White does have a bid with Gregory Roberts for $65. Gregory is in on $65, going once, going twice. Doobies is a buy it now for $35. Let's grab another auction. Why aren't these laying flat? There we go. There's that. And Peter gets the Doobie Brothers. He is there. So he was waiting for the buy it now. That's sold to Peter. That does now have a bid. And let's put up another Japanese auction. And this is a classic along with Great White. And we had one of these last week for a $45 start. It sold with multiple bids. And here's another one. And this is a phenomenal copy. Eagles Hotel California. This was that same kind of pressing that we had earlier last night for the Long Road. It has a barcode on the obi, so it's probably an early 80s pressing, and it's beautiful. It's a $45 start on Hotel California, okay? We have Shovels and Ropes, and this was my last copy of that. And Shovels and Ropes is sold to Robert Barnett. Robert Barnett was first on that. Thank you, Robert. That was my only copy on that. Several people is going to end up being next on that one. Courtney Marie Andrews. If you're just joining us, we're doing half off sealed records. Courtney Marie Andrews is just $7.50. Courtney Marie Andrews. And I don't remember seeing a claim for that, so it's still available for $7.50. And Arlo Parks. I've got two Arlo Parks. I think at least one has sold. Yeah, Ivan R. These are $12.50 on red vinyl. $12.50 on red vinyl. This is Arlo Parks. Let me make sure there wasn't another claim here. Arlo Parks. I don't think there was. Let's go through it one more time. Arlo Parks. I don't see it in here. So no, this one's still available. Arlo Parks, it is still available. $12.50, okay? And then we have Young Boy. This is 38 Baby 2. That's sealed for $10. The Eagles are $45. We're about to sell Great White. It does have a bid for $65. And Connor Obrist. Connor Obrist is sealed, now just $10. Autumn Bets on LB, and that was for the loan below. And our new buyer, Vicky W. on Courtney Barnett. So Vicky, I'm not for sure on your last name pronunciation. It looks like Yoshikawa. Maybe I did that a lot better than I thought I could. Vicky Yoshikawa. Now, if you're a first-time buyer, please go ahead and do me a favor. We try to go ahead and get your information right now. So please go ahead and send us a message on Facebook with your YouTube with your email address and your mailing address, okay? And that's sold to you for just $7.50. And we do $7 in limited shipping. Now, you won't hear back from us and you won't get an invoice until Monday, okay? Gregory, I'm going to go ahead and say the Great Whites for $65. Gregory, I'm going to go ahead and say the Great White for $65. And Hotel California is a $45 start. $45 start. It's a beautiful near mint minus copy. And we're going to go ahead and put up another auction. And the other auction I'm going to go ahead and put up right now, early, is the Go-Go's Vacation. A Japanese pressing of the Go-Go's. Let's go ahead and put this up for a $35 start. The Go-Go's Vacation. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the Japanese insert, cover and obi. If you're here because of our Facebook ad, thank you. We're averaging several new customers every night. Right now, the last two purchases are from new customers for this week. That's what we like to see, right, Tanner? Tanner's here. Ed's here. Paul's here. Ryan Bingham. This did get claimed. It's only $12.50. Ryan Bingham is $12.50. Let's figure out who was first on this. Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason. That's sold to you. We have Fetal Pig. I'm pretty sure this goes to Mike Massey. It does. Mike Massey, that's sold to you. He was first on that. That goes to Mike Massey. And then over here, we have New Sensei Sundowning. New Sensei is sealed on mystery colored vinyl. I still got those for $10. Odyssey, Oddisee, the Odd Tape, Odyssey is sealed for just $10 on Go Vinyl. And the Story So Far, Proper Dose, that is sealed for $12.50. The Story So Far, that's also sold to Mike Massey. Thank you, Mike Massey. You also got that. The Story So Far, let me make sure there wasn't another claim on that. The Story So Far, those are still available. I'm going to have one left, it looks like. There's going to be one left, it looks like. Yep. All right. And then Jim B wants Odyssey. That is sold to Jim B. Odyssey. Thank you, Jim B. And then Pure Reason Revolution above Cirrus. Pure Reason Revolution above Sirius. Those are still available. Those are sealed for $12.50. Autumn gets New Sensei. All right. Thank you. And now all of a sudden, a lot of bids and comments. So the Eagles took off at 45-45, Go-Go's 35, Eagles 46-47, Go-Go's 35-37, Eagles 50, Go-Go's 38. Jim B got Odyssey, Eagles 52. Autumn gets New Sensei. I've got 2 copies of Drug Church Cheer. Drug Church is just $15. Drug Church is $15. $15 on Drug Church. Those are sealed. And I have 2 available. Paul Conway, 1 available. Paul Conway got 1. Thank you, Paul Conway. And now there's 1 left. I got 2 copies of Screaming Females. Screaming Females is now just $10. Desire Pathway. Desire Pathway. This is Screaming Females. Let me make sure nobody got one of these. I'm pretty sure there was, though. Yep, Mike Massey got 1. There's 1 sold for Mike Massey. And then the other Screaming Females goes to who? Anybody want some Screaming Females? Sounds like a headache. $10. Is that like hardcore music? Just a bunch of screaming. And then, nope, so that's still available. All right, up at the top, Tim Colino asked the story so far. That is Proper Dose. Proper Dose. And Tim, if you don't want it, it goes to Natasha. It's $12.50, but you got dibs. Darren Johnson got a Drug Church. That's so to Darren Johnson. And Screaming Females is so to Autumn. I told y'all this was an incredible batch of records at half off. I mean, where can you get them at these prices? Incredible. Sealed. Julian Baker, Turn Out the Lights. Julian Baker is sealed for $12.50. I'm pretty sure that didn't get claimed, so it's still available. Pass. So, Natasha, you do get the story so far. I've got The Everyman. Giving up on free jazz. The Everyman is sealed for $7.50. Jonah Yano Souvenir, that was sealed for $10. And Profit. And let me see if anybody got Profit. Profit was $7.50. Profit was $7.50. Profit is sold to Todd Tipton. Yep, I thought somebody got that. All right, so here's what's left in here. Let's start just from a quick recap. This is half off sealed stuff. I have 1 more crate like this to go through, and then we'll go ahead and do some other discount bins, and we'll go ahead and get into Paul's new arrivals, and we'll go ahead and start putting up some other new auctions. But the first thing we have is Rod Bryan wants JB, and JB for Rod Bryan was Julian Baker. Thank you. Now, I'm first going to mute my mic and take a drink of purple juice because I desperately need it. Whew. All right. So, where are we on the Eagles? Hotel California. Jason has this for $55. Jeff Hallsworth, you've been outbid, just FYI. That's at $55. It's a pristine Japanese pressing. And then the Go-Go's, the high bid on the Go-Go's right now, the last bid that came in was Joe Salamo at 40. Joe Salamo on 40. And here's what's left in here. Greg Wheeler is $10. Digital Ghost Under Oath Voyeurist, that's sealed for $12.50. Masigo was sealed for $10. Andy Schaff was sealed for $7.50. Barty Strange is sealed for $7.50. I still got an Arlo Parks. That's sealed for $12.50. Young Boy was sealed for $10. Connor Opress was sealed for $10. New Sensei is sealed for $10. Pure Reason Revolution is sealed for $12.50. The Everyman is $7.50, and Jonah Yano was $10. And I think I got everything from that crate. And let me make sure. If not, we'll go ahead and go into the next one. I think I did. I'll purge this list. I'll purge this list here at the end and make sure I didn't miss anybody's claim. This is the most claims I've ever had on a flip video. I think when I put in the flip video half off new vinyl, everybody's like, do what? And it got a lot of views and a lot of claims. Here's the other crate, and I think most of this stuff is sold too. We're about to find out though, right, Paul? Paul don't even hear me. He's way in the back. Paul's way in the back. He might have heard me. He might be listening to me. Sandy Villa said, I bid $42 on the Go-Go's. All right, so now the Go-Go's has a new bid for $42 with Sandy. So Sandy has the Go-Go's at $42. So whoever thought they were the high bidder, you're now out. Somebody said, Jeff said out. Jeff said out. Who was Jeff and why did they say out? Jason has the Eagles for 55. Jeff said out. Okay. He was reminding me Jeff said out. Okay, so yeah, the Eagles, he did say out. And now, Jason, I'm going to go ahead and put it in a sleeve, and it's sold to you for $55. Okay? That's sold to you for $55. Thank you on that. And now Sandy has the Go-Go's at 42. So whoever I did say was the high bidder, I was incorrect. I missed a bid there from Sandy. All right, so let's go through this crate. If I can get this. We do need some more sleeves. We've got into like our Mylar top sleeves. And somehow there's got to be. Are we sure we're completely out of bulk sleeves, Ed? Or they're not hiding somewhere? Did we go through that many thousands of sleeves? I guess so, because they were stacked up in there. I bet they're back here buried in this corner, but Paul said we got to order bulk sleeves. I'm like, man, I just ordered 10,000, but I forget how many records we sell in a monthly basis. So, all right, so the first thing here is pretty amazing. All 4 of these Steven Sanchez's are already sold. So Larry Drish got all 4 of them. Steven Sanchez, these are all sold to Larry Drish at $15 a piece. So Larry Drish, those are also due 15, 15, 15, 15. And then we have one copy here of BMX Bandits. This is still available. Life Goes On, sealed on green vinyl. That's $7.50. BMX Bandits. Also Belvaco, Homer. Belvaco, this is sealed, an indie rock album on red vinyl. $15 on that. And then Beanie Sings, and this is Young Hearts. That's sealed on sky blue vinyl for $12.50. Tease, A-T-E-E-Z, that is $12.50 sealed. And then Brockhampton. I know at least one Brockhampton sold. These are sealed for just $15 now. Brockhampton is $15. I know at least one got claimed. Let's figure out who that was. Brockhampton. Larry Drish got that as well. So Larry Drish got that. All right. And then I lost somebody on the Go-Go's. I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Sandy Villa for $42. So Sandy, thank you. That's so to you. And let's get some more Japanese pressings up. Let's get some more auctions up in general. This is so to Sandy. Don't forget, I got kind of like a little bonus crate here of auctions that's kind of unadvertised. I'm actually going to go ahead and pull 2 from that right now. And this is completely unadvertised stuff coming at you right now. And the first one's Judas Priest, Sin After Sin. Judas Priest is a 1977 U.S. original. The vinyl on this one is VG Plus or better. We'll call it VG Plus conservatively. It's Judas Priest, an original 77 U.S., a $25 start on that. And we have David Bowie, Diamond Dogs. So this is a 1974 Orange Label original, Diamond Dogs from David Bowie. It's around a VG Plus copy. It's also a $25 start. So we still got Brockhamptons. Also, we have Sleaford Mods, UK Grimm. This did get sold to Ben Dygert, and Ben Dygert got that for $10. Thank you, Ben Dygert. That's so to you. Also, we have Lots. This is Midnight Machines. Lots is sealed on clear vinyl. Lots is sealed on clear vinyl, and that is $10. Lots. And we still got both of those. Those are $10. And Juice WRLD. And we sold a bunch of these last night, and we still got 2 because this one is $15. And I know one person claimed it. The first person who claimed it here, Juice WRLD, was Michael McCarter. So Michael McCarter, thank you. That's so to you. Vicky Yoshikawa also wants a Lots. That's so to Vicky Yoshikawa. Thank you. That's so to you. And now we have Chief Keef Mansion Music. And these are sealed on Record Store Day Edition for just $12.50. I know I saw someone claim one of these too. And these are $12.50. And it was sold to Shepherd Michael. And Shepherd Michael also got a Juice WRLD. So thank you, Shepherd Michael. That is so to you. And Rebecca also got a Juice WRLD. So guess what? There is no Juice WRLDs left. So after I pulled everybody from the video, now there's no left. So I probably just disappointed several people there. I did. Those are all gone. Rebecca got one. Her comment, she got suicidal. I still got to pull your Toxic Reasons. And then I just pulled one for the 2 other people, Michael McCarter and Shepherd Michael. So there was no extras on those. We sold about, 4 or 5 more last night. We had a bunch of them. They're all gone now very quickly. Poof, they're gone. Poof, it's gone, just like South Park. I am grabbing a new empty crate. We have already filled up a new empty crate. Can you imagine? We've already filled up a new empty crate. Still got Chief Keef. I've got Nova Twins. Nova Twins is sealed for $12.50. Touche L'Amour Lament, $15 on Touche L'Amour. This is called Foot Wave. Foot Wave is $7.50. Starcrawler. I know somebody claimed this one. It was my last copy. Sealed for $10. Starcrawler. And Starcrawler was sold to Sean Hibbler. Thank you, Sean Hibbler. That's so to you. Also, we got 2 copies left of Coulter Wall, and these went unclaimed in the video. So both are available half off of $29.99, so now just $15. And Bachelor, Doom and Son, Bachelor is sealed on yellow vinyl for $10. I can't believe it, but Judas Priest just has one bid for $25 with Shannon Price. That's a final call. And David Bowie just has one bid for $25. 50-foot wave. 50-foot wave. Oh, that's what, foot wave. I've been calling it foot wave, 50-foot wave. Yes, that is 50-foot wave. Thank you. This is sold to Mike Massey. All right, so Mike Massey, yes. And I've got Screaming Female, so I still got to get Story So Far and Naked Ray Gun, okay? And so those are final calls. Judas Priest just got a new bid. And then the Chief Keef is called Mansion Music. It's right here, Mansion Music, limited edition blue and gray splatter. That's now just $12.50. And then Coulter Walls are both sold, and those sold to Spackle Tab and Tim Colino Jr. Thank you and thank you. And then we have Touche Amore is Survived By. That is sealed at $15. Blue vinyl on that. 1 copy left of Titus Andronicus, The Monitor, sealed for $15. And The Last Dinner Party, Prelude to Ecstasy. Now, these are the ones I've been trying to figure out. Last Dinner Party. Somebody is like, what is Last Dinner Party? That's sold to Rachel Costa. I know what it is now. So this is sealed on smoky marble vinyl. A Note from Laura says, great album. And this is $15. Story So Far was in the last crate. I feel like I skipped something there, and Jim B just dropped me a big hint. He says that was in his last crate, Story So Far. So, it was, or I've already pulled it. Story So Far was in your last crate if you need to pull it. That has already been pulled, or somebody already claimed it, or something happened. I'm not for sure. I'll go back and figure that out in just a second. Who was that artist? Some of these, I'm very unfamiliar with these, so sometimes I'm confused sometimes if it's the name of the album or the artist, because all this new stuff, it's new to me. So I'm like, what's going on here? Vicky Yoshikawa wants a dinner party, and then we have a couple questions on the auctions. It'd be better if I got, listened to some of this new stuff that comes out, maybe in the last 10 years, but as y'all know, I'm an old soul, so if it's not Jim Croce, I don't know what it is. We have Judas Priest, Sin After Sin. Judas Priest, Mike said I've already pulled that. Okay, I thought so. But if y'all got to catch me, okay, there's already some people watching. I've claimed that. You didn't pull that. And then we got Judas Priest. This is a 1977 U.S. original. This is a 1977 U.S. original, around a VG Plus copy. And now it has a final call to Terry Gearhart for $30. Sorry, I'll focus more on the auctions after this crate because these are very, very difficult to do. We've got pre-claims coming in, live claims coming in. And David Bowie is a VG Plus copy. Another OG, VG Plus. It's right on the border. Tough to say. And Rebecca has that for $25, and we're about to sell it. Now, the last question was, Pam says, which album has the word machine in the title and is $10? Word machine. I don't think I've said word machine or machine. I don't think. I'm not for sure. And then Vicky got a Last Dinner Party. And then did the Odyssey in the previous crate sale? Yes, it did. Now, Natasha wants Dinner Party. So all the dinner parties are gone now. The next record here is Jack Harlow, and there was a bunch of claims for those. Jack Harlow's are $12.50. The first one here is sold to Robert Barnett, $12.50 on Jack Harlow, $12.50 on Jack Harlow, $12.50 on Jack Harlow, and maybe that's it. Maybe there was just, no, Troy. I knew there was one more. Troy also got one. And Those are good to go. And we also have Naked Ray Gun. This is over the Overlords. Over the Overlords, Naked Ray Gun, sealed $15. And then the first thing we have here is Mike Massey. So, Mike, I got your Naked Ray Gun, 50-foot wave, screaming female story so far, and fetal pig. So that's sold to Mike Massey. Toxic Reasons. Now, I know at least one of these sold. Toxic Reasons is sealed for $15. Toxic Reasons, sealed for $15. I know for sure Rebecca got one. Let's see who else gets one. Anybody else or anybody live, right now would be the time to send your comment so it pops up and I can sell it to you. Let's go ahead and tag this for Rebecca. So, Rebecca, I got your Suicidal Tendencies, Toxic Reason, Juice World. So that gives all of Rebecca's. And I think we're good to go. So, yeah, this one is still available. Toxic Reasons, that's still available. And then Olivia Rodrigo, I had 4 last night. Now we're down to 1. This has already been sold. It's gone. You don't even have to send a comment. This is sold to Sean Hibbler, and he got Starcrawler earlier. Thank you, Sean Hibbler. Let me pause there because the next comment was the machine one is lights. Okay, I'll go back to that and find it. What color is the Touche Amore? This is on light blue vinyl. Light blue vinyl, it's $15. Autumn on JH, that's Jack Harlow, that's sold. Patty said Meg and then Never Mind. Bowie is not a uncensored cover. No, that record really don't exist. It does, but that's almost like folklore at this point. I don't know if the Genitals album is even real, right? I mean, it's real, but they've never really come up for sale, right? They've never come up for sale. It exists. A Bowie Genitals cover is real, but they've never come up for sale. So I don't think one's ever surfaced publicly, to my knowledge. Vicky Yoisakwa put blue. I think she was answering his questions. And Chris Bryan on Toxic Reasons. Okay, now let's sell Priest for $30. That's sold to Terry Gearhart. And now Bowie is sold to Rebecca for $25. I'm aware of the Bowie uncensored cover, but I think they don't really exist like publicly. So right here, they airbrushed. The original jacket had, you could see the dog's genitals, and they airbrushed it. But to my knowledge, I mean, I've searched major auction houses everywhere. I don't think a real one's ever come up for sale. I've read before if it did, it would be like a $100,000 record. So we're always checking, but I don't think they ever made it out to public. Abscess, Political Vomit, $7.50. The Mountain Goats is sold. The Mountain Goats is sold, and this is $10. The Mountain Goats, and this was already sold. This was my last copy. And the Mountain Goats here was, let me find that right quick. And that was sold to Grog over on YouTube. Thank you, Grog. Thank you on that. And we have King Cruel, the Ooze, or Oz, or the Backward Zoo, OOZ. King Cruel is sealed for $12.50. Wow, what a eventful start to the night. Those have been read through, and let's go ahead and put up some new auctions, okay? Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. The first thing I have is another Japanese pressing, Nina, 99 red balloons, a Japanese pressing. We're going to put this up for $35 start. Don't get this very often. Nina, if we do, it's a Japanese pressing. We never see them in U.S. collections. It does have the Japanese book. Nina is a $35 start, okay? There's that. There's that. I only see the original auction houses. Yeah, that's like something like Heritage would have, or like Sotheby's, or if somebody actually had one and wanted to get like top dollar, they would bring astronaut. Those bring, I don't know, I've never really seen one though, but I bet if it did, it would be something crazy. So we check every one we get, but that's like finding, that'd be like finding a First State Butcher cover. Probably it's much rare. It's much rarer than that. It's 100 times rarer than a Butcher cover for sure. So. Doors, Heritage, so one. I had a feeling. So yeah, I was about to say, if something like that comes up, probably Heritage would have it. Then Butcher cover, stuff like that, unless you just get lucky on eBay. Usually if somebody has something like that, they typically know what they have, and they probably send it to a place like that, and it's going to bring a crazy amount of money. The Doors is going to go up, or they can send it to Coletco. I'll sell it to them. I don't mind selling a $20,000 record. It'd probably attract a few viewers too. So if you have one, I'm very much interested. And thank you for whoever brought up that question. Tom Settles, thank you for bringing that up. Now people know about it, and maybe they have one, and now maybe they'll send one to Coletco. I can either buy it from you or we'll sell it on commission. I bet we could find a buyer for it. All right, so we have the doors here. The doors is P-10334E. We don't get this in ever. Doors with Obi, even for a reissue. I'm pretty sure this is a reissue. I highly doubt this is 67. 67 doors of Obi, I think, is very rare. This is going to go up for a $55 start. It is most likely a 70s reissue based on the advertisements for Bread and Carly Simon. Those come out like in the mid-70s there. So this is probably a mid-70s press. That's going to go up for a $55 start. Nina already has a bid. And now let's read through these comments. And I'm going to restart my feed and make sure we can find that video. And I'm going to make sure I didn't miss anybody's comments, okay? So the first thing is I got that, got all those. I'm going to reply to him later. He didn't get that. He's Darren Wortman's on a waiting list for Ace Frehley. Eddie Pasir, you didn't get Bingham. Somebody already got it. We got those. We got all those. Mike Monroy, we didn't have enough Anderson Pakes for you. Steve got a Winger and Cramps. Troy didn't get an Anderson Pake. And then I see where I've messed up. David Campbell screenshotted a picture of that driving and crying, but I've already sold that. I'll have to make that up to him because I've already tagged that to somebody else. I messed up when he just put a screenshot and I didn't realize what's going on there. So that's too bad. I'll figure that. I'll do something for him, okay? So we're good to go. I tagged everything, and now I'm going to condense those bins and just one more fast because there's about 50 more people watching right now than when we started. This is half off sealed vinyl. We went through what? Who was watching last night? 6 crates? I think we went through 6 crates right there, 77. That's what I thought. Yep. All right. And now the doors has a bid for 55. Beautiful Japanese pressing. It looks like there's a little bit of a shelf wear right here, almost like it's starting to crackle. But other than that, the disc is going to be stored outside the jacket. It's beautiful. And it does have a bid for 55. Just to help out, I thought you said 2 claims for Jack Harlow Flip, but 1 claim here. You only had 2 total. I think I had 3 Jack Harlows. Are they all in this bin? I had 3 Jack Harlows, 2 from the video and 1 got claimed live here. Yep. I had 3 Jack Harlows left. Thanks for the heads up. Jim B knows more about my sealed inventory than I do. All right. So one more fast read through and then we'll get into some more discount. But sealed vinyl, final call. I don't know what to do with them now. We've done sealed records half off. I guess we'll finally make them to Discogs. BMX Bandit, sealed green vinyl, $750. We still got 2. I've got 2 Belvaco or Belako, B-A-L-A-K-O, Homer, H-O-M-E-R, it looks like. Sealed red vinyl, $15. Beanie Sings, that is sealed for $12.50. A tease is $12.50. Brockhampton Roadrunner is sealed for $15. We have Lights. This is what Pam asked for. Lights, Midnight Machine. Lights is sealed for $10. We have Chief Keef, Mansion Music, 1 left for $12.50. We have Nova Twins, sealed for $12.50. Touche L'Amour, Lament, sealed for $15. Bachelor, Doom and Son, sealed for $10, yellow vinyl. Touche More again, sealed $15. And Titus Andronicus, sealed for $15. Doesn't look like Nina got another bid, but Doors is getting new bids. It's at 56 now, 58. Let's go ahead and sell Nina. Nina is sold to Monty Reed, 35. Thank you, Monty. I'm glad I sold you something. I feel bad what happened with Drying and Crying. You know, actually, though, somebody else was supposed to get it anyways. I might have to go back and fix that. Whoever got that, I don't know how. I'll have to, I don't know. I'll have to fix that. So I'll have to fix that. I messed up. I messed up on 1 claim, that Driving and Crying. Maybe I can get one for my distributor and cheap enough where we can maybe, you know, get them to a few people, even if we just make a few dollars. I don't know. It's tough, but I'll figure. Most of the stuff I'm selling well below wholesale. Like, I guarantee that record probably cost $29 wholesale. So now back up the top. There is a Bowie on 18 grand Evil Bay. That sounds about right. Yep, very rare record. I've always looked for them. 56, 58, Door 65, Shannon Price on Touche Amore, and he wants both. Now, one more note about that Bowie. The reason it's rare, it never made it to stores. I don't think they ever made it to stores. So it's sort of like a butcher cover. Butcher covers did kind of make it to stores, but I don't think that Bowie ever made it. I think they got pulled from production, but some still got out of the factories. I think that's the story on it. So that's probably why they're impossible to find. And this is Lights Midnight Machines. It's sealed on clear vinyl. And we got both Touche L'Amours here, or Touche Amore. Those are both sold to Shannon Price, okay? And then Holden on Titus Andronicus. That's sold to Holden, Titus Andronicus. Richard Miller says he'll take Lights. Now, earlier, Pam had asked about it. Pam Murray asked the title that had machines in it. If she doesn't want this, we'll go ahead and sell it to Richard Miller. Right now, let's tag it for Richard Miller. Jim B., you were second on Titus Andronicus. We still got Obsessed, Political Vomit. I think that's some kind of early hardcore or punk. $750 on that. King Cruel is $1250, and The Doors is at $65 of Ryan Anderson. That's going once, going twice. Let's put up another Judas Priest. Another Judas Priest, a 1982 U.S. original. This is VG Plus, Screaming for Vengeance. Nice, and look, it has the merch insert. The disc is VG Plus. I love the merch insert for this one, and it has the original on her sleeve. You've got another thing coming, and it's in shrink wrap with the Rolling Stone special price tag. That's now up for bid for just a $25 start. So Greg Wheeler is still available in the Poly Mall Cops. That's $10. Also, Digital Ghost, Under Oath Voyeurs, sealed for $12.50. Sealed $10, Masego Capital Cuts. Andy Schaff is $7.50. We have Barty Strange, that's sealed for $7.50. Arlo Parks is sealed on red vinyl for $12.50. Young Boy was $10. Connor Oberst was $10. New Sensei was $10. Sundowning. Pure Reason Revolution, that is sealed for $12.50. The Everyman was $7.50, and Jonah Yano was $10. If anybody wants anything in there, just let me know. Judas Priest has a bid. Ryan Anderson, final call on the 77 pressing of The Doors there. Ryan has it for $65. $65. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, somebody bid. Ryan's probably like, no, baby, please don't bid. Let's go ahead and get into vintage discounts, okay? Vintage discount. There's a new bid on Judas Priest for $26, and we have a really dark Bowie album. Are you talking about the cover? That would be his final studio album, right? John Stevens on Bartees and Ryan Anderson on King Cruel. Let's do it. And if you change your mind on any of those tonight, they're right here behind me. They are right here behind me. So, now, as far as resuming those tonight, we're going to do discount vintage, all of our new stuff that Paul's marked. It looks like he's got 3 or 4 crates tonight. Nothing but Paul arrivals. Paul's flying solo tonight. Laura has today off, and she's typically here. She has today off, though. And John is always off on Wednesdays. So 4 straight Paul crates plus some new vinyl to go through. Hope everybody's ready. All right. And let's tag these. Barty Strange is sold to John Stevens. And then King Cruel. King Cruel is Ryan Anderson. And The Doors is at $65 with Ryan Anderson. It's a 77 pressing, $65 of Ryan Anderson. Okay? And now Judas Priest is at $46. And now we're ready probably for our first discount crate of the night, which is right here. This actually might have been... This might have been a crate, the stuff that was marked. This is a really good-looking crate, I think. Yeah, so this is, let's do this one, buy it now, best offer. Let's do this one, buy it now or best offer, okay? And it's just a half crate, but I saw really good titles in here. Judas Priest is at 60, and Judas Priest is at 60. And DJ wants a Greg Wheeler and the Poly Mall Cops. So last night I condensed and pushed everything back here into one big wall. This is sold to DJ Not So Good. So just pre-owned crates back here behind me. We've got walls of 4, 2 deep, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8, 4, 32, 64, 64, and then 67, 70. And then there's 3 new crates, and then the auction crate. So 74, 75 crates, 75 crates of vinyl that behind me that I've already shown. And then all that stuff that I just went through, all that was stored up front. We've got a whole wall of vinyl in crates up front where people can dig through them and move them around. That's where all that stuff. And up there, there's over 60 other crates, not counting the bins, because I've got a bunch pushed up against the fireplace. So long story short, we've got about 130 crates of pre-owned vinyl, not counting what's in our bins, that needs to be gone through a second time and discounted. Pretty incredible, I know. So that's what we're going to be doing every night, all day, every day. Here we go. The Doors is sold to Ryan Anderson for $65. There for a minute, I thought Jason was going to bump it. He asked, but he didn't pull a trigger. Jason does have a heart. And then we have Judas Priest at 61 with Tony McDaniel. The title of the Arlo Parks album. Arlo Parks was, it's got a bunch of writing on the front. Super Sad Generation. Super Sad Generation. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. Japanese stuff tonight's been great. And as always, very popular. Let's put up a, let's go ahead and do this one. Forgot about this one. This is a $55 start. $55 start. Queen, Night at the Opera with Obi. And this is going to go up for a $55 start. Is this real life, or is just, boy, I just messed that up. I was trying to be cool and read some lyrics, and I just totally got tongue twisted. Okay, let me try again. Let me read them. That'd be better off. Is this real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. A Night at the Opera, a Japanese pressing. Beautiful. I don't get that one too often. $55 start. It is P-10075E. Queen's a $55 start. I don't know if that's 74 original or most likely a reissue, but it's still a 70s pressing, and it's beautiful. Just a couple spots of humidity on the front. Arlo Parks is sold to Sid Blair. All right, everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Please buy them or please make an offer, okay? The first is the Rolling Stones From the Vault, a classic 1971 show from the Marquee Club. It's a double LP. It's a single LP with DVD. $59.99. $59.99. These are buy it now or best offer. Frank Zappa Apostrophe, $39.99. I think this was a Paul crate from about 3 weeks ago. It was. This was a Paul crate from about 3 weeks ago. $39.99. Frank Zappa Apostrophe, Rolling Stones. Leon Bridges Coming Home. Leon Bridges is $24.99. This is in shrink wrap. Leon Bridges, it is open, but it's nice. $24.99. Queen is a Japanese pressing. And here is Leon Bridges, $24.99. And we have Betty Davis, Is It Love or Desire? Now, these albums originals are really rare. These are Sunday's reissues, 2009 US 59. Really rare, highly sought after, really good music. Betty Davis. Queen has a bid for 55. And now Judas Priest is at 75. It's between Tony and John. Tony wants a track listing check. That way he can think if he wants to bid one more time. Now, I've only kept 2. We've ran a couple DVDs and other items like that. Let me go ahead and tag these. This one's pricey. Let's see if we got any Queens Rock fans. So that's what we had this thing marked about 6 months ago. $59.99. That's what we had this marked. It's a Queens Rock Empire. It was at Half Price Books about 6 years ago for $50. Feel the Music, Queens Rock. What exactly is this? DVD audio. I think it's some kind of high resolution mix of Queens Rock Empire. DVD audio. So this disc will not play on a conventional CD player. Play this disc only on systems that feature a DVD logo. So yeah, I think it's one of those mixes that require DVD audio. but it must be incredible for it to be demanding that kind of money. Offers advanced resolution stereo and 5.1 surround sound. There you have it. $25 start. Queens Rock Empire, let's put it up for a $25 start, and I think 60 is probably pretty close to retail, but let's get it sold tonight. Gary Wellman put LB for $20. That's the first offer. Leon Bridges is sold to Gary Wellman. That is sold. Queen has a new bid for 60, and then Tony, it's up to you on the track listing on Judas Priest before we drop the hammer on that. Half off seal crates, yeah, it'll be a little bit later, but yeah, after we go through all the new stuff, we're going to go up front, and I'm going to start pulling more crates to the back and doing that again. Olay ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, VG Plus. The covers in shrink. Somebody did write their initials right there. Not bad at VG Plus. A great compilation, 1999. Showdown, Can't Get It Out of My Head, Strange Music, Evil Woman. Loretta Lynn does have some cover damage. Don't Come Home a-Drinking. It is a 67 USOG mono, white label promo. There is some cover damage, $19.99 on that. And I just dropped by to say hello, Johnny Hartman. That's a jazz reissue on Impulse, barcoded 2015, $29.99. So here's the update on Queen, 55 and then 60. And then we got Queen's Rock. Let's not get those confused. I just realized what I did. I've got a Queen and a Queen's Rock. Queen and Queen's Rock. Back there is Queen, the Japanese pressing. David Johnson, you are out. There is a bid for $60 now. Judas Priest has a new bid for $76, and John Mince-Morris says he's out. Tony, that $1 bump may have done it. $76 to you. Final call. And now Queen's Rock is at $30 with Patty. Sean's already bid $35. Robin Glenn offered $15 for ELO. That's sold. Matt Barnhill gets Johnny Hartman for $22. And I Love Supreme, John Coltrane. This is a remaster. It's a modern remaster. Impulse, of course, $29.99. And then I've got another DVD here. Is this sealed? This is, I think, just a straight-up DVD. Classic albums. Yeah, this is a documentary DVD, Nirvana Classic Albums, and it's sealed, and we'll put that up for a $7 start. $7 start, Nirvana, Nevermind, classic albums there. What's Funk, Grand Funk, that's $14.99. What's Funk, Grand Funk, $14.99. And Junior Wells on tap. Junior Wells is $29.99. Junior Wells on tap, $29.99. So Queen's Rock is now at $50. Queen's at $65, and then Judas Priest is about to be sold to Tony for $76. Kristen Barnett on Coltrane for $20. Kristen, I'll do that. I'll bump you $2. We call that an old-fashioned Paul $2 bump. $2 bump on that one. Robbie Woods wants Grand Funk. Let's sell that to Robbie Woods. Also, Lindsey Buckingham, Go Insane. This is a Columbia Club copy. Lindsey Buckingham, Go Insane. Original on her sleeve, $19.99. Lindsey Buckingham, Go Insane. And Leon Bridges. On gold vinyl, Leon Bridges is $19.99 on gold vinyl. That is sold. Is that Grand Funk Railroad? That's all the same band. Yeah, Grand Funk Railroad. They dropped the Railroad off after, I think, the first couple albums. Maybe the first album. I'm going to take a drink of purple juice right quick. Give me 1 second, please. All right. Okay. And then Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe, 1989 USOG. The best members of Yes. That was a note from Laura. This is $49.99. Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe, $49.99 on that. All right, so let me figure all this out. A lot of activity early here already. Gary Wellman put JW 25. That was Junior Wells. Sell that to Gary Wellman for 25. Gary Wellman also got Lindsey Buckingham for 15. James Rayner, you're second. Queen got a new bid for 67. Kristen Barnett accepts the counteroffer at 22 on John Coltrane. Nirvana has a bid for 7. Coltrane's already sold. Rebecca has Nirvana at 7. Tony, you get Judas Priest for $76. Thank you on that. I think it's time to put up the very first auction record that was tagged tonight by Paul. So let's do that right now. Yeah, so this is essentially Yes, just not without Chris Squire. So they did an album without Chris Squire, and they called it Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe. That's essentially Yes, just missing the original bass player, Chris Squire. And it's a little bit tougher one to get, being late 80s, $44.99. Let's go ahead and put up a new auction. And this is an 88 U.S. Specialty Original. This is a 1988 U.S. Specialty Original with the original on her sleeves. Nice. U2 Rattle and Hum. And this is a $35 start. EX Edition, U2 Rattle and Hum. Let's go ahead and get that going. This is a Classic Albums DVD with rare performances, full length. It's a documentary with live footage, and it's sealed, and it has one bid for $7. Queensryche, just so everybody knows, Shakedown has it for $50, and he's about to get it. Okay? And then Queensryche, or Queen, David Johnson's out, and that's of Patrick at 67. Anderson, Buford, Rick, we might be a little bit too far apart on that one. I'll do this for $35. It was marked $44.99. Sorry, I heard 14. Okay, I was about to say, you probably had misheard me. Yeah, $44.99 on that one. $44.99. Thank you, Tony. Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite. That's a Barnes & Noble exclusive on red vinyl. Ben Harper of Charlie Musselwhite, $49.99 on that. And Buddy Guy live at Legends. Buddy Guy is sealed for $39.99. It's a 2013 on blue and white split vinyl. Buddy Guy is $39.99. The Nirvana has a new bid for $8, so Rebecca, you're out. U2 has one bid for $35. Now Nirvana's at $15. Let's go ahead and sell the Queen, and that's sold to Patrick for $67. That is sold for $67. All right, that's done. And now we have, let me put this in its sleeve here. All right. There's that. And that's done. And then Anderson Buford is sold to Mike Bartlett. I told Rick he could have it for $35. Rick, I'm assuming you're passing, because I'm going to go ahead and give it to Mark Bartlett for $35. Queensryche is sold to Shakedown for $50. Thank you. That's sold to Shakedown for $50. Appreciate that. Did I have another? What did I do with those other items? Oh, here they are. Yeah, let me get these other ones we sold. All right, thank you on that. Buddy Guy, Von Gillespie, $35 on that. Sell that to Vaughn for $35. Appreciate that. And next in here is Terje Rapadal, Miroslav Vitros, and Jack DeJohnette. I feel like I did a pretty good job on that. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. All right, so he did pass, so that does go to him. All right, so the first thing I have, let's go back to another Japanese pressing right quick. Howard Jones, Dream into Action. I feel like we had one of these last night. Here's another one. Lots of hits there on side one. Things can only get better. Life in one day. No one is to blame. Howard Jones is a $35 start. Still don't get these in U.S. pressings often for some reason. $35 start on that. This is sold to Matt Barnhill for $14. Nirvana has a Final Call to Rebecca for $15. Just got to make sure Ryan's out. U2 still sitting at $35. About to sell that one. Agnetha Folksong. That's from Agnetha ABBA. Agnetha ABBA, $24.99. John Coltrane is a 1975 Presswell, $44.99. A 75 Presswell, beautiful vinyl, like a beautiful 75 reissue. This originally came out, the early mid-60s. Beautiful copy here, $44.99. And we have Little Milton, If Walls Could Talk. Little Milton's a 1988 pressing, sealed, $19.99. All right, so Nirvana is sold to Rebecca for $15. Howard Jones has a bid for $35. U2 is sold just that one bid, surprisingly. Shannon Price for $35. And now we have a bid on Howard Jones, another bid on Howard Jones, and an offer on John Coltrane. All right. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and grab something from the advertised bin. How about we go back to the surprise crate right quick? Seems like there's a lot of interest tonight in a band called Judas Priest. Here's another one. A 1978 U.S. original. Around a VG Plus copy of Stained Glass. The cover does have a little bit of wear up here. Also looks like somebody took a Sharpie and tried to touch it up. So we'll have to call the cover VG or VG minus because of that. Technically it has writing, but no letters. It has a inner sleeve. I don't know if it's original. It says Warner Brothers. This is on Columbia. So this is going to go up for a $25 start. It's original, no original inner sleeve. $25 start. I don't know if that one actually came with an inner sleeve. Matt Barnhill gets to John Coltrane for $37. Has everybody hit the like button? Thanks for tuning in early tonight. We're going through a discount crate of really good stuff here. A Easter Everywhere 13.4 elevators. Easter Everywhere is a sealed copy, $29.99. Obviously a reissue. Mike Openshaw wants Stealing P. Let me know what that was. And then Junior Wales, In My Younger Days. 1972 UK Junior Wales, $19.99. Buddy Guy, A Man in the Blues, an 87 US, that's $34.99. And Luther Allison, Nightlife, $29.99. Some great blues there all in a row. Do I have any more DVDs from that batch that I just grabbed all those from? I don't. So let's go ahead and officially get into some 45s. And I think I can finally say that I've located possibly, maybe, some more New Orleans 45s. I've got baskets that I really hadn't finished going through. So let me grab these, and I'm just going to have to try to go through them and see what's left and get some of these sold. That's about the best thing I can do. So let me grab the first one I can see in here. And some of these are like, I think I remember the other night, I had several sealed. They're not really sealed. They're just taped shut. A lot of them came from Amoeba Records. Of course, we all know the discs are really nice with these New Orleans. So here's Boz Borer, B-O-Z-B-O-O-R-E-R, and here's the Impossible 5. And those are going to go up for $5 starts. It'll save me a lot of time from having to rip them open, et cetera, et cetera. And then we have Judas Priest 25, Purple Fuzzy on Zappa. Zappa is $39.99. $39.99. This is a buy it now best offer bin. Bo Carter, 1931. 1940 compilation of Bo Carter blues, $29.99 on Bo Carter. Also, Brand X Livestock. Brand X is EX $14.99, and Blue Cheer is a 68 US Super Clean, $49.99. I think that's the closest thing to. I got a lot of Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Bowie. I think that's the closest thing I have there. Okay, now let's go back up the top and see what happened. So Howard Jones got bids for 35, 35, 36. Judas Priest 25 already. Howard Jones 38. Tim Graham commented Nightlife. Let's find that. Nightlife, is that still in here? Is that something in here? Nightlife. Let me know. Tim Graham put Nightlife. And then we have Impossible 5 of a bid for 5. And then Boz with a bid for 5. Howard Jones 37, Impossible 5. I will go ahead and sell you the Zappa for $30. I will go ahead and sell you the Zappa for $30. Purple Fuzzy. Okay, great crate there. If anybody needs anything else, just let me know. Howard Jones has new bids. Judas Priest has one bid for 25, I believe. And he says 1 or 2 back. Nightlife. Luther Allison. That's sold to Tim Graham. Got it. Okay? Now Judas Priest has a new bid. So everything's getting new bids. One more read-through on this. This is the Rolling Stones at the Marquee Club, 1971, $59.99 with DVD. Betty Davis is $59.99. Betty Davis, $59.99. Loretta Lynn with cover damage, but it is a white label promo in mono. A white label promo in mono. VG Plus, $19.99. Gary Wellman put Blue Cheer, $35. Go ahead and sell that to Gary Wellman for $35. Von Gillespie put BG, $30. BG30 might have been for Buddy Guy. It is. That's sold to Von Gillespie for $30. Buddy Guy sold. So Stones, Betty Davis, Loretta Lynn. Leon Bridges was on Gold Vinyl, $19.99. Cheryl's out on Judas Priest. So Tony, you have that for $26. Now a final call to you. Howard Jones has a new bid. Howard Jones has a bid for $38 with Carmen Schartiger. I could have swore somebody already bid again. Now Judas Priest has a bid for $30. And these singles are our final calls. The Impossible 5 has a new bid for $6. And Boz Bohr has a bid with Robert for $5. Next is Ben Harper, Charlie Musselwhite. That's a Barnes & Noble exclusive on red vinyl for $49.99. Gary Wellman offered $10 for Loretta Lynn. I'll do $15 on that one, Gary. $15 on Loretta Lynn. Agnetha was $24.99. 2023 white vinyl. That's $24.99. Little Milton, if walls could talk. Little Milton is sealed for $19.99. Easter Everywhere, 13.4 elevators. That's sealed for $29.99. Junior Wells is a 72 UK, $19.99. Bo Carter is $29.99. And Brand X Livestock is EX $14.99. So Boz Bohr is sold to Robert Warner for $5. Howard Jones is now a final call. Carmen Schartiger, no, Sandy, I knew somebody bid $40. Sandy Villa has already bid $40 on this. So everybody's out. I missed Sandy. I knew somebody. I didn't miss it. I saw it, and then I couldn't find it. Sandy has it for $40. Sandy has it for $40. I'm glad I caught that. And now Judas Priest has a new bid. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put Howard. And if y'all decide you do want anything else in there, just let me know. I'm going to keep these right here behind me. That was a great Buy It Now Best Offer bin. We just took a big chunk out of there. And I saw the titles last night when I was condensing some of these crates. And I was like, whoa, we need to go through these. Look at all these great titles. And those are just waiting to make, waiting to get offers. They're all sitting there saying, please make an offer on me. Please. Please. All right, let me grab our crate of new stuff for tonight. This is the moment Jerry Stone lives for. This is the moment Jerry Stone lives for. What have I got here? Natasha. Okay. And we got some waiting lists too. So it's about time to bring out my backpack, just like Dora the Explorer. But so we can do waiting list. All right. Judas Priest 31, Terry's out. Carmen's out on that. And the Impossible 5 is at 7. 5 is at 7. So Robert, let me know if you want back in. And Ryan wants the Loretta Lynn for 15. Gary never did say sold or pass. I forgot about that one. Gary, someone else is going to take this if you pass. You never did say sold or pass. Up to you. If you say sold, it's yours. If not, Ryan says he'll take it. Unless I missed your comment. I don't think I did. All right, this could get very cool. Let me go ahead and grab a crate, a laptop. Oh, wow. I squatted down and now I'm regretting that. Great spine adjustment right there. It feels good in the store. I've been at my house where it's like 81 degrees because I don't have air conditioning. I might have to sleep here tonight, which I've done many a times. There used to be a couch in here, and that was dangerous. When I used to live about 45 minutes from here. Well, especially on the other side of town when I'd go to the gym and then have to go further back. It was like 45 minutes. And I have stayed many nights in this store. I've put down blankets and slept on the floor. I have slept on tables. Does Judas Priest have barcode? Judas Priest does not have a barcode. No, this is an OG pressing. This is an OG pressing. I forgot Gregory asked that. All right, so Ryan, you do get Loretta Lynn for 15. The Impossible is sold. The Impossible is sold to Purple Fuzzy for 7. And Howard Jones is sold to Sandy Villa for 40. All right. Sometimes building a business takes commitments that you didn't think maybe originally you had to do, like sleeping on the floor in the building or a couch or on the counter. I have slept on a folding table before. We are in Middle Tennessee, just east of Nashville. Tanner has videos of me, literally, he's come in before early and I've been like on the floor asleep. The Doobie Brothers, what were once vices are now habits. The Doobie Brothers is going to go up for a $35 start. It has the Japanese insert with it. a classic Doobie Brothers album, Another Park, Another Sunday, Whoa Black Water, a $35 start on that. So Gregory, the high bid on Judas Priest is Tony McDaniel at $31. It is about a VG minus cover and maybe around a VG plus disc. And let's get started with this crate. Everything in here is new and sealed. Here's another Suicidal Tendencies I have not had in a while. I always forget about this one. I can only get it from one distributor. Controlled by Hatred, Feel Like SHIT. That's on Fruit Punch colored vinyl. This is $33.99. Fruit Punch colored vinyl, $33.99. This is Suicidal Tendencies, $33.99. I have 2 copies on Fruit Punch colored vinyl. I haven't had to sleep on the floor or the table in a long time. I either go home to my nice bed that I really don't like, or I sleep on a couch, which I prefer. I don't really like sleeping on beds. Iron Maiden, Wembley Arena. I've always been a couch guy. Iron Maiden, Wembley Arena, red vinyl, $29.99. And that's been out of stock for quite some time. There's no waiting list. Red vinyl, December 18th, 1990, $29.99 on Iron Maiden. And we have Mayhem. And Mayhem, I've got 1 copy with torn shrink wrap. The other 2 copies are fine, and that's The Mysterious Dom Sathanamas. And that is Mayhem. And let's look up the waiting list there for Mayhem. Mayhem waiting list. Mayhem waiting list is who? We already got one for Cameron. Where is the other one? Where is the other one? Mayhem? Maybe that's it. I could have swore there was somebody else. You know what? I bet I'm going to have to go back to some of these sticky notes I hadn't purged yet again. I don't know if everything's been keyed in. I bet it hasn't. Yep, there it is. Rebecca Howitt. Rebecca Howitt. Rebecca Howitt. She knows fast. Yeah, here's the stuff that hadn't been processed yet. Muddy Water, Steely Dan. I've got all kinds. There's the Muddy Water Stones. I hope some of that stuff comes in. I'm going to get all that submitted tonight. I still got several to do. So there it is right there. Mayhem. Thank you, Rebecca. So there's 2 extra copies. Rebecca gets that one. I knew there was somebody because that was a weird number for me to have of that. And then we have Judas Priest. So let's see what happened here. Rebecca also got Suicidal Tendencies. And then Sean Holfer got an Iron Maiden bootleg. MT Mac got an Iron Maiden bootleg. Doobie Brothers got another $35 bid. So Terry bid $35 and Patrick bid $35. Now let's get a waiting list going for Iron Maiden. The first person is George Perez. The second person is John Cassidy. The third copy is Alonzo Breezy Brenzo Jr. And Mayhem is $38.99. I've got 2 copies left, 1 Suicidal Tendencies. Tony, at long last, you get the Judas Priest for $31. And Paul just brought over another Paul crate. I guess you want me to go through the one there on top first. Okay. I'll let you do whatever you want to do, Paul. And he says he's gone. That's so for $31. Appreciate it as always, Paul. I salute you for those about the rock. And Paul's brought up 4 crates. Let's see what I've got my chat pulled over here. My friends, Austin, Clay, Seth, Tanner, they're still complaining about Tennessee football. Well, Tanner's not. They relive horror of Tennessee football every day. I don't even know why they're in these group chats because it's dumb. I'm like, I can't think about Tennessee football every day. Okay, so this is Paul Conway on Iron Maiden. Paul Conway on Iron Maiden waiting list, okay? If anybody else wants on that, let me know. So the waiting list for Iron Maiden, George Sambarez, John Cassidy, Alonzo Breezy Brenzo Jr., Paul Conway, 4 people on that one. Agnetha was, from that last crate, Agnetha was opened. It was near mint minus on the vinyl, but it was opened. Yeah, it was not sealed. I haven't been to Logan's in a long time. I don't do Los Compadres. I eat at Mango's because they deliver. And I'm probably about to order some right now. This Suicidal Tendencies is called Controlled by Hatred, Feel Like SHIT. Next LP is Clutch, Strange Cousins from the West. Clutch is a double LP, $33.99 for Clutch. I'm actually about to order some food because I didn't eat before the sale. Clutch, Strange Cousins. Oh, man. I do this all the time. here's something else I screw up on. So this is supposed to be the name of the album, and right here is where I put whose name it is. I messed up, and I didn't put down somebody's name or two people's names. There's no telling. I put Strange Cousins instead of someone's name, and then I probably disposed of the list. So if you was on a waiting list for this, you might want to let me know. That one has been messed up by Chad. So I apologize, but it looks like I can get more. All right, and then Solarplex, if you do want Suicidal, let me know. Daniel Strom wants a clutch. Darren C. over on YouTube wants a clutch. There's one left, and now the Doobie Brothers, the Soda Terry Gearhart for 45. Thank you, and now let's get all new auctions going. Thank you, and let's get all new auctions going. Also, I'm trying to make arrangements for Metallica tomorrow with my friend group, and we're trying to figure out... I told everybody Seth wants to get there at like 8 a.m. in the morning, and I'm like, dude, have fun. I said, I'm going to wake up about 4 o'clock and roll into Nashville probably when Pantera's halfway through their set. I was like, I can't go to Metallica miserably tired because I just can't do it. I can't wake up after 3 hours sleep and for merch. They have some killer merch. The poster today for the pop-up show at Metallica was killer. It's a Tennessee Titans related poster. I wish I could have got it, but I can't go down there 5 days in a row and get merch. The Bloomin' Brothers and the Steelmen. There's the next two New Orleans singles. The Bloomin' Brothers and the Steelmen. We still got Clutch. And then New Order, Brotherhood. New Order is $38.99. But if anybody does happen to pick up an extra Metallica poster any night, I'll probably take it from you because I think they only allow you one. And so you probably can't get an extra one anyway. Just saying, but I can't go down there. C-Note. C-Note, thank you. You get New Order Brotherhood. C-Note, New Order Brotherhood. That is sold to C-Note. He was on a waiting list. I got 2 extra copies. Let's get some other auctions going. Let's go ahead and start getting into the deep crate that Paul has gotten ready for us here. I hope y'all are ready. We're going to be doing nothing but Paul auction records and doing the last Japanese as well. Here is a 1975, speaking of Japanese, Thelonious Monk Quartet. A 1975 Japanese reissue with insert. Actually, Laura got these ready last night. That's what she was doing last night. Thelonious Monk Quartet, Mysterioso. Monk is a 75 Japanese pressing, a $25 start. $25 start on that. That is done. What's the name of the blue juice? That is called Elevate. Sorry, I just now seen your question. Elevate, Rebecca. Elevate Coffee. Elevate Coffee. Agnetha is sold to Sid Blair for $20. Agnetha is sold to Sid Blair for $20. Thank you, Sid. That's so to you. All right, so New Order. Here is an Iron Maiden unofficial. Live in Japan, 1981. That's a double LP, $44.99 for Iron Maiden. 2 LP live there. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Muddy Waters Folk Singer. Muddy Waters is going to go up. And this is a 2002 U.S. 200-gram Quiex pressing with company or sleeve. Some of these have sold for over $100. Classic Records. I thought so. This is the Classic Records pressing of Muddy Waters Folk Singer. A $55 start. $55 start on that. Right now, the 2 New Orleans single, the Steelmen, have a bid for $5. All right. Talking Heads is on red vinyl. $33.99. Talking Heads. That is True Stories. It's on red vinyl. I have 2 of those for $33.99. I have 1 copy of Peter Murphy Deep. Peter Murphy Deep, $33.99. Let me check on Peter Murphy here, P-E-T-E-R. No waiting list for Peter Murphy, so these are still available, $33.99. Brothers has a bid as well from Robert for $5. William Howe does get an Iron Maiden. Jeff Hallwitz on New Order. This is all brand new stuff, new from distribution. Just showing it right now for the first time. The Allman Brothers, live in Pittsburgh, 1971, 2 LP on Pittsburgh steel gray colored vinyl and numbered on the back. Those are $36.99, $36.99. And then Pharoah Sanders. I've only got 1 of these. Oyster Club, France, 1971, July 18th, orange vinyl, Pharoah Sanders, $29.99. And then the Stooges on whiskey-colored vinyl. Should be a waiting list with Rebecca. Let's check right quick. The Stooges is ST. No, Rebecca, I think, got the last one. ST over on YouTube. Thank you, ST. This is the Stooges. The death of the 60s, the birth of punk. the legendary debut album from the Stooges with I Want to Be Your Dog, 69, and No Fun. That is sold. Also, we have Chris Bachek on Pharaoh Sanders. That's sold. Just tuning in. What is the Iron Maiden? It's a live unofficial Iron Maiden, Japan, 1981, double LP from Fallen Angel label, $44.99. These are sold for $5 and $5 to Robert Warner, and I can't believe it, but Muddy Waters and Monk are both buy it nows. Muddy Waters is a 2002 Classic Records pressing, just $55, no bid. Thelonious Monk, a 1975 Japanese pressing, no Obi, near mint minus and pristine, just $25. Now the board's cleared. Stooges is $33.99. Here is another Suicidal Tendencies, Lights, Camera, Revolution. This one might actually have a waiting list. Suicidal Tendencies, this is $39.99. I never can keep up with these. Maybe not. It's so many. I've had so many lately. There's another one, $39.99 on Suicidal Tendencies. That is available for $39.99. And then let's just figure out what happened here. First thing is ST price, Jared Inc. ST, Suicidal Tendencies. That one's 33. That one's 39, Jared Inc. And then Tim Colino gets Thelonious Monk, just $25. That's sold. Thank you. And then Romelu was second. And then Romelu got Muddy Waters, though, for $55. And then Ryan, you were second. Rod was next. And this is the only no bid tonight. The only no bid tonight is Eric Clapton, a Japanese pressing, a backlist for $25. I've got 3 copies. Here's another Iron Maiden. We've had these before, live in New York, $29.99. I have sold dozens and dozens and dozens of these. There was one person on a waiting list, Fred Cardinal. Fred Cardinal, thank you. And with that, my crate here has filled up very quickly and very fully. So let me go ahead and swap out. And let's start trying to fill up another empty crate tonight. 2's already full for tonight. That's absolutely fantastic. And let's grab another one. We filled up a gray crate, a black crate, or a red crate. Now let's fill up a black crate. All right. So first is Sean Holford on Iron Maiden, and I'm assuming that was for this one here. Sean, thank you. And then Terry Gearhart gets the Clapton buy it now for $25. Solarplex wants both Suicidal Tendencies, so there's one for him. And there's the other, unless Jared Inc. wants that other one. Those are sold to Solarplex. Cheryl gets an Iron Maiden, and then we got 2 copies. I ordered this because I listened to a copy the other night. We had a Japanese pressing we sold the other night with no Obi, and I dug it out and I put it on and played it because I remember selling it that night. I was like, man, it's just been a long time since I listened to that. Of course, one of my favorites, All the Young Girls Love Alice, Gray Seal, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, Love Lies Bleeding. I was like, I got to always keep this in stock. I think my mom also told me people come in here quite often and they are in the store. They're like, do you have Goodbye Yellow Brick Road? So we have a couple new LPs that I just always try to keep in stock. That's one of them, double LP, $44.99. John Cassidy gets that last. No, we're fresh out of Maidens. John Cassidy, I'll put you on a waiting list. Anybody else? I basically always have a waiting list for this. This is kind of like that Steely Dan bootleg. They come in just like little small increments. I think they're highly desirable. Great price, live concert, great sound quality. So we'll put John Cassidy, if he's okay with that, a waiting list. Holden wants a Yellow Brick Road. I have one left, and now we need all new auctions. Christopher, you just missed. Christopher, you just missed the Eric Clapton, but don't worry, there's a few more. Let's go ahead and put up the Soft Machine Volume 2. This is a 1969 U.S. original. Yes, Yellow Brick Road is new and sealed for $44.99. The Soft Machine Volume 2 is a 69 U.S. original EX, a $35 start. $35 start, the Soft Machine. Let's go ahead and knock out one more Japanese pressing right quick. And this one is going to be, I think there's one more in here I don't get as often. Well, I do have a couple Boz Skaggs, which honestly, we see him every night in the U.S. bins, but I don't think I'll get as many Japanese pressings. This is Silk Degrees with the Lido Shuffle. This is, and Low Down, big album from Boz Skaggs. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese booklet and a beautiful cover and obi. Boz is a $25 start. Melanie gets the last Yellow Brick Road. If anybody wants to go on a waiting list, that's fine. But let's also go ahead and make a note to order more of those. I've got 3 copies of Depeche Mode, $38.99. This one's really popular, London Dungeon. Depeche Mode live in 1993, 2 LP, and that is on purple vinyl. Teresa Brookshire was on a waiting list. Thank you, Teresa. Some people call her T-Rex. Depeche Mode is $38.99. That's so to Teresa Brookshire. Soft Machine has a bid for $35. The Cranberries. Everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? The Cranberries is a 25th anniversary edition. Abbey Road Studios remaster. Cranberries is $33.99. And the Soft Machine Volume 2 is a 1969 U.S. original EX condition. Nice. EX condition and a nice jacket. By the way, we're putting our auctions in some of these 4 mil sleeves. Oh, man, I just got kicked out of Restream. Hold on a minute. Let me log back in. Hopefully, I can keep up with the claims on my monitor right quick. They just booted me out of Restream. I've probably been signed in for like a week or something. That also means I've lost all bidding activity and claims. But that's okay because right now the most recent bids are on my screen, which is Soft Machine at 40 with Brent, and Holden has Boz for 25, and Terry Gearhart got a Depeche Mode. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Okay, and then I've got 2 copies of NXS Shabu Shabba. NXS is $33.99, and these are special requests for Natasha Pickett. So if anybody else wants these, we can get them for you. Fallout Boy and Fallout Boy, Folly Adieu and Infinity on High. So Fallout Boys, these are $46.99 each. $46.99 each. And Craig's comment didn't come through here, so let me reset. All right, so hopefully I can see everybody now. I can look up here on my monitor. Carmen Shaw Tiger, 42. Brent, you're out. And if anybody wants these, we can special order them for you. Those are Fallout Boys. And thank you, Natasha Pickett, okay? Thank you, Natasha Pickett. We can get those. Just FYI. Appreciate that, all right? Thank you. Appreciate that. All righty. Let's see what's going on here. Restream. Yeah, we use, what do we use? We use, we use Streamlabs to host and Restream to pull comments, is from what I understand. We use Streamlabs to host and Restream to pull comments. Speaking of that, what's going on here? Sorry, I'm working on something over here. Okay. There we have it. And Moses wants the Cranberries. Moses, thank you. That's so do you. Now, quick read through here. Thank you, everybody. We're about to go through a new crate of new arrivals that Paul has marked for tonight. He's gotten 4 crates up here. Wow. 4 crates up here, and we got plenty of auctions, okay? So Moses got a Cranberries. Here's what's left in here. Mayhem, the mysterious Dom Santananas, $38.99 for Mayhem. I've got 2 Mayhems, $38.99. Clutch, Strange Cousins from the West. Clutch is $33.99. New Order, Brotherhood, New Order, $38.99. Iron Maiden Japan, 1981, double LP, $44.99, Iron Maiden. Talking Heads, $33.99, True Stories, red vinyl. Peter Murphy, Deep, his 3rd solo album featuring Cuts You Up. Peter Murphy, $33.99. The Allman Brothers, live, classic, 1971 Pittsburgh, Record Store Day, gray vinyl, $36.99. The Stooges, self-titled on whiskey-colored vinyl, $33.99. Suicidal Tendencies, Lights, Camera, Revolution, $39.99. Depeche Mode, London Dungeon, $38.99. The Cranberries, everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? $33.99. And NXS, Shabu Shabba, limited edition clear vinyl, $33.99. Limited edition clear vinyl, $33.99. All right? There's that. And let's go ahead and go through that other new crate. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? That's one of my first things I'm going to ask you to do, please. I'm going to be like, please make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. Please make sure you've hit the like button on YouTube. And I would greatly appreciate it. That's all I ask. That's all I ask tonight. And, of course, to buy something. I'd appreciate it if you bought something, too. But especially to go ahead and hit the like button. Make sure you subscribed. All of that. Carmen Shark Tiger gets in excess. Now, I hadn't updated these auctions in a while, and because I still see bids coming in. However, Soft Machine has stalled out at 47. Carmen Shark Tiger. Brent Robley, you've been outbid. And now Boz Skaggs is at 40 with Terry, and the other two bidders are out. So Boz is at 40 out, and Brent, you're out on the Soft Machine, just FYI. And thank you, Cameron, and everybody else that just bought something out of there. Let's go ahead and bring over a new crate of new stuff. And we're going to probably go through this Paul crate. We'll probably show, I got a couple crates over here of new vinyl that's going to be a speed run from previous weeks that maybe hadn't been shown in a while. We're going to knock some of that out. And Paul has stacked these in the order in which he wants me to go through them. So he has stacked these in the order in which he wants me to go through these, okay? And I will go ahead and give a heads up. A little bit earlier than normal, I may pause for like 5 minutes and go get something to eat. A lot, definitely not by 10 or 11, probably like in the next half hour or so. So I'm going to try to go through as much because I don't want to lose anybody on the chat, but also I'm going to have to definitely go take care of that right quick. So there's my phone charging, great. Soft Machine out, Boz Skaggs. We'll go ahead and sell that to Terry for 40, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce a couple more auctions. And I'm going to go ahead and eat now. That way it's off my mind. And so we can go all night long again, showing these new arrivals. And I know going through some discount bins, like half off lure crates. Uh-oh, that could be coming up. Brent, looks like you're going to get the Soft Machine. Final call to you. All right, so these are new arrivals, sticker price. New arrival sticker price from Paul. We have Eddie Cochran Great Hits, $9.99. And for those that don't know, if I say Paul, Laura, John, those are... Obviously, if you're new, you probably don't know this. Those are people who work here, and they price records for us, and they do an amazing job. And I think they always try to mark anything and everything, but sometimes they tend to mark stuff that, you know, they think y'all are going to buy. So we have a whole warehouse here full of vinyl, like tens of thousands of albums. They pull stuff out. They mark stuff that they like, and sometimes they just mark stuff that they think people's going to buy. And they clean them, they check them, they all do a great job. And of course, if I had any three of them not here, we would definitely be shorthanded. So here we go for our next auction. And this is a 68 US original. It is an OG with the textured cover, Blue Cheer, Venturus eruptus. It does have the textured cover. It is VG. It's a $15 start. Soft Machine is sold to Brent Robley for $49. What am I eating? I just ordered some fajita burritos. From Mangoes. Steak fajita burritos with bean and rice, chips and salsa, and cheese dip. And I'm going to have to go knock that out whenever they deliver it here in about a half hour. I'm very hungry, and I'll be able to focus better. Brent Robley got Eddie Cochran. Holden was second. Blue Cheer already has a bid. How about Gary B.B. Coleman, One Night Stand? That is sealed for $19.99. Any Santana. Joseph, those kind of records could pop up at any time. So I don't know what's in these crates, and neither does anybody else watching. It's all random selection. So anything could pop up at any given time. Let's go ahead and put up David Bowie, the man who sold the world. This is a 1983 U.S. pressing. It is nice EX, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on David Bowie. Also, the colors of the day, the best of Judy Collins, $9.99 on Judy Collins. The Doobie Brothers, the Captain of Me, Whoa, China Grove. We sold one of those last night, $14.99, and their hit song Long Train Running's on there. The Dynatones, Shameless. The Dynatones is $9.99. Blue Cheer has a bid for $15. Bowie has a bid for $25. The East St. Louis Gospelettes, Love is the Key, an original 1977 U.S. Soul Funk Disco album, sealed, $149.99. $149.99. That must be a good one. It's sealed, $1.50, 150 decimal. We have Harry Chapin's Greatest Hits. That's a double LP. Harry Chapin, $14.99. And Broken Home. Broken Home is a 1980 U.S. pop rock album. That is sealed for $9.99. Larry Gatlin's Greatest Hits. The Gatlin Brothers. Larry Gatlin, that's $9.99. Also, we have there's a couple words on here. I can't say that right now. That word right there. Why? It's not wanting to come out of my mouth. It's a I can't say it. I can hear it. It's not wanting to work. And then I also don't know what it also says on the cover. What does that say? The Agape Force, a potpourri. There we go. I think I did it. A potpourri. And that is sealed. A Christian rock album, $9.99. Blue Cheer has a new bid for 20. Arnold Adams on the Gatlin Brothers. Or Larry Gatlin, whichever. It's actually Larry Gatlin's Greatest Hits, but that's from, of course, the same person. That's sold to Arnold Adams. And now, are we done on David Bowie? 25 was the last bit on that. Let me try to throw up another single right quick. This is Phantom Planet. Phantom Planet's going to go up for a $5 start. Potpourri. Thank you. Potpourri, yeah. That T throws me off every time. Why did they put the T in there? What in the world? Somebody messed up on that one. Potpourri. See how much easier it'd be if they didn't put the T in there? I've always said, I was like, boy, somebody messed up on that one. They accidentally left a letter in there. Bay City Rollers, Greatest Hits, $9.99. Bay City Rollers. Pat Benatar, Precious Time, $14.99. $14.99. Precious Time. Pat Benatar, no condition notes on that. No condition notes on that. If I can get it back in its sleeve. Oh, no, there we go. And then we also have the Association Live, $14.99. The Association Live. And now we have David Bowie. Wow, just one bid. Sold to Rebecca for $25. That's highly unusual. That's sold to Rebecca for $25. We have Phantom Planets for a $5 start. Whoop. And then Bowie just got a new bid for $26, and I've already sold it. I didn't think anybody else was going to bid. Blue Cheer is OG First Label. This is a 1968 U.S. original Phillips Black Label. This is OG, and the high bid on this was Vicky Yoshikawa. Boy, Vicky, I'm going to have to start calling you Vicky Y. 21 on Blue Cheer. That is the high bid. Two people have asked where it is and what the label. And then William, I would have loved to take your bid on that, but I've already sold it. And then Robin on BCR, that's Bay City Rollers. That is sold. And we have Extreme Prejudice, the original motion picture soundtrack, music composed by Jerry Goldsmith. That is sealed for $19.99. And we have Endless Love soundtrack. This has the song Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You, sealed for $14.99. The Well-Tempered Synthesizer of Walter Carlos, that is $14.99. And Jim Croce's Time in a Bottle, Jim Croce's Greatest Hits, $14.99. New bid on Blue Cheer. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. Here's another Boss Skaggs, down two and then left. Boss Skaggs, another opportunity. This one looks really nice. It's going to go up as well for a $25 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. It has the Japanese booklet. It has the Obi, a $25 start. Jim Croce, Operator, That's Not the Way It Feels. We have a Super Disc pressing of Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere. This requires a DBX decoder. For you to actually play this, it requires a DBX decoder. $24.99. The Dale's Greatest Hits, $14.99. Otherwise, I think it sounds like just horrendous. It's either really like no volume or it just sounds really bad. I've played one before that required one, and best of my memory, it sounded like horrible. You got to have like a special decoder to play those. Probably somebody watching could tell you more about it than me. Seals and Crofts Greatest Hits, $14.99. Summer Breeze Makes Me Feel Fine. My speech is already slurred tonight. This is due to lack of sleep and lack of food. So I'm getting there, folks. Phantom is sold to Robert Barnett for $5. Thank you, Robert. That is sold to you. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you. And now let's go ahead and say Blue Cheer's a final call. And Blue Cheers, a final call to Ivan. And no bid yet on Boz Skaggs. David Sanborn, Hideaway. David Sanborn is $14.99. And Larry Santos is a 1975 promo, $14.99. And one more here, Saga, Worlds Apart. Saga is EX condition, $17.99. Saga, Worlds Apart. We got Blue Cheer and Boz Skaggs is a final call for a $25 start. And I have the best of the Crusaders, which is a double LP, VG Plus, $11.99. And the Cockney Rejects, the Wild Ones, a UK import, VG condition, $9.99. Ivan, you get Blue Cheer for $25. Thank you, Ivan. That is sold to you for $25. And next, let's pull another one here from this crate. Let's go ahead and get started with this right here. We have a beautiful no condition note copy. This is a beautiful no condition note copy of Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti. Beautiful. There's no condition notes. It's a 1975 U.S. specialty. The vinyl, Laura, and y'all know how strict she is, has graded this. No, like she'd even put EX plus. No condition notes. EX plus, near mint minus. Led Zeppelin is a $35 start. $35 start on that. Led Zeppelin, a beautiful OG copy. No bid on Boz Skaggs. It's going to go up for a $25 buy it now. Down to then left. Somebody wants to pick that up, you can right now. Down to then left, a $25 buy it now on Mr. Boz there. Should have said a $35 start. Should have said a $35 start. All right, Bob Reiger wants a clutch from the last bin. Sorry, I keep bumping the camera. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of fact. And then let's pull a clutch. Are you sure there was one left? There was one left. And let's pull that for Bob Reiger. I apologize to whoever possibly, even though they may or may not even know they was on a wait list. I must have keyed it in wrong. I put clutch, strange cousins, and I didn't actually put a name. So that's so to Bob Reiger. Rebecca on Broken Home. Is that in this crate here? Broken Home. Was that in this crate, Rebecca? Or maybe, yeah, it is. That's so to Rebecca. Thank you, Rebecca. And then Shannon Price on Cockney Rejects. And then Joseph on HC, JC, and Crusaders. HC, JC, and Crusaders. Are those all claims, Joseph Fernandez? JC's probably Jim Croce, right? HC is Harry Chapin. And then you want the Crusaders greatest hits. Did you just do a threefer? And if you're a first-time buyer, I need to get your information, okay? And Led Zeppelin right now has one bid for $35 of Daniel Strom. $35 of Daniel Strom. Also, we have Diodato 2. That's EX $12.99. Diodato 2. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is cooking with the Miles Davis Quintet. Miles Davis is sealed. It's a 2020 reissue, mono sealed. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Miles Davis, cooking with a Miles Davis Quintet, a 2020 US sealed. That's going to go up for a we'll do a $20 start on that. Okay? Now, Joseph gets these three records, Harry Chapin, Jim Croce, and Crusaders. Hey, Joseph Fernandez, thank you and welcome. We just need to get you registered on Collectco. John Griffin, Bay City Roller is already sold. Somebody grab that one immediately. Fast. I need your email address and mailing address. Email address and mailing address. Please go ahead and send that to Collectco. We've already had about 3 first-time buyers tonight. Hopefully everybody's here because they've seen the Facebook ad. If you're new and you're just tuned in, as you can see, we have new buyers and we have people that's been buying from us for years. You can buy with confidence. Small business here in Lebanon, Tennessee. Small but mighty is the way I like to think of us in the record industry. So welcome, everybody. $7 unlimited shipping. As much as you want to buy, we'll take care of you. We'll invoice you on Monday, but we do need your invoice, or excuse me, we do need your information. We do billing just once a week, $7 limited shipping. Where do I send it? You send it to Collectco's Facebook Messenger. So if you click on this main page, you should be able to find us pretty easily. There should be a link and or should be a button for that, okay? Tanner needs a 6-digit code that was just sent to my email. All right. There we have it. So before all that was Miles Davis did get a bid for 20, and then Pat Fratt asked how much was Saga. It's EX 1799. EX 1799. Bay City Rollers already sold. Miles Davis 20. Miles Davis 20. Led Zeppelin 36. William Howell's the first time buyer as well. Welcome everybody. Led Zeppelin 38. Benatar. Pat Benatar is right here, and Solarplex, it's $14.99, a U.S. original nice. Led Zeppelin 39.40, Miles Davis 22, Led Zeppelin 40, 41, and 42. Jeff, let me check our inbox and see if I got that. Jeff, let me check my inbox and see if I got that. And Jeff. Jeff, we have got your information. I'm going to send you back a thanks. Okay? There you go. We're good. Led Zeppelin 42, and Solarplex does get Pat Benatar. All righty. So I just want to clarify for a second. This Led Zeppelin is a beautiful copy. It is OG. There's no condition notes. It has all the inserts. This is absolutely beautiful. Okay? And the high bid on this is $42 with Daniel Strom. Daniel Strom. Von Stom's out. Daniel Strom has it for $42. I don't think we're done. It's way too nice. Way too nice of a copy. And then our second auction is cooking. Miles Davis Quintet, a sealed 2020 pressing. Fred Cardinale has it for $22. The other bidder, Jared Inc., has been outbid. Okay? We pulled Pat Benatar. And then Saga, the last bid on Saga was, or the last question was EX 1799. Saga, Worlds Apart, EX Edition 1799. Neil Diamond, Hot August Night. Neil Diamond is EX Condition, $16.99 on Neil Diamond. The Carpenters, Close to You. The Carpenters is in shrink wrap, EX 12.99. Jimmy Buffett, A1A. Jimmy Buffett is EX Condition, $16.99 on Jimmy Buffett. The Birds, Untitled, VG Plus $19.99. There is some cover damage right here. VG Plus $19.99. Led Zeppelin's at 43. Now it's at 45. And now Miles Davis is at 23. That's where we're at. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Carol thinks I'm a little droggy tonight. I'll take that. Now, don't get me fired up like Jim B did last night. Jim B said, I hadn't spent any money this week. And then about 2 hours later, he spent $1,000. I think I'm somewhat sleep deprived and food deprived, but we're getting there. We got Bangor Flying Circus, VG $9.99. Tim Graham on Carpenters and Neil Diamond. That's sold to Tim Graham and Tim Graham. And here at last, the BG's Live, VG Condition, $9.99. Sculation of the Heart, VG Plus, $9.99. And Stan the Man's hit record, Stan Musial. What a cool record. A cool baseball collectible, too. Stan the Man is VG Condition, $11.99. And the Nutty Squirrels, A Hard Day's Night. This is the original Chipmunks doing Beatles, VG $14.99, and other songs, Do Why Diddy and Pretty Woman on that. Okay, so Miles Davis is now at $25 for Fred Cardinale. Gary Wellman, you're out. And now Led Zeppelin's at $51. Robin Glenn on the BGs here at last. Thank you, Robin. That's so to you. Also, we have Stray Cats Built for Speed, EX Edition $22.99. Kelly on the Chipmunks there. What a cool. Also, it's a Phillips 66 gas promotional record. These were probably either sold or given away at like Phillips 66 gas stations. My grandfather used to own some of those. Lights Out, he owns some service stations in Smith County, Phillips 66. Lights Out, UFO, VG Condition, $14.99. Greg Herman wants Stan the Man. Thank you, Greg Herman. That's so to you. Shannon Price on Stray Cats. Thank you. And then Charles wants info on BGs, already sold. Rick wants info on Cats, already sold. The Classic Performances of 10 Years After, VG Plus $14.99. And Ivory. Ivory is a 1968 US. It is a psych record, $49.99. $49.99 for Ivory. Ivory self-titled. Okay, now Miles Davis, Gary Wellman just bid 28. Fred, you're out. Led Zeppelin still getting bids. So let's introduce a third auction right quick, okay? Let's introduce a third auction right quick. And this is going to be, let's do this one right here. Roots of the Blues, Post-War Blues. Roots of the Blues, Post-War Blues. This is a 1989 Denmark original compilation. A 1989 Denmark OG compilation. A $15 start on Roots of the Post-War Blues. Roots of the Post-War Blues. Let me go back here. And Vicky, can we make sure we get your information? I've also, another reason I've kind of been going back and forth, we've had a lot of first-time buyers tonight. And Vicky, I want to make sure I have your information, which we don't have yet. Okay, and since I think I've already sold you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now 6 records. Please make sure before I tag you, have you sent it via Square or did you send it through Facebook Messenger? Let me check Facebook. Let me check our Square messages. Okay, I don't have it through Square either. Oh, I think she says I will send it. Okay. All right. And has anybody else? Let me check on a couple things, please. Okay. If you're new, I need your email address and your mailing address. One second, please. All right. So let me reach out to Tanner and Ed right quick. And for those that wondering what's going on right now, so what we do is if we have a first-time buyer, what I first do is I try to purge, we make sure we get their information, and then we kind of, if you're brand new and you start buying a lot, sometimes we might ask you to go ahead and prepay. And so if you're new and you start buying quite a bit, we might ask you to go ahead, like Tanner might send you like a $150 invoice to go ahead and pay. There's like 2 people borderline that we might have to do that tonight. Just because y'all are brand new and you've bought quite a bit, and we may go ahead and send you an invoice. So if you send us, $150, we know that you have money and you're good to go. Maybe $200. Some people buy something really expensive. We go ahead and ask for them to pay right away. So I'll I'll keep a monitor on that. Sorry for the timeout. The last thing was Stan the Man was sold to Greg Herman. Shannon Price got Stray Cats. Miles Davis got a bid for 28, which means Fred got outbid. Led Zeppelin got a new bid for 55. And then Vicky did get this Ivory record, Vicky Yoshikawa. And then Brent got Bangor, which was right here. Miles Davis got a new bid for 30. Hendry, these are new arrivals. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe you were asking. Yes, that is $15, $14.99. Led Zeppelin, 56. Roots of the Post-War Blues was an 89 Denmark compilation. Rod's already bid 15. Led Zeppelin, 58. Led Zeppelin out. And we have Led Zeppelin, 60. And Hendry said sold on UFO. Okay, sorry for the timeout. So here is where we're at, okay? And we have Sean Holford second on UFO. There are 3 live auctions at the moment, which is Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti, and Christopher S. just bid 60. It's a beautiful OG copy. $60 on this. $60 on this. This is a 2020 sealed pressing of Cookin' with the Miles Davis Quintet. The most recent bid on this was Fred Cardinale at $30, and Gary Wellman did go out. And then Roots of Post-War Blues, an 89 Denmark compilation. And this has one bid with Ron Bryan for $15. Rod Bryan has that for $15. Let's read through these one more time quickly. If you need a price, just let me know. Gary B.B. Coleman, the colors of the day, the best of G.D. Collins, the Doobie Brothers, the Captain and Me, the Dynatones, the East St. Louis Gospelettes, Potpourri, the Association Live, Extreme Prejudice soundtrack, Endless Love soundtrack, the Well-Tempered Synthesizer, Walter Carlos, Rita Cooted Super Disc, the Dale's Greatest Hits, Seals and Crofts Greatest Hits, David Sanborn Hideaway, Larry Santos, Diodato 2, Saga, Jimmy Buffett A1A, The Byrds, Osculation of the Heart, and the classic performances of 10 Years After. Okay? That means who was the next bidder on Led Zeppelin before Christopher? Because whoever it was, they hadn't set out and no one else has bid again. Christopher had it for 60. Sandy Villa. It goes back to Sandy Villa on that. Sandy Villa on that. And then Miles Davis is sold to Fred for 30. And the Blues compilation is $15. Blues compilation is sold for $15. Now, Patrick Lear on Gary B.B. Coleman. Patrick Lear, this is sealed for $19.99, unopened. The Dales, that was the greatest hits of the Dales. This is $14.99. The Dales, $14.99. Dales, $14.99. And then Led Zeppelin, the last bid on that is Christopher S. at 60, okay? All right. Okay. All right. And then David V. Said he will take the Dales. David V. said he will take the Dales. And this is sold to David V. And then there's Gary B.B. Coleman. All right, let's go through another Paul crate and introduce some more auctions. I got another one over here, and I'm going to go ahead and run through it right now. And let's do this right this moment. Brand new stuff here that Paul's marked. It looks like killer stuff. Let's run through these and go ahead and put up new auctions, okay? Is the new vintage. Let's see. The record I just showed was an original Gary B.B. Coleman. Yes. All right. There's that. Well, Tanner's supposed to be helping me right now, but he just logged into my Disney Plus account. which somehow Seth also has access to, and 3 people have my Netflix. I don't know how this happens. But yes, Gary B.B. Coleman is sealed $19.99. It's definitely a vintage copy. 1988, if that's what you're asking. Sorry, Patrick. All right, and then Christopher Estes get Led Zeppelin. So, Tanner, I was like, Tanner, I might need your help with some stuff tonight, and I just got a notification that he logged in my Disney Plus. Okay, and then here is Led Zeppelin. This sold to Christopher S. for $60. Sounds like I got some good help tonight, right? Sounds like I got some great help helping me. All right, let's go ahead and get rolling with another auction. Let's go ahead and put out Pink Floyd. I'm very curious what version this is. Laura has this as a 1973 U.S. Jacksonville original. The first cover, it has Interpale patents pending written inside gatefold. Wow, I've never noticed that. Patents pending. What patent? Interpack patents pending. Maybe some kind of new jacket they were using. I don't really know. But this is VG Plus, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. He's watching Andor. You're exactly right. He's trying to get me to watch it. And I was like, dude, I'm on 3 hours sleep. I haven't ate in 2 days, and I'm trying to run a sale, and everybody's trying to get me to watch all this stuff on these streaming services. And I'm like, I don't have time. I don't even have time to eat and sleep. Next thing we have is Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On. This is really cool. It's a white label promo. Some of these in near mint condition have sold for as much as $180. And right now, there's none for sale. Some of these in near mint have sold for as much as $180, and there's none for sale. None for sale. This one's nice, too. EX condition. Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On. It's a white label promo, and I'm going to put it up for a $75 start. $75 start. Those are up for bid. And Pink Floyd is VG Plus OG. VG Plus, no stickers, no posters, just the disc. And then there's Fleetwood Mac, a $75 start. That is nice EX. Now, we're going to do a speed run on this new arrivals Paul crate. I'm going to go up front and grab a bite to eat, and I'm not going to end the stream, but we still got a whole crate here to go through. So I wouldn't go anywhere for a while because I'm about to go through a lot of cool records. Here's the first one, Jimi Hendrix Isle of Wight. Jimi Hendrix is $34.99. Jimi Hendrix Isle of Wight, $34.99. We have Fleetwood Mac at $80. Fleetwood Mac's at $80. No bid on Pink Floyd. Lonnie Smith and George Benson, Europa Jazz, an Italian import, $14.99. $14.99 on that. And we don't, Darren, you're fine. Darren, you're fine right now. We really don't send out invoices early unless we kind of need to. Modern Jazz Quartet at Music Inn, guest star Sonny Rollins. Sonny Rollins, Modern Jazz Quartet. That's a mid-70s press of $19.99. Bill Sammis is sold to Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix is sold to Bill Sammis. Charlie McCoy. Charlie McCoy is a German import, $9.99. Fred Carnell, second on Jimi Hendrix. The Kinks presents a soap opera, a Canadian import. The Kinks, $19.99. Santana, Borboleta with the foil cover, $19.99 on that. Jared Inc. on Modern Jazz Quartet. No bid on Pink Floyd. We're about to sell it. Only one bid on Fleetwood Mac for $80 with Charlie Marks. The reason I shifted those over is so I could go ahead and put up another auction, which is Roosevelt Sykes, the Honey Dripper. And Roosevelt Sykes is a 1969 U.S. reissue in EX edition. And this is a $25 start. $25 start. Also, we have Barefoot and Jerry. Barefoot Jerry, $9.99. Jimmy G and the Tackle Heads, Tack Heads, the Federation of Tack Heads, produced by George Clinton, $24.99 on that. Also, the Yardbirds Little Games. It's a 2020 Sundays pressing in mono. Didn't know they ever really reissued that one. Sundays, $29.99. $29.99. Also, we have the best of Hank Williams' original Drifting Cowboys live on the radio, sealed, $34.99. And Jimi Hendrix live at Winterland. That's on orange vinyl, $29.99. Jimi Hendrix at Winterland, $29.99. That's on orange vinyl. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to go up front and get my food off the counter, off the barrel before a homeless guy takes off running with it. Man, we got a lot of cool records tonight. Man, we got a lot of cool records tonight. All right. Man, trying to figure out what's happened here. It's all kind of smushed together, but I'll take it. Let me go put this somewhere very safe. If this gets lost or damaged, then the whole night is ruined. If that gets lost or damaged, we are all in bad shape, especially me. All right, I had to make sure it was real and it existed. All right, so let's go back up to the top. Modern Jazz Quartet, Chet Baker request, Jimi Hendrix OG. This here is like new. This is, if you're asking about this one, this came out in 2020. That came out in 2020. How much was Santana? Santana's $19.99. And now here's what we're going to do. Fleetwood Mac is just got one bid with Charlie Marks. That's sold for $80. That was a great deal, none for sale. Nobody bid on Pink Floyd, a 73 US original. No bid on Dark Side of the Moon. It's $35. It's $35. And then final call to get a bid on Roosevelt Socks. Roosevelt Socks is a $25 start. So Pink Floyd's a $35 buy now. Roosevelt Socks, final call on that. Now let's go back to the top. What is the Yardbirds? This is a 2010 Sundays Mono Remaster, $29.99. Also, Anthony Braxton Duets, 1976. Anthony Braxton's a 1976 US promo, $19.99. What's the deal on Pink Floyd? What's Pink Floyd? Pink Floyd Condition. T-Rex is a 1980s US reissue. It's Pink Floyd original. Sandy Villa wants Pink Floyd. Can you tell me more about the Pink Floyd? T-Rex Electric Warriors, an 80s reissue, $29.99. And The Crazy Beat of Gene Vincent. Gene Vincent's a 1977 French import in mono. That is $14.99 for Gene Vincent. Next auction, we've had now 2 requests for Chet Baker. In the auction bin, I have the Stones, Velvet Underground, Pink Floyd, Lightning Hopkins, Fleetwood Mac, Kenny Burrell, Miles Davis, Bo Diddley, Buddy and the Juniors, Miles Davis, John Coltrane, Jimi Hendrix, Plan 7 or 9, John Lee Hooker, Booker T, Wilson Pickett, Terrence Carter, James Brown, Muddy Waters, Captain Beefheart, John Coltrane, Otis Spann, Albert Collins, Big Bill, Chet Baker, Lee Morgan. So let's grab a Chet Baker and let's grab a Booker T. Let's grab those 2 right here, okay? Now, so here's what's going to happen on Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd was up for the longest and no one bid. And then I've ended it and about 7 people want it. So here's who has dibs. This is a 1973 U.S. Jacksonville OG with the first cover that mentions patents pending inside the gatefold. It's VG Plus. It has no posters and no stickers, just a nice VG Plus and a nice jacket. It's either in this order. It's either Charles Siebert, sold or passed, David Campbell, sold or passed, Sandy Villa's 3rd, Ryan Eaton's 4th. $35 buy now. So it's going to be sold to somebody. 3rd in line's already claimed it, 2 people ahead of her. Back up at the top. We had a question about the Yardbirds. I answered that. Then several questions about Pink Floyd. Brent Robley put TV, GC, and he meant GV. Gene Vincent, and so did Brent Robley. Brent Robley first on that. Gary Wellman was second. And then Charlie Marks requested Fleetwood Mac. Brent Robley requested Albert Collins. Info on Anthony Braxton. I have an OG. I absolutely will pass on Pink Floyd. So the next person in line is David Campbell. I'm waiting for a sold or a pass. Next is Eddie Cochran, a 79 UK mono. Eddie Cochran's $19.99. Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun. Billy Thorpe is $19.99. And Clarence Wheeler and the Enforcers, The Love I've Been Looking For, a white label promo, $19.99 on that. And Gina Raven is $14.99. Nobody bid on Roosevelt Socks. He is a $25 buy it now, a 1969 U.S. reissue, and the buy it now price on Roosevelt Socks is $25. $25 on Roosevelt Socks. All right, and now we have Chet Baker Quintet. Chet Baker Quintet is a 1966 U.S. original, VG condition. Some of these have sold for as much as $110. Chet Baker is a $25 start. Booker T, Green Onions. Booker T is a 2002 U.S. reissue in mono. It is a reissue in mono. EX condition from Sundays, $15 start. Brent Robley first on Eddie Cochran. Charlie Marks first on Billy Thorpe. Fred Cardinell on Gina Raven. Those are all sold. Now, I never did hear back from David Cordell. So let's go ahead and give this to Sandy Villa. David Cordell's time has expired. Sandy Villa gets that for $35. Sandy Villa gets that for $35. Info on Anthony Braxton. Is that here in the bin? It is. I thought that was an auction record. A 1976 U.S. promo with Muhal Richards Abrams. It's from a KMI Jazz label. $19.99 on that. Next is Baby Grand Ancient Medicine. Baby Grand is in shrink wrap, $12.99. Jimi Hendrix, second time around. Jimi Hendrix is a Swiss import, $29.99. And Johnny Cash, The Walls of a Prison. Johnny Cash is in VG Plus condition, $9.99 for Johnny Cash. We also have His Hand in Mine, Elvis Presley, nice, a 64 U.S. mono in VG in shrink with the original price tag. That would be a cover upgrade for somebody, $12.99. Booker T has a new bid for $17 with Charlie Marks. Chet Baker doesn't have a bid. I'm about to sell it. I'm about to sell Chet Baker for a $25 bot now if nobody bids. Next thing I have is Don Shirley Trio, Waterboy. Don Shirley is a 65 US, VG Plus $14.99. Gary Wellman got Johnny Cash. Gary gets Johnny. Johnny sold to Gary. Also over here, we have what and who, and we have another auction going up. And that other auction is going to be something. I don't know, but let's do it. Let's go ahead and try John Coltrane here. John Coltrane is a French pressing, unknown year. It's around VG or VG minus, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. It's a French pressing of unknown year. John Coltrane Volume 4, $15 start. So Johnny Cash went to Gary. James was second. John Dodd on AB, and AB was for Anthony Braxton. Thank you, John Dodd. Robert Barnett next on Johnny Cash. Now Chet Baker has a bid for $25. Now Chet Baker has a bid for $25. Now Booker T has a bid for $20. Now Chet Baker has another bid for $25. Michael McCullen got Shirley Scott. Chuck Haley got Elvis. Those are sold and sold. And now we have a new bid on Chet Baker for $30. And we have the Kinks, Live Kinks. VG Plus $19.99. Now Charlie Marks has Booker T for $25. Now John Coltrane is a $15 start. And that's a French pressing, unknown year of Coltrane Volume 4. We have Nazareth, Loud and Proud. It has a promo sticker taped to the front, and it actually is a white label promo, VG $14.99. So, David Hoy, you're out on Chet Baker. John Dodd, you're out on Chet Baker. Tim Colino, you're out on Chet Baker. Booker T's now at 28, which means Charlie Marks, you're out. And we have a request for the beef heart. And I'm going to make John Coltrane quickly a bot now. If no one claims, it's up to y'all. Or if no one bids, I'm going to go through this crate and then take a quick pause probably. Ryan on Colt for 15. Ryan Inalls. Inalls? Am I saying your last name right? Ryan E. Gary Wellman on Nazareth. That is sold to Gary Wellman. Santana Moonflower. Santana's VG Plus $16.99. Moonflower Gatefold 2LP. And we have the Who's next. Covers and shrink, and it is on the first label. Deca Color Bars, $14.99 on that. Coltrane does have a bid for $15. We're about to sell it to perhaps a first-time buyer, Ryan Inalls, and that is at $15. And then Chet Baker's at $32 with John Dodd, and Booker T's at $30, which means Gary Wellman, you're out. We have War, All Day Music, VG Plus $19.99 on War, and Billy Preston, the most exciting organ ever. That's early Billy Preston there. That is pretty cool. He's on VJ here. Billy Preston, it is VG $9.99. Brandon in Delaware. Okay. Brandon in Delaware, you got it. So thank you. And we have Gary Wellman, Santana. Santana Borboleta was $19.99, gold foil cover. And we have Newgrass Revival, 72 US VG $12.99. Brent Robley on that Billy Preston, never seen that one before. The Coltrane is called Volume 4. It's a gatefold. It's a French pressing on Monkey Records. It's a French pressing of an unknown year. And it has one bid for $15. And now Brent Robley on Billy Preston. Gary was second, Holden third. Gary's out on Booker T. and Charlie has that for 30. We're about to sell it to him. What about Chet Baker? Chet Baker's at 32 with John Dodd. That means Rod Bryan, you're out on Chet Baker. And let's keep going in here. And then Santana was $19.99, Gary. Borboleta. We have Hot Rod Hootenanny. Wow, is this an original? It is. A 63 mono. It's $24.99. It is G+, but that right there is just for the cover. Wow, look at that. Hot Rod Hootenanny featuring the Weirdos. It is in G+, $24.99. The other Santana, that was Moonflower. Moonflower is VG+, $16.99. All right, D-Kong is first on the Who. D-Kong on the Who. That is sold to D-Kong. I have hardly ever seen this record, and I don't know, VG or better. Very rare have I ever seen that in VG or better. I don't know why. It's always a beat-up record. Brent claimed it, but he's going to pass probably because of the condition. And next was Robert Barnett on the Who. Chet Baker. Chet Baker has a new bid for 37. Looks like Jason Boxell's going to take it. Susie was next, then Danny Thomason. So let's go ahead and sell Booker T then. We can go ahead and sell Booker T for $30 to Charlie Marks. That's done. Joe Delgado, third on the Who. Actually, the name of the Live Kinks album is called The Live Kinks. The name of the Live Kinks album is called The Live Kinks. It's a 67 US. The bottom seam does have some splitting. VG Plus, $19.99. Also, we have Bob Seger, 9 Tonight, Double LP Live, VG $14.99, and Gary Wellman does want Santana Moonflower. Now, Chet Baker Quintet. Chet Baker Quintet. John Dodd has it for 37. That means David Hoy just came back in at 38. Coltrane is sold, just one bid for $15. And we have a new buyer, sort of. Do I need to tag this for Brandon in Delaware? Or do we have, just tag it under Ryan E? Or do we tag it under Ryan E? So just let me know on that. Okay? But that is sold for $15. Thank you. Trina on BS. And that's for Bob Seger. And it was my hot rod claim. Yeah, it was Brent, Jason, Susie, and Danny. So Brent passed, so it goes to Jason. Now Chet Baker's at 40. Okay? All right, let's go there. We have let's go ahead and run another auction. We have time, probably before I finish this bin, and we had a request for Chet for Captain Beefheart. And let's go ahead and put that up right now. Let's take a look at it here. And this is a 68 US original, VG Plus. It's on Blue Thumb, and we're going to put it up for a $20 start. $20 start. Captain Beefheart, strictly personal. Nice jacket, too. That's now up for bid. So right now, we're going through a new arrival. I see a lot of new people watching. We've already got some people taken care of, and we had a couple new buyers, and I hope I didn't scare anybody off. We just, if you're new and you buy quite a bit, we may ask you to pay early. Most people buy 3, 5, 10 records, and then, they kind of get their feet wet. But if you do get on and you buy quite a bit, it's kind of a red flag. I don't want to scare anybody off, but that's just, we've been doing that for years. Everybody can tell you that. But if you are new, don't hesitate. You can buy out of here. We'll tag it, and we'll sell it to you on Monday, okay? So Chet Baker right now. Also, I just realized I've really screwed up. I've got CB Chet Baker, and I've got Captain Beefheart. Okay, so I've really messed up because we have two same abbreviations. Let's call this Chet or C Baker or something. Help me out. And then B for Beefheart back there. Chet Baker is a 66 US original in VG condition. And a nice jacket. It looks like there's a piece of tape down here on the bottom. So let's call the jacket VG as well. The colors and far as wear is pretty minimal though. Jason just bid 45 unless he was bidding on Beefheart. I don't think he was. I think he's bidding on Chet Baker. And then Captain Beefheart is at 20 with Ryan Anderson. So welcome, everybody. This is a new crate. I'm actually, when this one's done, but in case you get back on in about 3 minutes, I'm not going to end the feed, but I'm going to do a quick food break earlier than normal. And then we've got 2, 3 more crates like this, just like this from Paul. And then discount bins for the rest of the night. And as y'all know, we have a ton of auctions, okay? We have Fallen Rock. Fallen Rock is a promo record, EX1299. What's Beefheart? It has one bid for $20. One bid for $20. Also, Bo Hansen. Bo Hansen is VG $9.99. What is this one called? Attic Thoughts. Attic Thoughts. Bo Hansen, VG $9.99. And Gordon Haskell, it is and it isn't. Gordon Haskell's a 1971 US. There's a note from Paul, King Crimson related, EX $27.99. My bid was an error. It was Beefheart for $25. Okay, so actually, David Hoy, you still have Chet Baker for $42. David Hoy still has Chet Baker for $42. Chet Baker is still at $42 with David Hoy. We have Come Engage, the 5-man electrical band. This is in VG condition, $9.99. Clifford Brown All-Star Jams 2, an 83 Japanese press in VG Plus, $17.99. So Jason and Gary are tied on Captain Beefheart. Gary has it, Jason technically has it for $25. So Gary, you're out. Ryan says he's done. And David Hoy, just so you know, and John Dodd, some of y'all that have said out, you can still bid again, okay? You still, because there was a error on the bidding. So if you said out, you can come back in. And John Dodd's back in at 43. So David 42. Now John Dodd 43. Danny on 5-man electrical band. That's sort of Danny Thomas, and thank you. And we have Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. Spirit is in VG Plus condition, $14.99 on Spirit. Billy Preston, everybody loves some kind of music. There's another Billy Preston, a.k.a. the Fifth Beatle. He plays the keyboards on like Get Back and Don't Let Me Down. Right there during those Let It Be sessions, he came on board and played with the Beatles. Wow, what a deal. What a gig. Hey, you want to come play on some Beatles albums? What? We have next is Toto. Toto is VG Plus $14.99. And there's a note from Paul. It's pronounced Toto, Chad. Toto. Some people prefer Toto. I'm being told you pronounce that second T like a D. I don't know why they didn't spell it like that. If they wanted it said like that, I say Toto. Everybody says it's pronounced Todo. They messed that up. They put a T there instead of a D. And we have Towns Van Zant live at the Old Quarter, Houston, Texas. This is on Fat Possum Records. This is an actual reissue of an original Towns Van Zant live, $21.99 on that. Let's go back up. So Chet Baker, 43. Danny said signs, question mark. Beefheart, 27. Holden on Billy Preston. Gary Wellman, second on Billy Preston. Jared asked the price, already sold. Now David is out. And I think what Danny's wanting to know, does 5-man electrical band have the song Signs on it? No, it does not. So I'm assuming you don't want it then. But if you do, let me know. Now, Chet Baker. It looks like John Dodd's going to get it for 43 because David has went back out on that. All right. And with that being said, Captain Beefheart now has a bid for 30. So Danny says he will keep it. Okay, thank you. Now, John Dodd does get Chet Baker for 43. And let's do a quick run through these one more time, okay? And here's what we have. Beefheart's now at 30. So Europa Jazz, Lonnie Smith and George Benson, $14.99. Charlie McCoy, a German import, $9.99. The Kinks present a soap opera, a Canadian import, $19.99. These are all been marked today by Paul. Looks like very nice records. Barefoot Jerry's, $9.99. Jimmy G and the Tackheads, that's $24.99. Produced by George Clinton. You can kind of tell by the cover. The Best of Hank Williams' Original Drifting Cowboys, sealed for $34.99. Jimi Hendrix at Winterland, and this is on orange vinyl. Jimi Hendrix is $29.99. The Yardbirds, a 2010 Sundays mono pressing, $29.99. T-Rex is $29.99. An 80s U.S. reissue. Bang a Gong, Get It On. Clarence Wheeler and the Enforcers, The Love I've Been Looking For, a white label promo, $19.99. And Baby Grand, Ancient Medicine, $12.99. Jimi Hendrix, Second Time Around, a Swiss import, $29.99. Beefheart's about to be sold to Jason for $30. The other bidder has one out. War All Day Music is VG plus $19.99. Newgrass Revival is VG $12.99. The Yardbirds is sold to Fred Cardinal. Thank you, Fred. That's so to you. We have Santana Borboleta for $19.99. The Live Kinks is VG plus $19.99, 1967. Fallen Rock is EX $12.99. Bo Hanson's VG $9.99. Gordon Haskell, it is and it isn't, EX $27.99. King Crimson related. Clifford Brown All-Star Jams 2, VG plus $17.99. Spirit, The 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus, VG plus $14.99. Toto, and this has their hit song Hold the Line on it, VG plus $14.99. And wow, no one got Towns Van Zandt double LP, VG plus $21.99. I seen an autographed copy of this sell for $8,700. $8,700, a original autograph copy. Very rare Towns Van Zandt autographs. I've actually had a few since I've been buying and selling stuff, but not many. Jason Boxell gets Beefheart for $30. Thank you, Jason Boxell. And for whoever bought those signed Towns Van Zandts from me, y'all got a great deal. I've actually recently reached out to 2 people who have bought signed albums from me, and I'm trying to buy them back now because 2-3 years later, I'm trying to replace them, and you literally can't get them. Like that signed Robert Plant album that I sold. I reached back out to that guy and tried to buy it back. He's like, I can't sell it, but if I do to sell it, it's yours. And I'm like, I should have never sold that. But yeah, Towns Van Zandt autographs are very rare. I think I sold a couple here. Some people bought them, right? I think I sold one for $3,700. One for $3,200. James Goggin got Santana, but for some reason, this one just took off at an auction I was watching, and Gary Willman said he will take it. And I had that signed napkin. I had a signed napkin earlier this year we sold on eBay for $1,900. I had a signed napkin from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. A napkin sold for $1,900. So, pretty amazing. Okay, now, here's what I would need everybody to do. I want everybody to share where they're watching from, and then we need a good discussion question because I'm going to run up front right quick and grab a bite to eat. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I don't want anybody to leave. If you do leave, come back very soon. Please don't go anywhere. I rarely do this, but I'm going to try to keep y'all engaged in the chat. So maybe tell me your favorite concert, your next concert, your first concert, your favorite concert, your best concert. I think we've had some discussions like that. That way, at least y'all have something to chat about, where you're watching from, etc., etc. All right? I just realized what you say the most per night is 99. Oh, for sure. All right. So, welcome, everybody. I'm going to run up front. If I don't do this, I feel pretty bad right now because I've not slept much and I haven't ate much, and I've been bad about that this week. After tonight, everything should be back to normal for me, but I've got to go eat. I am very hungry. I won't be able to focus if I go any longer. So I'm going to take my mic off. I'm going to put it right here on top of this crate. I'm going to mute it. I need everybody not to leave the chat, and trust me, I'm very fast. So when I come back, we're going to get right back into a new Paul crate, and I'm going to finish the rest of the auctions. It should take me 5 to 10 minutes. And I'm probably not going to eat everything. I just need to grab a bite. So if anybody hops on, they're like, where's Chad? That's where I'm at. And I'll go ahead and answer the question. My favorite concert's Paul McCartney. My most recent concert is tomorrow, Metallica. And my first concert was U2 at Vanderbilt Stadium. There you go. And y'all can take it from there. Let's see. Vanilla cream, chocolate buttercream, orange cream, strawberry cream, raspberry cream, coconut cream, maple nut butter, truffle, coconut cream, truffle, maple nut butter, coconut cream, raspberry cream, strawberry cream, orange cream, chocolate buttercream, vanilla cream. I'm going to go with orange cream, my favorite. One last treat before we get back to work. I feel so much better, and I'm probably going to need this sugar too. Whew. I think when my mom was pregnant with me, she worked at Russell Stover's. And I think she ate quite a bit. And I've always had a special connection with Russell Stover's chocolates. Those were on sale this morning at Publix. Buy one, get one. And I was like, dang, half off? Half off? What is this, Coletco? I'll take 2 boxes. So now I got 2 entire boxes of chocolates to eat. Orb, you know what? I've been trying. I don't know how to get back to how I was doing that. I have no idea how to get back to how I was doing that last night. I tried earlier. And honestly, I don't know. So let me... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I'll have to ask Jake how they had that up there. There was a camera icon up here. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. We can use that later to our advantage. I found it. I got lucky clicking on stuff. Okay, let's grab a new empty crate. Sorry for the timeout. I had to take a food break, and I feel so much better. And here we go. So let's get right back to it. We're going to go ahead and go through another crate of new arrivals here that's Paul's marked. And let's get to it. Let's go ahead and condense those, and let's bring this up and new auctions. All right. We'll get started with another Judas Priest. So we got 2 more crates of new arrivals. We've got 2 more crates of new arrivals to do. I don't know what y'all were talking about while I was gone, but we can't read all that. Maybe I'll check the replay later tonight. Here's our next auction. Judas Priest, Rock-A-Rolla, 1979. This is Judas Priest, a 1979 US. It's somewhere between VG++ and EX, and we're going to put it up for a $25 start. Judas Priest, Rock-A-Rolla. Everybody, welcome back. If everybody can make sure you've hit the like button, and if everybody makes sure you've hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube, I'd greatly appreciate it. 79 US reissue here, $25 start. $25 start. This is Judas Priest, Rock-A-Rolla, okay? All right, that's up for bid. And now we have, let's pull something out of the Paul crate, Pink Floyd. So we got JP for Judas Priest. And wow, this thing is sealed. Oh man, I should have told Pete Weisgarber about this. He buys all these sealed records. Wow, so this is a sealed Pink Floyd. It's either a 73 original or a 75 repress, just based on the catalog number. So the catalog number, they used a 73 original and a 75 repress for the same catalog number. So unfortunately, it's just one of those sealed records you can't verify until you open it. That is sealed, a $45 start on Pink Floyd. Hope everybody's back and paying attention because we're about to get started right now. Brand new rivals. Let's see what we got in here. You're So Beautiful, Charles Wright and the Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band. This is a white label promo, no condition notes, Warner Brothers Records, $29.99. $29.99 on that. We have Theos Rap, Pearls Before Swine, City of Gold. Another white label promo, $24.99. That is Tom Rapp, Pearls Before Swine, City of Gold, $24.99. Also, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. This is their self-titled debut album, $19.99. Spinning Wheel, You Make Me So Very Happy, $19.99 for Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And we have Donald Byrd, Ethiopian Nights, Blue Note. This is a $19.99. Excuse me. The price is $99.99, as in 100 minus a penny, $99.99. And this is a 1972 U.S. Liberty United Artists label, $99.99. That's Donald Byrd, Ethiopian Nights. Nice. Probably something typically we would auction, but there it is. And Candido, beautiful. Candido is an original 1971 U.S., $39.99 for Candido. And Chick Corea, My Spanish Heart. Chick Corea is a double LP, $14.99. Chick Corea, My Spanish Heart. My Spanish Heart. Whoa, what is going on the screen right now? I'm not for sure what that was. I don't know if anybody's paying attention, but that is very unusual what just happened. I'm not for sure what that was, but I don't know if anybody caught that. That was pretty odd. We might see that again. Also, we have Sherrick. This is sealed for $19.99. Also, we have Shalimar, Uptown Festival. Shalimar is $9.99. And Love, Tavares, that is $9.99. Judas Priest. I can tell some people haven't got back on and know what's going on, because there's a 1979 Judas Priest, and it doesn't have a bid yet. It's VG plus / EX. And then we got a sealed Pink Floyd. It's either a 73 original or a 75, and that's a $45 start. Right now, we have, what else just happened? We just had, let's see here. Donna gets Shalimar. That's the first claim out of this new crate, Shalimar. Pink Floyd, $45.45, and Fred Morris wants Pearls Before Swine. Thank you, Fred Morris. Great records in here. So Pink Floyd does have bids with Zumo and Mike Torres. Thank y'all and thank y'all. Also, we have Sweet Obsession. This is a gold stamp promo, $14.99 for Sweet Obsession. And the Supremes Touch. That's one I don't see as often. And it's in shrink wrap, $14.99 with the original Sutton Record Company price tag. Beautiful copy there, $14.99. Pink Floyd is at $45, $45, $50, $50. Now the bids are coming in. Also, Sue Ann. Sue Ann's a 1981 U.S. original, $19.99 on Sue Ann. I'm going to go ahead and try to throw up another 45 right quick with Mr. Dr. Explosion. Try to Find, Set Me Free, Bad Boy and Outside. Dr. Explosion's a $5 start. We have Jason Boxell on the Supremes. Thank you, Jason. You get the Supremes. And now, at long last, there is a bid on Judas Priest, and James Goggin has that for $30. So that's took a while to get a bid, but it does have a bid, so I'm going to go ahead and make that a final call. James Goggin has that for $30. Going once, going twice. Pink Floyd's now at $45. Donna Summer, Love to Love You Baby. Nice. Donna Summer, $14.99. How long is that one song, Love to Love You Baby? It's 16 minutes and 50 seconds. If you've ever listened to that, it's quite the experience. Your Man Is Home Tonight, Tony Troutman. In shrink with a hop sticker, a 1982 funk soul album. Tony is $14.99. And The Mike Theodore Orchestra, Cosmic Wind. That's a 77 disco album, $14.99. Pink Floyd 45, Pink Floyd 50, and now 55 with Zumo. Okay, and now Dr. Explosion's a final call for 5. Susie gets Donna Summer, Love to Love You Baby. That is so to Susie Breelove. And Judas Priest is so to James Goggin for $30. Judas Priest might have slipped through the gaps there. Hope everybody was paying attention. Hope everybody didn't take a longer food break than I did. I'm already back and selling records. Next auction is going to go up right now with Lightning Hopkins. And Lightning Hopkins is a 1971 U.S. reissue. There is some cover damage. Up here, the top left corner is pretty much missing. Somebody took a bite out of it. They must have been hungry like me and went, a Lightning Hopkins cover. Autobiography and Blues. This is VG Plus, a $15 start. The sealed Pink Floyd is now at $60. And back to the bin, Johnny Taylor. This is your night. He's wearing, between his bracelet and rings and pendant, he's wearing in today's market about $25,000 in gold jewelry there. Johnny Taylor is $12.99. We have Tommy Call on Sweet Obsession. A Sweet Obsession, so to Tommy Call. Thank you, Tommy. We have RCR Scandal. This is sealed for $12.99. RCR and Passion Flower Pablo Today, $14.99. That's Zoot Sims plays Duke Ellington. Now, the sealed Pink Floyd, 65. So, Lightning Hopkins, a $15 start. Dr. Explosion is a $5 buy now. Also, we have How About This? K-Star and Count Basie, $9.99. K-Star and Count Basie, How About This? $9.99. And Jordan Sandicki and Jackie Bird and Company featuring Milt Hinton. Rhythm is Our Business, a 1986 U.S. jazz album, $9.99. So Mike's back in on the sealed Pink Floyd at 70. James Goggins in on Lightning Hopkins at 15. Those are all going once, going twice. Thanks for everybody joining us tonight. It's 9:04 Central Time here in Middle Tennessee. We're going to be live at least until midnight, maybe 1. Heck, maybe even almost 2 a.m. tonight. Who knows? We got a lot still to read through and go through. Charlie Christian together with Lester Young, 1940, January 6th, sealed, $14.99 on that. New stuff Paul's put out here, always great, interesting records. Kenneth Nash, Mr. Ears. Kenneth Nash is a 1986 U.S. Fusion album, $9.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. Mr. Bruce here is $24.99. He does have an original on her sleeve, very clean copy. $24.99. And 10 Years After, White. Hadn't seen that in a while, and it's a German press, 1970, $24.99. Wow, beautiful vinyl and cover there. Gatefold, just really high quality that appears to be. And Stanley Clark, School Days. Mr. Stanley is $14.99. All right, James Goggin, you were the one and only bid on Lightning. That's OD for $15. Zumo, it's back to you on the Pink Floyd. Mike does have it for $70. So, excuse me, it's back to you on that. Let's go ahead and put up our next LP. And one blues album up, one jazz album up, or one blues album down, one jazz album up. Expression, John Coltrane. John Coltrane is a 1965 U.S. OG with the company in her sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $35 start. $35 start. That is now up for bid. Romelu on Stanley Clark. That's so to Romelu C. And that is the CACARERES, since we have another Romelu that watches too. And Pink Floyd, Zumo's out. So final call to Mike Torres. And that's a final call to Mike Torres for $70. Now that's a sealed Pink Floyd back there, more. And that is either a 73 original or 75. They use the same catalog number. So we don't know until he opens it. He may not ever open it. It's up to Mike whenever we sell it, or if anybody else wants to bid, it is a final call. Back to the New Arrivals crate. Hampton Hawes and Paul Chambers. East-West Controversy. That's EX $17.99. East-West Controversy. That's Hampton Hawes and Paul Chambers, a 75 US. EX $17.99. And Arnett Cobb and the Muse All-Stars live at Sandy's. That's a 1979 white label promo, VG Plus, $9.99. The Rolling Stones, Goat Head Soup, VG Condition, $19.99 on the Rolling Stones. And Hold It, here's Willie Mitchell. Hold It's an original 1965 mono, VG Condition, $9.99. There's only one no bid, two no bids, three no bids. Dr. Explosion is a $5 bot now. Boss Gags is a $25 bot now, Japanese. And Roosevelt Socks, the Honey Dripper. Roosevelt Socks is a 69 US reissue. It was $25. It was $25. So there's those two. There's that. And then over here, we have Johnny Taylor, so to Tommy Call. Johnny Taylor was, let me find that right quick for Tommy Call. Johnny Taylor. Thank you, Tommy Call. More 45s on deck. Hardcore EPs tonight on deck. Coltrane has one bid with next play for $35. That's a 67 US original with company inner sleeve. VG Plus, one bid with next play records for $35. And thank you, Mike Torres. The Pink Floyd is sold to you for $70. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, Mike Torres. I couldn't thank you more. That's sold to you for $70. Rod Bryan on Willie Mitchell. That's sold to Rod Bryan. Willie Mitchell, thank you. And the Miracles, Love Crazy. The Miracles is VG Plus, $9.99 on the Miracles. And Distant Thunder by Checkfield, or by Checkfield. Distant Thunder, a 1987 U.S. electronic new age jazz album. VG Plus, $9.99. Details on Coltrane. Coltrane's a 1967 U.S. original. It does have the company inner sleeve. And it's in VG Plus condition, and it just got a new bid for $38. It just got a new bid for $38. Also, we have James Gang Rides Again. James Gang with Funk 49s, VG $9.99. And we have Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Dallas Taylor, Greg Reeves, a classic. This is a 1970 U.S. original club, a Presswell Press, EX $22.99. Also over here, we have a new auction going up. And that next new auction is going to be, let's see what I can do. Let's just start from the front and work our way back. So let's put up the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones is a 1989 UK original. This is an 89 UK original with the original inner sleeve, a $25 start. The Rolling Stone steel wheels. It does have a little bit of a cover blip up here, but it is a UK original Rolling Stone steel wheels. One I don't get as often. $25 start. Yeah, we had a couple requests for a few 45s. Let me walk around here. I know where a box is right around the corner. I'll keep talking. Y'all should still be able to hear me. If not, then let me know. As soon as I said that, I realized they're over here. Give me one more moment. They're back over here. I took them up front, actually. As soon as I said that, I realized they're right here. Okay, but first let me update everything else. So Coltrane has new bids, and so does Steel Wheels. Okay, and then Bill Keenum on Charlie Christian. Is that a claim in here? Charlie Christian. Let's see if that was a claim in here. Charlie Christian, it was. That's so to Bill Keenum. Coltrane's at 47. Rustic's Bedlam. This is VG Plus $19.99. VG Plus $19.99. Rustic's Bedlam with that die-cut cover. Work Time, Sonny Rollins. Work Time is a 72 US EX edition $22.99. And The Real Thing, Taj Mahal, recorded live at Bill Graham's Fillmore East, VG $11.99. Chad, what will you take on Donald Byrd? Is that in this crate? These are all new arrivals as of right now, sticker price. Is that in this crate? This one here? Yeah, as of right now, I've got to keep this as sticker, $99.99, just because it's new arrivals, first time showing it on that one. And Coltrane's at 52 with George Sambares. That just got a new bid for 52. Paul had tagged this one, Coltrane, a 67 U.S. original. That's what he's got this one tagged as, 67 U.S. original. And that just got a new bid for $52. David V said he claimed JG, and that was James Gang. Sorry, I missed that. And then Japanese on deck. And then Bill Keenum on Taj Mahal. That's so to Bill Keenum. And now the Rolling Stones is a final call, and that's with Alex Kane for $25. Alex Kane does have that for $25, so that's where we're at on that. Just a handful of Japanese left, but here's one I don't think I've ever had before from this artist, Mark Almond. Mark Almond is going to go up for a $15 start. Mark Almond is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine, and I just think that's one I've never had before. Mark Almond. That's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on Mark Almond. That is now up for bid. All right, let me see if I can find our next 45. So there was some New Orleans stuff over here, and then somebody asked for the hardcore EP stuff, and that's something I was going to try to sell again tonight in lots, if possible. We'll see what happens. We knocked out quite a few last night doing that. I think there's still one no bid over here from last night as well. But first, here is Drives, Lonnie Smith. Lonnie Smith, wow, an original. I've had this before. I knew it was pricey. 1970 US EX, $134.99. But man, nice. And shrink wrap, $134.99 on that. Mark Almond has a bid for $15. Let's go ahead and sell that Stones then for $25 to Alex Kane. Great price on that. Thank you, Alex Kane. And then Coltrane is between George and it looks like it's between George and Matthew O'Brien. And right now, George has it for 58. Mark Almond has a bid for 15. Next in here is Rashawn Roland Kirk, Natural Black Inventions, Root Strata. That's a 71 white label promo, EX edition, $22.99 on that. And Art Pepper, Early Art, Blue Note reissue series, Art Pepper's VG Plus, $19.99. And Shape of Things to Come, Max Frost and the Troopers, a 68 Scranton press, VG Plus, $29.99. Our next auction is the Velvet Underground, White Light, White Heat. It is a 2011 U.S. reissue. It's going to go up for a $25 start. This is a $25 start. This is White Light, White Heat, the Velvet Underground, and that's now up for bid for a $25 start. Mark Almond is about to sell. Next thing in here is Eddie Hinton, Very Extremely Dangerous. Eddie Hinton is a 78 US, VG Plus $24.99. The Essential Coleman Hawkins, that is VG $11.99. And Buddy Tate, a jazz meeting with Ted Easton's jazz band. Buddy Tate is EX edition, $12.99. The next single I have for you, let's actually do, is this New Orleans here? Yeah, this is the Measles. The Measles, Crooked Girl, Died Rich in the Bump. That's a $5 start. And my hardcore stuff is back here, I think. It is. Here we go. Here's my hardcore stuff. And we'll try a lot of 3 here. This is a flexi disc, Bleach Everything, Metz Eraser Pure Auto, and Mirror and Wires. Mirrors and Wires. And that's called Colorize. All 3 of those for a $10 start. All 3 of those for a $10 start. Coltrane 62. Chris Bryant on EH. And that's Eddie Hinton. That's so to Chris Bryant. And then Art Pepper Condition. No no condition notes on. Yeah, excuse me. Hold on a second. I just slapped the camera of Art Pepper. I'm still getting used to where this camera is mounted. Art Pepper VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus. Wow, it looks nice to me though, but Paul's graded at VG Plus. We'll stand by his grade. I'm just taking a quick glance at it. Brent Rabley on Max, and Max was Max Frost. That's sort of Brent Robley. Did I just say Rabley? Brent Robley. And we also have the Art Tatum, EX, $12.99. Okay, so there's the measles for a $5 start. 3 hardcore singles for $10. Mark Allman has sold 1 bid to Ron Burns for $15. Thank you, Ron Burns. That sold you for $15. And final call to get a bid on the Velvet Underground for $25. Final call to get a bid on that for $25. That's a final call. That means you have one more call to make a final, or I'm selling it. Christopher Dean is sold on Art Pepper. Christopher Dean is sold on Art Pepper. That's sold. And we have the latest of the Whorehouse piano players, Ralph Sutton and Jay McShann. VG Plus, $9.99. And Sonny Rollins, Archive of Jazz and Folk Music, is VG Plus, $14.99. Nobody bid on the measles. It's a $5 buy it now. And nobody bid on these 3. They're a $10 buy it now. Okay? Those are all done. Now, we have 2 more questions on John Coltrane. First of all, the high bid. Final call to George Sambarez. It goes back to Matthew O'Brien. George has it right now for $66. This is a 1967 U.S. original with company inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. High bid is $66. High bid is $66. I'm going to take a drink of water right quick. I just ate a bunch of Mexican food. I think y'all know what that's going to do to me. It's going to make me very dry. And we're back, and we need a little confetti party to celebrate Chad drinking some water. There we go, a little bit of confetti. Congratulations, Chad, on drinking the water. Robert Barnett wants a whorehouse. That's something I don't say every day. That's so to Robert Barnett. And now Coltrane has a new bid for $68. Looks like we're not done on Coltrane, eh? We're still bidding, all right? And Velvet Underground's now buy it now for $25. And that was, I think I said, a 2011 reissue. $25 on that. Here we go. We have Coltrane now at $72. The next thing we have is Pink Floyd. And this is going to go up. This is Adam Hartmuther, 1970. This is 1970 U.S. Jacksonville original, VG Plus condition, just a $25 start. OG Pink Floyd, Adam Hartmuther, a $25 start. OG Pink Floyd, Adam Hartmuther, a $25 start. I don't know what just happened. That was pretty bizarre. It may have something to do with the cow. I don't know, but that's now up for a $25 start. Let's read through these one more time, okay? Need some better 45s. Jim, I can see there's no pleasing you. I can see there's no pleasing you. That's what Goldfinger told, or Gold member told Austin Powers. You're so right. This is Charles Wright and the Watts 100th Street Rhythm Band. This is a white label promo, $29.99, Charles Wright. Quick read through for this. And we have Expression, John Coltrane. John Coltrane is at 72 of George Sambarez. Neil Reigler, You've Been Outbid. It's a 1967 U.S. original with company inner sleeve, VG Plus, and that's a final call now, back to George again. Also, we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $19.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $19.99. Rydell wants Charles Wright. Thank you on that. That's sold to Rydell Martin. Candido Beautiful, that's an original 1971 U.S., $39.99. Tommy, I just sold Charles Wright to Rydell. There was actually no condition notes on it. Candido Beautiful was $39.99. We have Chick Corea, My Spanish Heart. Chick Corea is $14.99. My Spanish Heart. Sherrick, sealed with hop sticker, sealed for $19.99. Pink Floyd does not have a bid. It's a final call for $25. Also, Love Tavares. Love Tavares is $9.99. Sue-Ann is $19.99. So it's actually called Tavares 5 Love Storm, just to clarify on that one. Sorry. Your Man is Home Tonight, Tony Troutman, an 82 Funk Soul album. That's $14.99. Tony Troutman. The Mike Theodore Orchestra, Cosmic Wind, $14.99. 1977 disco album. RCR Scandal, that is sealed for $12.99. And Zoot Sims plays Duke Ellington. That's $14.99. No condition notes on that. And I can't believe I'm saying this early, but if anybody wants Pink Floyd, it did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $25. How bizarre. Must have something to do with cows. I'm not for sure what's going on, but that's a $25 buy it now. TT, that's Tony Troutman. That's sold to Rydell Martin if anybody wants it. Pink Floyd is an original. It's now just a $25 buy it now. How unusual. And we have some sort of orb is appearing. How about this? K-Star and Count Basie, some sort of bizarre orb out of nowhere. $9.99 on that. Jordan Sandiki and Jackie Bird, that is $9.99. Also, Kenneth Nash, Mr. Ears. Kenneth Nash is $9.99. Also, Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Towns, $24.99. 10 years after, what? That's a German import. That's a German import, $24.99. And Hampton Hawes, Paul Chambers, East-West Controversy, EX edition, $17.99. EX, $17.99. Coltrane, we have Coltrane, $75. Coltrane, $78. Patty gets the Pink Floyd buy it now for $25. Patty gets the Pink Floyd buy it now. I don't know if I want to show it again. Pink Floyd is sold to Patty for $25. Thank you, Patty. And then we have Arnett Cobb, and the Muse All-Stars, VG Plus $9.99. Let me pause there. There's another Paul crate coming up after this. But first, let's go ahead and introduce another auction, and that's Mr. Jimi Hendrix. And Jimmy's a 1975, and this is a U.S. Santa Maria. Neil Reigler's out on Coltrane. Neil Reigler's about to get it. This is a 75 U.S. Santa Maria original. Company inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. Jimi Hendrix, a $25 start. Coltrane is sold. And because Neil Reigler went out, George Sabares gets that for $78. Thank you, George. That's sold to you. Next in the bin, we're doing a quick recap of this one. The Rolling Stones original album here, Goat Head Soup. VG $19.99 for Goat Head Soup. We got goats, we got cows, and we even got miracles. The Miracles, Love Crazy. VG Plus $9.99. We have Distant Thunder by Checkfield. Checkfield is VG Plus $11.99, an 87 US electronic new age jazz album. VG Plus $11.99, and Crosby, Stills & Nash EX edition $22.99. EX edition $22.99. Our next auction is a US reissue of Vintage Press, most likely mid-70s. It came out in 75, probably 77, of Pink Floyd's Wish You Were Here. Whoa, strange things are happening. Jeff Halsworth just said, any wish you were here. How I wish you were here is in my hand. And this is a vintage reissue. So this album originally came out in 75. All indications would look like it's a 75. There's no barcode, et cetera, et cetera. It's probably pressed right around 75 or a little after. It has the original inner sleeve. Actually has a barcode on the back. All right, so a barcode on the back makes this probably early 80s. Early to mid-80s. Mid-80s at latest. At that point, they were probably really starting to cut back vinyl production for this album, even though it's a multi-million seller. Let's put that up for a $25 start. $25 start. Hendrix already has a bid for $27. Hendrix has a bid for $27. Eric Dolby got Crosby, Stills & Nash. There that is. Also, we have Rustic's Bedlam. Rustic's Bedlam is VG Plus $19.99. Work Time, Sonny Rollins. EX $22.99 for Sonny Rollins. And then here's the pricey record, Donald Byrd. Donald Byrd is $99.99. Donald Byrd is $99.99. Lonnie Liston Smith, or Lonnie Smith, is EX 134.99. Welcome to the machine. Welcome to the orb. The orb is here with us tonight. Rashawn Roland Kirk, EX 22.99. Jimi Hendrix is a final call to Mr. James Bragg for $27. The Essential, Coleman Hawkins, VG 11.99. Philip Holt wants Rollins. Sonny Rollins sold to Philip Holt. Also, we have Buddy Tate, EX 12.99 for Buddy Tate. Art Tatum is EX 12.99. And Sonny Rollins, VG Plus 14.99. We sold about half of that crate right then. I guarantee the next time we go through that best offer, there won't be anything left because there's way too much great jazz there. Paul's been marking the heck out of some jazz, doing a great job doing it too, because we have sold almost all of it. There it is. And welcome everybody to Coletco. We have a new crate going up right now, brand new rivals, back to back to back of Paul stuff. We've basically done 4 brand new Paul crates in a row. I did 2. I had to go take a food break, and now we're about to do 2 more. We've done 1. Here's the next one. And then it's going to be time for some discount crates. And then at some point, I'm going to get back in those crazy Laura half-off sealed crates from last night. Holy moly. I just don't know what time to begin with them. Should we do them soon? Should we do them later? What should we do? What should we do? What shall we do? All right. So, let's see what's going on here. Pink Floyd got bids for 25, 25, and 25. And all 3 of y'all are tied. Charles Siebert bid 25. He's leading. Jeff, you're out, and Rodell's out. And then next is John Dodd on SR. And then is Bird. The other question is Bird a Blue Note? So the other Sonny Rollins is sold. And then let's go back to the Bird. I think that's the Donald Byrd that's being asked about right here. So actually, John Dodd was first to this second Sonny Rollins. The grade on Donald Byrd, Paul had, this is no condition notes on this. Let me look at it underneath my really strong lot here. Oh, yeah, it's nice. It's EX++. I don't want to slap near mint minus. I don't think I've ever graded a vintage jazz album VG or a near mint minus. It's EX++. And Philip, you were second to the other Sonny Rollins. But yeah, this is $99.99. So Rodell asked if it's Blue Note. It is. It's that second Blue Note label. But yes, it is. It's Blue Note Liberty. And then Christopher asked the grade. So Rodell asked the label. Christopher asked the grade, and then Pink Floyd 26, Pink Floyd 30. And now Jimi Hendrix is back to James Bragg at 33. Rodell, you're out. Rodell, you're out on Jimi Hendrix, and he's leading on Pink Floyd. There's 2 people interested in Donald Byrd, possibly even more. It is available. And David's dropped a hint. He would like to bid on another Japanese. So we got Pink Floyd. We got Jimi Hendrix, and now we're going to put up another Japanese pressing. And let's do Bob Seger's Against the Wind. Bob Seger's Against the Wind. Bob Seger's Against the Wind. This is going to go up for what? A $25 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful Japanese vinyl. Against the Wind. You'll Accompany Me is a great song. And don't forget about Her Strut. That's maybe the best song on the album. She's totally committed to major independence, but she's a lady through and through. That's a good one. Bob Seger, $25 start. Rodell Martin on Donald Byrd. Rodell Martin on he's going to go ahead and pull the trigger. Thank you. That's so to Rodell Martin, $99.99. Appreciate that. All right. Seeger's already got a bid. Hendrix, I'm about to pull the trigger on that to James Bragg. And here we go. New arrivals from Paul. Willie Nelson, half Nelson. This is Willie Nelson doing duets. 1999 with Merle Haggard and Carlos Santana and George Jones and Hank Williams Sr. Also, we have Chili Whack, Opus X. Chili Whack is in Shrink with Hop, $9.99. Claudio Fasuli, Lido, Kenny Drew, looks like some sort of jazz album here. An 83 Italian import, $19.99. Claudio Fasoli, I don't think I'm saying that correctly, but we'll go with it. Phoenix, Henrik Rodford Verity, a 1976 U.S. rock album, sealed, $14.99. All right, so Jimi Hendrix is sold then to James Bragg for $33. Thank you, Mr. Bragg, on that. And now Pink Floyd's moving to the final call. It's Jeff Hallsworth at 32. And Rodell, you're also out on that. So final call to Jeff for 32. Seeger's already jumped up to 25. She's totally committed to major independence. She's a lady through and through. Seeger. Epic. Saw him live at the Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. 2000 and... I'd have to think about it. 2000 and something. Next auction. Did we have somebody ask for Bo Diddley? I still got some great stuff, not even counting the Japanese and, quote, other surprises. I think somebody's ready to bid on Mr. Bo Diddley. So let's go ahead and put up Bo Diddley. We still got lots of jazz in here. I don't know where we even got all these. Just randomly one day, Paul started bringing up jazz, and I was like, man, where did all these come from? He said, oh, we got thousands. I was like, when did we buy a jazz collection? Like, I don't even know where these things are coming from. And all these other blues albums, that's how our back room is. It's like just an endless abyss of vinyl. This is a 1972 RL, Laura, RL and Dead Wax with a smiley face. A 72 US original, mastered by Bob Ludwig. VG Plus, a $15 star. We throw his name out on anything. I could write RL on a rock, and I think people would start bidding on it. Bo Diddley, $15 start. That's now up for bid. Bo Diddley's a $15 start. What's the name of the Fasoli album? That's a good question. This one's kind of tricky. Lido, maybe? Or Lido? Yeah. Lido. Catalog number is Soul Note. That's the label. SN 1071. All right. Bob Seger was a great show. Rambling, gambling man. All right, let's put up some more auctions. This was marked at one time $25. A classic. And then somebody before us had marked it $50 to $75. Sounds a little high. I'm going to put it up right now for just a $5 star. It is the original promo record for the classic Wooly Bully, a yellow label MGM promo, a $5 start. And the vinyl is nice. It's EX Plus. It's a high grade. Wooly Bully's a $5 start. Okay? Up at the top, Seeger 38, Bo Diddley 15. First of all, let me figure out Pink Floyd. We're about to sell Pink Floyd for 32. I've almost forgot about it. Seeger 35, Seeger 35, Seeger 38, Bo Diddley 15, Bo Diddley 15. Seeger 36, what's Chili Whack and details? Chili Whack is called Opus X or Opus 10. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, no condition notes, $9.99. Bo Diddley 20, Bo Diddley 22, Bo Diddley 16, Bo Diddley 15, Bo Diddley 22, Bo Diddley 24, Bo Diddley 17, Bo Diddley 25, Sam Sham 555, Bo Diddley 25, Woolly 5, and Bo Diddley out. All right, so there's that. Let's move that over. That means Pink Floyd is sold to the requester. Jeff, isn't that amazing? Ask and you shall receive. And that is on the Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. So thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. Pink Floyd is sold to you for $32. Appreciate it. Okay, then over here, we have what? Bob Seger. And Bob Seger, the last high bid I seen on Bob Seger was George Sambarez at $38. George Sambarez at $38. Sam the Sham just got a bid for $12. And Bo Diddley has more bids than I can count. Bo Diddley has more bids than I can count. But the first new question is the Fasoli, No condition notes, an 83 German import, $19.99. So far, a great Paul crate. Glenn Phillips Band Razor Pocket. Glenn Phillips Band is $14.99. These are new arrivals, sticker price. The Bostonians, music by Richard Robbins. That is sealed for $14.99. The Neighborhoods, the high hard one. The Neighborhoods is an 86 Power Pop Punk, $19.99 on the Neighborhoods. And we have Life and Love, Leon Russell. Life and Love, that's in shrink wrap, Leon Russell, $14.99. And Todd Rundgren's Utopia. Todd Rundgren's Utopia, $14.99. The Bo Diddley is called Where It All Began. It's a 72 U.S. original in VG Plus condition. And the most recent bid on Bo Diddley was Philip Holt at $30. The Bob Seger, the last bid on Bob Seger that came in was $38. And that is a Japanese pressing of Against the Wind. George Sambaraz has that for $38. And then over here, Greg Hubers wants the Chili Whack. That's so to Greg Hubers. Woolly Bully's now at 20, now 22. And I don't think there was another bid on Seeger since George Sambaraz bid $38. If so, I don't see it. It's gotten buried in about 3,000 Bo Diddley bids. So George Sambaraz has that for $38, and we're about to sell it. Todd Rundgren Radio Sampler. Never seen this before. A 1979 U.S. promo sampler with interview. That's $24.99. But anyhow, Teagard and Van Winkle, $14.99 on that. And we have JT by James Taylor, $19.99 for JT by James Taylor. Let's try to go ahead and Kenny Burrell. I'll do that right now. We're going to sell Bob Seger to George Sambaraz for $38. Since then, a couple people asked. Nobody pulled the trigger. Let's do that right there. And now we have Sam the Sham at 31 with Cheryl Barnes. And now Bo Diddley is at 32 with Slicker Van Slyke. Let me make sure that is high. Slicker 32. Yep, and then Philip Holtz out. And we had a request for one of these other jazz albums. This one looks really old, as in like an OG. Let's see what we have here. It is a 67. Introducing Kenny Burrell. It is a 67 U.S. reissue. Blue Note, VG condition. The label, I always looked because David Hoy usually asks, look to see if it has Van Gelder stamped in the dead wax. Introducing Kenny Burrell. This is a 67 U.S. reissue. VG condition, a $15 start on Kenny Burrell. Sam the Shams at 35, now 36. Now Bo Diddley's at 34. Next in this crate is Merrimack County, a Private Press Michigan Bluegrass album. Private Press local Michigan Bluegrass album, sealed for $9.99. And Elvin Bishop, Strutting My Stuff. Elvin Bishop is $14.99. And Carly Simon's Hotcakes. Carly Simon is $9.99. The Aviator soundtrack. The Aviator soundtrack is sealed, $19.99. Also, Steve Winwood Chronicles. Steve Winwood, a.k.a. a Greatest Hits, a solo career Greatest Hits, $14.99. So right now, Sam, the Sham, and the Pharaohs, Woolly Bully, the original Yellow Label promo, Jason Boxell has it for $40. Cheryl says she's done. Bo Diddley's at 35 with Slicker Van Slyke, and Kenny Burrell's a $15 start. Albert Collins. No, I think that's still available. I still got Fleetwood Mac, Miles Davis, Buddy and the Juniors, which is Buddy Guy and Junior Wells. Miles Davis again. That's a pretty good one. I might need to run that one next. Plan 9 is still available. John Lee Hooker, Wilson Pickett, Clarence Carter, James Brown, Muddy Waters, Otis Spann. Albert Collins. I'll bring that a little bit closer. And there's still a few more in there. And I'm going to try to sell the rest of these Japanese pressings off too. Next is Patrick C. Smith on Carly Simon. That's sold. Neil Reigler has opened the bidding on Kenny Burrell at 15. Alex Kane on Phoenix. Let's go ahead and pull that for him. That was right here. That's sold to Alex Kane. Thank you, Alex Kane on Phoenix. Classical Cats. That's $9.99 on Classical Cats. And Narvel Felts, the Narvel, that is sealed in 1976, $9.99. Woolly Bully is sold to Jason Boxel for $40. Thank you. What a classic. And the original yellow promo label there. And then Bo Diddley. Slicker had it for $35. Who did he outbid to get there? Chad, and Chad always went out, also went out. Philip went out. Let's go ahead and sell Bo Diddley. Slicker gets that for $35. So now the bidding has begun on Kenny Burrell. And let's go ahead and put up the requested Albert Collins, Frosty. Albert Collins is a 1982 U.S. original. No condition notes. Just a $15 start. Albert Collins, Frosty. Looks like it's cold outside. $15 start on Albert Collins. That's now for bid. Val Simonia wants the Steve Winwood Chronicles. Nice. His solo career greatest hits. Wake Me Up on Judgment Day. Valerie's a good one too. I like Spanish Dancer. That's sold to Val Simonia. Thank you, Val. I don't think I've said your name in a while, but thank you and welcome back. Let's see what else I can throw up for auction in the 45s here. This is the Green Noise. No, what's this called? Monroe's Fur. What a bizarre. That's definitely from the New Orleans Horde. Monroe's Fur is a $5 start. Discover yourself through astrology, an astrology record. A 1967 U.S. VG Plus $11.99. Alice's Restaurant starring Arlo Guthrie, VG $9.99. Now Kenny Burrell's at $20. Albert Collins just has one bid with Brent for $15. Going once, going twice. I have a $5 start on Elvis Presley, Burning Love, Lord Almighty, I Feel My Temperature Rising. Elvis Presley, the flip on it is Steamroller Blues, Gold Standard Series GB 10156. $5 start on Elvis Presley. Nice. Waylon Jennings, Only the Greatest, 68 US. VG Condition, $14.99 for Waylon Jennings. RCA Victor, VG $14.99. Brick, Good High. Brick is in VG Condition, $9.99. And Buzz Martin, A Logger Finds an Opening. Buzz Martin's a 1970 country album, VG Plus $17.99. When I left off, Kenny Burrell was at $20. Albert Collins is at $15. Now Kenny Burrell's at $22, and now Albert Collins is at $17. And Monroe's Fur's a $5 start, and Elvis has one bid of $5. And that's with Cheryl, a Hunka Burning Love. Next is presenting Jim McCall, Vernon McIntyre, and the Appalachian Grass, a 1972 Appalachian Bluegrass album. VG Plus $17.99. Now we have about 3 active bidders on Albert Collins. There is 2 bidders on Kenny Burrell. Eric Squindo, 20. Neil Rigler, 22. So it goes back to Eric Squindo. And we have Ricky Skaggs, Highways and Heartaches. Ricky Skaggs is EX Edition, $12.99. And this is a soundtrack to a film called Charlie. Music by Ravi Shankar, EX Edition, $12.99. The legendary Indian sitar player. Joe Zanelli on Brick, A Good High. That's sold to Joe Zanelli. Albert Collins is at $20. And Sticks, Pieces of 8, VG Plus, $14.99. Sticks, Pieces of 8, VG Plus, $14.99. Albert Collins is at $20. Eric Squindo's back in on Kenny Burrell. Cheryl gets Elvis for $5. No bid on Monroe's Fur. It's a buy it now for $5. Monroe's Fur is a buy it now for $5. Kenny Burrell is a 1967 U.S. reissue. It's VG and about a VG, definitely a VG minus cover. There's tape along the top and quite a bit of ring wear on the cover. So, VG minus on the cover, VG vinyl. Just got a new bid for $27. Chris Ridlings wants Monroe Fur. I think that was Monroe Fur was Monroe Fur. Monroe Fur. I feel like I remember reading something like that. Monroe Fur. Or did that just already get grabbed? What's going on there? That was not that. What was that? Price on McCall. Oh, the 45. Yeah, I was like, where did I just read that at? Chris Ridlings gets that for $5. Thank you, Cheryl. Price on McCall. That was this. Jim McCall. That's VG Plus, $11.99. VG Plus, $11.99, Tommy. Peter Frampton, I'm in you. That's VG, $9.99. And Isaac Hayes Joy, VG Condition, $9.99. Our next single is going to go up right now. It's the Tom Robinson Band, Rising Free. Tom Robinson Band is going to go up for a $5 start. Rising Free, Tom Robinson Band. Ohio Players, First Impressions. What a bizarre cover for Ohio Players. Some sort of trip label compilation. VG Plus, $14.99. Kenny Burrell, with Eric going out, is moving to a final call. And Brent is moving to a final call on Albert Collins for $25. Chad's going to chug some water right quick. I feel much better now. Whoa. What was that? That was bizarre. Did anybody else catch that? What just happened? Tommy McCall on, or Tommy Call on McCall. Wow. Tommy Call on McCall. That was wild too. A lot of bizarre things happening tonight. What a night to be watching. Brent Robley gets Albert Collins for $25, and Kenny Burrell is sold. And Kenny Burrell is sold to Neil Reigler for $27. Slicker Van Slyke wants Ohio Players. That's sold to Slicker Van Slyke. Thank you on that. What a bizarre, I mean, how unusual. First thing we have, wow, this is a 1956 U.S. original mono. I like those words. Listen to what I just said, talking about a Miles Davis album. Look at this cover, too. I've never seen this one. A 1956 U.S. original mono, EX++, a $65 start. Wow. Miles Davis, a 1956. He looks pretty dang cool right there. A $65 start. Miles Davis All-Stars. How unusual to see it in this high grade. Nice. The jacket's beautiful. It's got one flaw. A little bit of a, it does have a piece of tape right here on the jacket, but nearly camouflaged on the front. And if that's been there since the 60s, it's held up pretty dang well. All right, there's that. Tom Robinson final call. Let's move on. Planet P Project. Planet P is VG condition, $9.99. Mott the Hoople is VG minus $9.99. And Jackson Brown, running on empty. HLB wrote his initials. It is VG, $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Muddy Waters. So let's not do that because that's another MD, and I'm not talking about medical doctor. Let's do Art Blakey, AB. Art, I like this cover. I love how it's just like boom. Looks like an old hat print poster or something. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, a night in Tunisia. This is a 83 France, whatever is the positive way to say that. EX, a $25 start. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, $25 start on that. No bid on Tom Robinson Band. He's a $5 buy it now. And now we have Mellencamp, the Lonesome Jubilee, VG condition, $9.99. Rosington Collins Band, anytime, anyplace, anywhere, VG plus $11.99. Ruben and the Jets, EX $22.99 for Ruben and the Jets. And Pretty Boy Floyd original soundtrack. Wow, I've never seen that before. A 60 mono, VG plus $14.99. So Miles and Art both have bids. And now there is Pretty Boyd Floyd. And yeah, I don't recall seeing that before. So that's pretty cool looking. Leslie wants John Cougar Mellencamp. Let's go ahead and pull that for Leslie. Thank you, Leslie. And Denise Offendahl on Pretty Boyd Floyd. Not the hairband from 1989. A different Pretty Boyd Floyd. Okay. Let's see here. So I'm just going to read the titles left in this crate. And then we're probably going to go ahead and get into some discount crates. Maybe if we can go ahead and do those earlier than normal, those half-off crates I've been teasing about, I might legitimately can get all those done and gone through, and we'll be able to end slightly earlier than normal. So we were actually cleaning out some Fred Goodwin stuff. We have we had a lot of really damaged 78s. They just got damaged the way he had them stored. Like they were not the best 78s, and we actually had to get rid of some earlier today. Rest in peace, Fred Goodwin. But on the bottom of the stack, trust me, there's none of them anybody would have wanted. They were really bad. They had water, moisture damage. Labels were stuck together. But when we were unfortunately having to toss those, Tanner ran across something pretty cool. He did find a stack of some stuff that was pretty good. And here's, I think, the best one in the pile. I haven't had a lot of chance to research it. I said, don't worry. I'll put it up for a $15 start tomorrow or tonight, and it will sell. The disc is absolutely beautiful. Like, we hadn't even cleaned it, and it's near mint minus. This is Lead Belly Legacy Volume 3 from Folkways Records. It does have the book with it. Now, what Fred would do sometimes, he would take these sleeves. I don't know where he got them because they were oversized, and he would tape them inside of the cover. Now, you can take this off very easily. I can actually do it to demonstrate. I mean, what we usually do is just cut that tape right there, and you can rip off this cover. But he did, like he normally does, he wrote when he bought it. He bought it on September 12th, 1973. So really cool Lead Belly record. I figured it'd be cool to put that up. And it's from Fred's collection. $15 start for Lead Belly. That's now up for bid. Okay. And then, Bill, did you see my ask for Charlie Ravi? I must have missed that. Let me go back up. Bill Keenum wanted Charlie. Let me make sure I didn't miss that. Wow, lots of bids. Pretty Boyd Floyd. Art Blakey, and then Bill Keenum wants Charlie. Let me go ahead and pull that right now. Plan for that, postage 45s. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start going through some discount bins probably right now. Probably going to go through some discount bins right now, and then we'll see where time takes us. I legitimately, last night I was trying to convince y'all I needed to stop early, and we got rolling, and the next thing I know, it was 2 a.m., So with that being said, I'm going to just start showing discount crates. And if we're here till 2 a.m., that's fine with me. But if we go ahead and knock them out early and we've sold quite a bit, then I may actually legitimately need to break early tonight. But I'm full speed ahead right now. I'm going to read what's left in this Paul crate one more time. And if anybody wants anything in here, let me know, okay? We got Willie Nelson, Claudio Fasoli, Glenn Phillips Band, the Bostonians, the Neighborhoods, Leon Russell, Todd Rundgren's Utopia, Todd Rundgren Radio Sampler, Teagard and Van Winkle, James Taylor JT, Merrimack County, Elvin Bishop Strutting My Stuff, The Aviator, Classical Cats, Narvel Felts, The Marvel, Discover Yourself Through Astrology, Alice's Restaurant, Waylon Jennings, Buzz Martin, and Ricky Skaggs. Now, let me pause there, because there's a lot going on with these auctions. Miles Davis just hit 140 with Brent Robley, a 65 U.S. original, now 150 with George Samberez. The Art Blakey just hit 32 with Chris Bachek, and Lead Belly has bids for 15, 15, 15, 17, 16, 20, 25, 27. Lead Belly, okay? I got some other cool 10-inch records like that to sell tonight. Also Styx, Peter Frampton, Isaac Hayes, Planet P, Malta Hoople, Jackson Brown, Rosalind Collins, and Ruben and the Jets. So if you need a price, just let me know. Leslie, the astrology record is VG Plus, $11.99. Discover yourself through astrology, the story of your sign, and words of music. So basically, you listen to this, and it will predict your life, or most of your life, or the life you hadn't lived yet. And then Mary Mac Country, or County, is a private press Michigan local bluegrass album sealed for $9.99. So Lead Belly's at 27 with Neil Rigler. Final call on that. Brent just bid 29. George, it looks like the Miles Davis is yours. It's a final call to you for 150. And Mike Owen wants to know the PP. Can you name the Tea Garden songs? Planet P is VG, $9.99. Andrew said so on the Merrimack County. That's so to Andrew Shaw. There's the astrology record if she decides she wants that, and Tea Garden. Sure thing. And I think y'all are going to really like what's coming up in this next segment. Annie Had a Baby, Season of the Witch, Cloud Castle Gate, Red-Haired Woman, Autumn Flower, Short One, She Called the Katy and Left Me a Mule to Ride, Run Woman Run, Bright Lights, Big City, All About My Old, oh my gosh, All About My Old, B-I-T-C-H, rendered from All About My Girl. That's a weird title to see on a record from 1969. All About My Old B-I-T-C-H. What in the world? I don't recall seeing that name word on a record too often from that era. And then the prosecution of Claudio Fasoli. Someone's definitely going to buy this tonight. This record has been asked more about than any other. This record has been asked about by more than any other in here. This is a 1983 Italian import, 1999. That is Claudio Fasoli, 1999. Now Lead Belly's at 33. The first thing I'm going to sell is Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. And Art Blakey, which was a 1983 French reissue, Art Blakey is sold to Chris Bachek for $32. Lead Belly's now at 35 with Brent Robley. And Miles Davis is, with Brent going out, nobody else bid. George has had it for about 3 minutes. It's $150. I had a feeling it was going to be the other B-I-T-C-H. I guess that's a bizarre way. I may have not said that correctly. This is sold for $150. Somebody you don't like, I guess. I better be careful. I think y'all know what I'm saying. Lead Belly's at $35 with Brent Robley. 35 with Brent Robley. Okay, and let's change out bins. Let's put up new auctions. The first thing I have here is Lee Morgan. This was the other one that I was asked about. Lee Morgan. A 1977 U.S. reissue with the company inner sleeve. It is a 77 reissue. Lee Morgan Leeway. A $25 start. Mike Owen on PP, Planet P. So to Mike Owen. And Farmer Redman on Claudio. And that was finally, I knew somebody was going to eventually get it. I think you were the fourth individual person, and 2 people had 2 different questions about it. But you finally pulled the trigger. Lead Belly's a final call to Brent Robley, and Lee Morgan already has a bid with Neil Rigler. 77 U.S. reissue. Let me condense this with the other Paul records over here. And I'm going to step up front. And now I'm curious because I don't know how many more of those kind of lore crates we have. So I think what I might do is I might go ahead and do one of those, and then we'll do probably we still need to do like a half off vintage bin. We still need to do some discount vintage stuff along with those too. But I know for sure where some of that stuff is. I got to go up front and get it. At this point, I'm going to be kind of walking back and forth to get crates. But right now, if I go get this one, it'll keep us busy for just a second. I know where one is. So when I come back, we're about to do half off records. So obviously, you don't want to go anywhere.
sort through some of these 45s so the auctions can be much faster. So 45 auctions have probably put us back. I was doing like hundreds a night. I've got to start I got to find more and I got to sort through them. I haven't had time. I've done about everything else. I've sorted autographs, as y'all know. We've gotten lots of other miscellaneous items knocked out this week. The big thing we hadn't done is get back to 45 auction. So I really got to do some sorting. Maybe I can do that this morning. Thanks for the generator check. It's now plugged in. We were on 33%. Thank you for the note. Lead Belly is sold to Brent Ribley for $35. Whew, sorry, I'm out of breath from carrying this 50-pound crate halfway across the store. Brent, thank you. And I got some more cool records from Fred's collection here to put up as well. Like I said, I'm going to leave that sleeve on there. You can take it off later if you want or leave it on there. Totally up to you. Lee Morgan's in VG condition. Neil Reigler has it for $30. Lee Morgan's at $30. Let's go ahead and grab another auction. Let's do that Muddy Waters I teased earlier. Muddy Waters is a German. Also, David Johnson, are you watching? The Japanese I have left are Culture Club, Hall & Oates, Men at Work, Whitney Houston, Fabulous Thunderbirds, and Duran Duran. I meant to tell David he could pick which one to run next since he's about to go to bed. So this is a German press of unknown year. Laura says it's probably 81 or later based on the other pressings from this compilation. And Muddy Waters is called the original Hoochie Coochie Man. It is EX and it's a $25 start. And Neil Reigler has Lee Morgan for $30. And let me grab some more. I think these other 10-inch records here from Fred's collection, we might break them up into two different lots. Hall & Oates is live with the Temptations. So these are kind of sold as is because we hadn't really got to clean them or anything. They're all 78s, but they're pretty cool. They're all cowboy related, of course, right up Fred's alley. His daughter texts me. So I got the official word from his brother, and then a little bit later that day, his daughter texts me, and she said, just want to let you know Fred passed away, and tell everybody to play some cowboy music in his memory. And as y'all know, Fred was big into the old cowboy stuff. So we have Roy Rogers, a 78. We got Davy Crockett goes to Congress. Walt Disney. Look at this. It's like a gatefold type deal. Davy Crockett goes to Congress. That's going to be in the lot. Talkin' Dust Bowl by Woody Guthrie. Dust Bowl Ballads from Folkways. Kind of like Lead Belly. And we've got Red Foley. We're going to do one more. American Ballads and Folk Songs by Bradley Kincaid. So all 5 of those are going to be sold together for a $15 start. And I've got another lot to do after that one. So all those are being sold together. Those 5 records, a $15 start. $15 start. So Roy Rogers, Davy Crockett, Woody Guthrie, American Ballad and Folk Songs. All these are being sold together for a $15 start. Muddy Waters has a bid. Muddy Waters has a bid for 25 with Shane. And Neil Reigler, you get the Lee Morgan for 30. Okay? So all those are up for bid. There we go. And now half off sealed. Or actually, I see some vintage stuff in here. This crate's half off, but most of it's sealed. Let's go ahead and get started. Red City Radio Paradise. Clears with Splatter, a punk album. Noise, now just $12.50. $12.50. Walter Bishop Jr., Bish at the Bank, Record Store Day. Numbered, now just $12.50. Insane. We're going through a new sealed crate. Everything in here is 50% off. No more, no less. Hopefully this crate gets obliterated like all the other ones. We need to. In My Lifetime, Volume 1, Jay-Z. Jay-Z is now just $17.50, double LP. Rebecca gets that first record for the Jazz buyers. We just had Walter Bishop. And then here is Bish. This is sold to Jetstream. John Dodd claim Fasoli before me. But you asked about it first. Let me go double check that. Are you sure? John Dodd? I don't see that on my screen. But if you had asked about it first, you get dibs. The lot has bids for 15, 15, 20. And then Jay-Z is sold to GMB. And then Shakedown. Okay? Shane Devers gets Muddy Waters for 25. Now, the lot has a high bid of 20 with Rebecca. Rebecca has those for $20, final call. We'll have some fun with Hall & Oates. We're going to end up selling all the Japanese pressings tonight. But let's start this at $1. This is Hall & Oates live at the Apollo with David Ruffin and Eddie Kendrick, also known as The Temptations. Two frontmen from this is a full album. It's going to be just a $1 start. It has the Japanese inserts and a nice cover and obi. All right, back to the half-off bin. Nat King Cole, Unforgettable. Sealed, now just $14. Now just $14. This is an original compilation from Heavy Sounds, which is Columbia, or from Columbia. It's called Heavy Sounds. Now just $6.50. It's got Big Brother and the Holding Company. It has Taj Mahal. It has The Byrds. It has Johnny Winter, Mungo Santa Maria. It's in shrink, and it's only $6.50. Yoga instructions. Nice. Yoga instruction for relaxation and good health. So you listen to this record, and then you become a yoga expert, just like this fine couple here. And Men at Work Cargo is now just $10. Men at Work Cargo, $10 on Men at Work. All right, let me fix this crate. Let's update all these auctions right quick. Lots of stuff going on. So I left off by saying, Neil Reigler, you were second on Bishop. The lot is at 22. Farmer Redman, the Fasoli record's yours. John Dodd's asking, do you actually want it? Hall & Oates 5. The Cowboy lot, 23. Hall & Oates 7. Hall & Oates 15. Hall & Oates 8. Ron Birds gets that sealed Nat King Cole. Jason Boxell on HA for Heavy Sounds. He corrected himself later. Larry Drish was second. Hall & Oates 10. Hall & Oates another 15. Men at Work is sold to Mike Owen. I don't need yoga. I got that striptease instructions LP you sold me. Yep. And the Cowboy lot is a final call to Rebecca now for $23. James Goggin, let me know if you want back in. That's for all 5 of those. And now Hall & Oates is at 16. Next half-off record is Japanese Breakfast Jubilee. Now just $12.50 sealed. Japanese Breakfast Jubilee, $12.50. Bon Iver, 22 a million. Sealed for $12.50. Bon Iver. Mitski, the land is so inhospitable, and so are we. Sealed for $12.50. 2 of those. And Ives Tumor, I believe. It is, yeah, YVESTUMOR. That is sealed for $12.50. AI Youngblood 2, sealed for $15. Young Boy Never Broke Again. The Cowboy lot has a new bid for 24. Hall & Oates is at 16, now 20. Stephen Riley on Mitski. Vicky Yoshikawa on JB. And JB was for Japanese Breakfast. That's sold to Vicky. Thank you. Chris Kirkley on Bon Iver. I don't think I ever say that right, but there it is. And Cowboy lot has a new bid for 25. Hall & Oates is at 20. We have Joey Bad ASS. This is called 2000. It is sealed for $12.50. Preston, you were second on Japanese breakfast, only had one. And the Killer's pressure machine, now just $13.50. We're going through a sealed half-off crate. Most of this stuff is sealed. The only thing left that's open is yoga instructions. Somebody definitely opened it back during the day and did some yoga. I kind of need to right now. I need a big glass of chocolate milk, honestly. Next is how much was Mitski? Mitski was $12.50, Vicky. And then Oso also takes a Bon Iver. GMB wants JB times 2. Joey Bad. Those are sold to GMB and GMB. And JD Conklin gets the Killers. Then Oso. Then Robert. And I guess David, let me know if you want back in on Hollow Notes for more than 20. And the Cowboy lot's out with James. We're about to sell those 5 for 25 to Rebecca. And Vicky does get a Mitski. Okay? Now my crate's full. And GMB says he'll take one more Joey Bad ASS. Now my crate's really full. Man, these sealed records fill up crates in a hurry. It's amazing. Let me go ahead and swap out. Just like that, this crate was like almost full, but just a few read-throughs, and they're all gone. Also, we sold like 9 crates last night, and I was still here this morning. Shout out to G. She'll probably be watching this sale too. Shout out to G. She came in this morning, and I was kind of watching her. She looked at the stack of crates, and I think she kind of went, because they have to go back through every morning and rewatch these sales. And some nights when they come in or mornings and it's like 9 and 10 crates, they've got about a solid 8 hours of watching and trying to figure out who bought all this stuff. So, pretty amazing. Did I lose David Johnson? He might have fell asleep on me. I was going to make sure on the Hollow Notes. I've got to sell it, though. And the Cowboy lot, let's go ahead and sell that for $25. I'll do another lot in just a second. But first, let's go ahead and show this. Alabama 3, Power in the Blood. That is 2016 red vinyl, 2 LP, $15. We've got 2 copies of Alt J. This is all yours. Alt J is sealed $17.50. Young Blood is now just $15. And if you don't want it, Oso, Melissa does. Half off sealed stuff here. This isn't sealed, but it's really cool. It's an original Disney soundtrack. Music by the legendary John Barry. Black Hole. Now just $17.50. Now just $17.50. Oso does take the Young Blood, AI. Maybe Melissa wanted Alabama. I bet she wanted Alabama. Hold on a second. First, let's go ahead and sell this for $20. This is sold to Cyclone Doug. Very unusual. I'll lose David Johnson on a Japanese auction, but this is sold to Cyclone for $20. Okay, that's sold to Cyclone for $20. And now let's get some new auctions up. I still got about 10 auctions that Paul tagged for tonight still to sell. Okay, so let's put that in there. The show's about to get very busy and complicated. See. We have Melissa Bailey. All right, so Melissa wanted Alabama. We have Alabama and Alt kind of all right there together. I'm assuming Melissa wanted Alabama. Chris Kirkley got the Black Hole. Greg was second, then Chris Ridlings. Oso did get Young Blood. And then Jim B. Alt J was $17.50. And Oso also wanted Alabama. Okay, so he gets this other one too. So Oso gets that as well. And then Miskies are gone. Miskies are gone. And Alt J, and those are still available. They do use sticky notes. So they rewatch the sales in the morning and they tag whoever bought what. Obviously, I can't do that right now. It would be a disaster. We wouldn't sell a fifth of what we do. So that's why we just let them do it the next day. Here's our next 2 auctions. John Lee Hooker, House of the Blues. An 87 U.S. Pinckneyville reissue. It is a gold stamp promo. There is no white label promo of this. Original Chess Masters, $20 start. And Wilson Pickett's Great Hits. A 67 U.S. reissue on Wand. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Next in the half-off bin is Santana Moonflower. Now, this is an original UK. There is a name tag on it from Krauss. The Krauss collection was a German collector who had German and UK copies. That's all fantastic. Y'all may have seen some of those. It was a short but sweet collection from about 4 months ago. And that's one right there. That's a 77 UK original, $17.50 on that. Stevie Wonder Looking Back. Stevie Wonder is a triple LP retrospective, amazing compilation, $17.50. Stevie Wonder, $17.50 on that. 1 second, please. One second, please. Melissa needs to put back Alabama 3. All right, so let's put back an Alabama 3, and if anybody wants that, let me know. It's $15. Sorry. Okay, got a little distracted there. John Lee Hooker 20, Wilson Pickett 10, John Lee Hooker 25, John Lee Hooker 26. Natasha does get that great Stevie Wonder comp. That's so to Natasha. Ken Foster gets Ives Tumor. That's so to Ken Foster. And we have John Cougar, self-titled, in Shrink. That's now $12.50. Too Hot to Handle, the legendary Jay Miller Sessions, Volume 21. That is sealed for $15. Bill Keenan gets the 77 UK original Santana from the Krauss collection. That's so to Bill Keenan. Alan Hagen on Alabama. Alan gets Alabama. Leslie gets John Cougar. Wilson Pickett's now at 15. Wilson Pickett's now at 20. Bob Dylan Infidels is $12.50. Marvin Gaye, Dream of a Lifetime, is now $17.50. Journey Through the Past, Neil Young soundtrack, $22.50. Whoa, I think this is an expensive record. The Ornette Coleman Trio at the Golden Circle, Stockholm, half off of $149.99. Do what now? Okay, I'm going to have to sit down after that one. Holy moly. This is why I should always look through these crates before I bring them over here. That's okay. So to Brent Robley. No more, no less. So to Brent Robley. And we have The Genius of Jimi Hendrix. That's now $15. And Biting Off the Tongue of a Corpse. Half off of $99.99. Why is there such a great pocket of records right in the middle of all this sealed stuff? I must have was going to do something with these. I don't know what I was going to do with these. I don't know why all these are in here like this, but that's a $100 record, now half off. I don't know what it is, but that sounds terrible. Biting Off the Tongue of a Corpse. I don't recommend you doing that, at least not publicly. And we have John Lee Hooker. Brandon Lack has that for $27. $27. What you do in your house is your own business. Wilson Pickett's Greatest Hits. Jason Boxall has this for $20. Jason Boxall has that for $20. Rebecca gets Biting Off the Tongue of a Corpse. That's so to Rebecca. John Dodd second. New bid on Wilson Pickett for $21. Wow, the Rolling Stones. I told y'all, $17.50. It's got an altered reaction or an edited cover, but nice, clean for $17.50. Nice and clean for $17.50. That was another nice record there. Okay, that was a little strange, but we'll roll with it, okay? And then this is going to get a lot of claims. This is going to get a lot of claims. A sealed 2020 pressing of Miles Davis Bitches Brew, just $20. Just $20. Miles Davis is just $20. Miles Davis Bitches Brew, $20. Can you believe it? What is going on? I'm going to have to drink some more Dasani water, and hopefully that calms my nerves. Wow. And there's a lot of MDs. Anybody out there actually a doctor? I might need one here in a minute. This is why we tune in for Coletco. This is why I tune in. And hopefully this is why y'all tune in. The last bid on Wilson Pickett was $21. John Lee Hooker, $28. Wilson Pickett, $25. John Lee Hooker, $30. MT Mac got the Miles Davis. And then Brent, then Chris. Cliff Carable on the Rolling Stones. Cliff, are you a first-time buyer? Cliff whoa. Your last name is pronounced Cabral. And if you're a first-time buyer, say yes. I'm sorry I just screwed up your name. That's what I'm best at. Then Jim B on Miles Davis. Then John Dodd. Then Larry Drish. Then Michael Ruttman. Then Oso Adventure. Then Brandon Lack. Then Rick Harrington. Then Preston Rose. Then Anthony Correa. Then J.D. Conklin. Then Patrick Smith. Then Alan Hagan. And then Jim B says he'll take 50 at that price. I would too. If a distributor would let me have 50 of those at $20 each, I would take them right now. They don't sell them that cheap, though. And then here is, oh, man, Camilla. This is sealed on red vinyl, $10. Cabral, yes. Cliff, thank you. So first-time buyer on YouTube, please go over to the YouTube description of this video, and there's a link to our website. And Cliff, if you don't mind filling out that first-time buyer form, there's a link to our website. Just go ahead and fill that out. We'll send you an invoice on Monday, $7 unlimited shipping. In the meantime, we're going to be doing another sale tomorrow, Friday, Saturday. I'll be here Friday. Paul will be here tomorrow and Saturday. Welcome, everybody. Camilla. And that's so to Oso, Jetstream, and Tommy. Y'all just took my crush away. That's my first ever vinyl record crush I've ever had on somebody. And we have introducing the 11th house of Larry Coryell. Wow. That's now just $15. $15. And we have From Autumn to Ashes sealed for $10. Now, these auctions were pretty busy. Then we showed Miles Davis, so everything went pretty AWOL. The last bid on Wilson Pickett that I see on my screen was Jason Boxell at $25. Final call. And Michael McCullen has Hooker for $30. So we got to sell those pretty soon. Larry Coryell is sold to Larry Drish. And then John Dodd was second. Autumn to Ashes is sold to Natasha Pickett. Jetstream third on Larry Coryell. There's 2 copies here of Snail Mail Valentine. Snail Mail Valentine. There's a note from Laura. Laura loves snail mail. That's $15. And we got 2 copies here of Deltron 3030. Deltron 3030 is sealed $17.50. That's called the Instrumentals. Nice. The Jam. That's now just $15. All Mod Cons. And NOS. King's Disease 2. NOS is $12.50. All right, time for new auction. So John Lee Hooker. John Lee Hooker is sold. And that was sold to Michael McCullen for $30. Let's tag that. And then Wilson Pickett. That's gone. And Wilson Pickett is sold over here to Jason Boxell for $25. Now, next is Chuck Wilson on Snail Mail. And then Oso Adventure on Snail Mail. Those are sold to Oso Adventure and Chuck Wilson. Ken Foster gets the Jam. Jim B on NOS. Larry Drish next on NOS. Oso Adventure gets a Deltron. Oso Adventure third on NOS. And there's that. Can you make it rain? I can on rare occasions. I can on very rare occasions. Here's those last lot of records that I found from Fred Goodwin's collection yesterday. Walt Disney Spin and Marty. This is a 78 RPM and the original Disneyland Mickey Mouse Club sleeve from 1955. That was 1 year. My dad was 1 year old. Stampede with Gene Autry on Columbia Records. That's another double 78 type deal, I think. Or is there 2 records? Yeah, that's like a double gatefold on that. Chisholm Trail with Will Gear and Tommy Glazer. And this is really cool. The Adventures of Lone Ranger. He is saved by Tonto. Spoiler alert. Goodness, they just go ahead and ruin it right there. That is a $15 start. Look at that Decca label. 1953. 1953. All those for a $15 start. Okay? And then it's Ives Tumor on colored vinyl. Ives Tumor is not on colored vinyl. We have one left. Black vinyl, $12.50. That crate was almost a clean out. Let's read through it one more time, okay? Let's read through that one more time before we go anywhere and go get a new crate. So we got yoga instructions. Yoga instructions is VG Plus, now $7.50. I think some of y'all may need this in your life. Yoga instructions. That's VG Plus, $7.50. Not judging, but I'm saying you may need that in your life. Stephen Riley gets Ives Tumor. I've got 2 copies here of Alt J. How are these still here? Featuring Left Hand Free. This is all yours. Alt J is sealed, just $17.50. The legendary J Miller Sessions, Too Hot to Handle. This is sealed for $15. This is a compilation. Dukes of Rhythm, Good Time Brothers, Lionel Torrance, Little Clem and the Do Notes, Dukes of Rhythm, Ken Cameron, Little Bob. That's sealed for $15. We have Bob Dylan Infidels. Bob Dylan is $12.50. That's a U.S. original. Marvin Gaye's a U.S. original gold stamp promo. Dream of a Lifetime for $17.50. Neil Young's a 1972 U.S. original soundtrack. That is $22.50. The Genius of Jimi Hendrix. Red House is on here. People's People, Fox, Lime, $15. And one of the few sealed records left, Deltron 3030, that's $17.50. All right, the bundle has kind of took off there. Let's go ahead and grab another auction. I still got, and the tag stuff from the night, not talking Japanese or other surprises. Fleetwood Mac, Miles Davis. Let's do that right now. Buddy Guy and Junior Wells. We need to go ahead and run Plan 9, Clarence Carter, James Brown, Otis Spann, and Big Bill. So we got several to keep us busy as we continue going through these half-off bins. And here's Miles Davis. He is a 1971 U.S. reissue. He is a 1971 U.S. reissue. VG condition, a $15 start. It's about a VG, mostly because of the ring wear cover. You might say VG minus, $15 start on that. There's that. Anti-Korea on Jimi Hendrix. That's sold to Anti-Korea. And then Alt J is $17.50. Alt J $17.50. Let's see here. Kristen, what did you, you asked about Samantha Fish. All the Samantha Fish came in. So, give me 1 second. You're talking about the one with the autograph, right? Okay. The first, they've all come in. Leslie Silvley, Corey Lawson, Rick Hall, Patrick Lear, Chris Kirkley, Tony Riddle, Peter Mazzolino, Ken Crooker, Larry Drish, Jason Waldron, Scott Beebe, Scott Corcoran, Jerry Stone, Fred Carnell, Bill Samus. One, I don't see your name on the pre-order. And 2, they've all come in, and I doubt we get any more. Those are all gone. They're not going to make any more of those because she's not probably going to sign anymore. All right. The bundle's at $35. Oh, so do you want an Alt J? I'm assuming you do. Talks of Ravens wants Jam. That's already gone. Natasha wants an Alt J. Oh, so I'm assuming you do too. The bundle's at $39. Miles Davis is at $15. bundle 47. So we still got Deltron, Neil Young, Marvin Gaye, Dylan, Too Hot to Handle, Alt J unless Oso wants it, and Yoga. Let's go ahead and grab another crate like we've been doing last night. I don't take many pauses in between these. Let me step up front. I've got to go back up there and get more, and I'll be right back. Okay? And I'll be right back. Miles Davis is VG Vinyl 72 reissue, and let me go get another crate. Don't go anywhere. You'll miss something. No, it was a collaboration album she released in, I'm not sure when, a week ago with Sonya. You said Christians and Mortal Serpentine. All right, so let me check my laptop. You might be talking about some sort of waiting list. All right, on my spreadsheet, Samantha Fish. I don't have a waiting list either. A Samantha Fish collaboration album. I'd have to think on that because I'm not really sure. Let me think on that one overnight, especially tonight since I'm going to be ordering vinyl. All right, and here's where we left off. The bundle 50, 56, 60. Bundle 64, Miles Davis 15. All right, so Miles Davis is at 15. The bundle's at $64. That's where we're at right now. And we're about to go through another half-off crate. There's also some vintage records in here. So a lot of new stuff, but also vintage records. And we're filling up crates in a hurry, okay? Alt J is on black vinyl. Alt J is on black vinyl. First thing is Moon Martin Mystery Ticket. Moon Martin is an original, 1982. Price is $5. Yellow cover, Jesse Dayton. Yeah, I was about to say, we just got those in this week. Yeah, that might just have been like on Monday, Christian. Those might not even come in yet. That was from that distributor. Those were on sale, and that might have been just earlier this week. That might have been just like Monday. Yeah, right here. I hadn't even ordered them. That was either yesterday or Monday. That was like just 24 hours ago, I think. Right here you are, Kristen Driscoll. He said he was pretty high. Maybe it was a dream. You probably were high, but it wasn't a dream. I hadn't even ordered them yet. So yeah, they hadn't come in. They hadn't even come in. All right, there's Moon Martin. All right, let's get back to the half-off stuff. We have Smokey Robinson, One Heartbeat. Smokey Robinson is $7.50. Sierra, Running for Nothing, $5. Those, Kristen, will either be in by Friday or it could be like Monday. It's My Turn, Ichabod Stowe. This is an 1989 US rock album, $5 on that. Subterranean Masquerade, Mountain Fever. A 2021 progressive metal album, $17.50. I don't remember showing these. I would have remembered that. Progressive metal, Subterranean Masquerade, Mountain Fever, $17.50 on that. Nice. Franz Ferdinand, sealed for $15. Sealed for $15. I've got 2 of those. And Small Talk, Gold Stamp promo. Small Talk is a 1981 New Wave album. Gold Stamp promo, $7.50. So Miles Davis is sold for $15 to Neil Rigler. The bundle's at 66 of Holden. I got to make sure Tim Graham's out. Tim Graham said out. So Holden has it for 66, and we're about to sell it to Holden. Chris Ridling's on sub for Subterranean Masquerade. That's sold to Chris Ridling's for $17.50. Rick Berrien gets a Franz Ferdinand. Robert Barnett gets a Franz Ferdinand. And Rebecca Howard on Small Talk. We're already off to a great start here. And next is another great start. The Cars, their self-titled debut album, sealed copies, now just $16.50. We're going through some insane half-off bins. I got 3 copies of The Cars there. J.D. Conklin second on Small Talk. Chris, the Subterranean's already sold. And Holden, you get this bundle lot here for $66. Nice. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and take all this into the operations room because I don't want anything to spill over, especially 78s. All right, that's done. And should be a lot, I was going to say, hopefully when I come back, there's a lot of Cars claims. They are. So Cars is sold to Craig, Jetstream, and Ken. Greg Beddinger second. J.D. Conklin put ST. ST was, is that for anything left, J.D.? I still got Moon Martin, Smokey Robinson, Sierra, and Ichabod Stowe. And then several other people next on Cars. And then next is the Bobby Hackett Quartet plus Vic Dickinson. And that's a 69 US jazz album. It's never been opened. There is a tear in the shrink, just $7.50. Now, before I do anything else, I want to show you all the no bids tonight because I just cleaned off my table, and I would love to clean off my table some more. Can I show Goldfinger again? Here's Goldfinger DVDs for $6.99. We sold these one night, and they didn't get tagged. And I wish I could remember. I'm pretty sure I could probably figure it out or figure out what sale, but I don't want to spend an hour trying to find that. Those are $6.99. $6.99 on those Goldfinger DVDs. I've got 3. They're actually from Fred's collection. I think we sold them one night and they never did get tagged. Bobby Hackett sold a Jetstream. So Goldfinger DVDs, they're brand new and sealed. $6.99. Michael Ruttman wants one. Frame-by-frame restoration, 5.1 DTS audio. So that's $6.99, and I've got 2 more. Michael gets one if anybody else wants one, okay? Now, the actual no bids over here. We have Tom Robinson Band for $5. Rising Free, Tom Robinson Band. Talks with Ravens wants a Goldfinger DVD, $6.99. Sealed, brand new, and I've got 1 more left. The Velvet Underground is a 2020, maybe 21 reissue, $25. Ron Burns, let's make sure these actually get tagged this time. Ron Burns gets the last one. Thank you. Okay. And then, actually, you know what? Let's do a 45 bundle. So, Tom Robinson Band, Mirror and Wires, Mets, Erasure Pure Auto, Bleach Everything, Flexi Disc, The Measles, and Dr. Explosion. Instead of 10, actually instead of 5, 10, 5, and 5, let's do 5, 15, 20, 25, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, $18. So let's get those down to 3 each. 3 each on those, $18. That's for the unsold 45s. And then Roosevelt Socks is $25, the Honey Dripper. That's an unsold auction. And then Boz Scaggs was $25. That's the only 3 unsold LPs. Chris Ridlings gets the bundle for $18. And then Craig, and then Rebecca. So those are sold. Thank you. Let me put the Goldfinger DVDs here. Let's try to get these unsold LPs. 25, 25, 25, or best offer. I still got platter packs for $25 if anybody wants one. New old stock, like brand new, still has the tag on them. We ran across a little bit of a stash of those in a collection. Platter packs are $24.99. And here's actually 3 hardcores from yesterday. Let's do, I couldn't sell them for $10. How about $7? $7 for those 3. Saturday looks good to me. Ice Age Lower and Boy Racer. 7 on those. So Roosevelt Socks, 22, 18, and 20. All right, so let's do Roosevelt Socks. Jetstream was first and with the highest offer, so he gets that for 22. Patrick second, then Tim Colino. Patrick C. Smith wants the Boz for 25, and that just leaves the Velvet Underground, okay? Now we got a lot of claims from platter packs. Michael Ruttman being the first one. And what I'll do, so there's no confusion on color or condition, I have more, but I'll show them later throughout the night. So Rebecca, Tracy, and Rick don't go anywhere. This one's nice. It even has the original index card that's never been filled out. It's literally brand new stock from probably the 60s, 70s there. So that's sold to Michael Ruttman. Okay, now, before I do anything else, let's go ahead and show a few more half-off records. Then we're ready for all new auctions. Nobody wants the lot of 3 there for $7. Your pick if you want them, yes or no. 4 Mile Creek, Heartland Harmony, an Iowa Private Press Bluegrass album, kind of like Michigan we had earlier. This time Iowa, $7.50. Nice. Dire Straits debut. It does look like there's some water damage down here. Vinyl's VG Plus, definitely some water damage. $12.50. That does have Sultans of Swing. Sultans of Swing. And Rebecca wants this 3 lot here. That's sold to Rebecca for $7, okay? So let me take these in here now. And always nice to move some miscellaneous stuff out of the way. All right. Everybody be on your toes for claiming platter packs, okay? Next is his Golden Messenger, Terms of Surrender, $11.50. This is opened, $11.50, his Golden Messenger. Another anthology, kind of like that Stevie Wonder we had earlier, Gladys Knight's VG Plus $7.50. Hurricane Smith is VG Plus $6.50. The Bee Gees in Shrink Wrap, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful, Volume 2, VG Plus $7.50. All righty, so let's go ahead and put up another LP auctions. Let's do Fleetwood Mac, and let's do Otis Spann. Kind of related there. We have original Fleetwood Mac. That's what it's called. The original Fleetwood Mac, all previously unissued. And this is actually sealed. It's a 1977 US, the OG for US, but a reissue worldwide. I think it came out first in the UK. $35 start on Fleetwood Mac. And then Otis Spann. Otis Spann is a 1972 US original, VG Plus, a $15 start. Walkin' the Blues, featuring St. Louis Jimmy and Robert Lockwood Jr. Okay? Now, we have Michael Rimza on his Golden Messenger. That's sold to Michael Rimza. Jason Boxall getting the Bee Gees. Robert Barnett on his Golden Messenger is Gladys Knight, a triple LP. Gladys Knight is a 4-sided. It's 2 LPs. Fleetwood Mac, 35. Otis Redding, 15. Otis Redding, 15. Thank y'all for the initial bids there. Next thing I have is Was Not Was, Born to Laugh at Tornadoes. That's VG Plus for $5. Them Changes, Buddy Miles. EX, now $11. Buddy Miles, EX, $11. And Eddie Money, Live for the Taken, EX, $9. Here is our next platter pack buy now, $24.99. $24.99. A yellow one. Nice, no records. Now, we were selling these things for $50 full of records, and I might actually have one here in a minute full of records. These just emptied is $24.99. $24.99. That's for whoever gets that next one there, okay? Neil Rogler on was, not was. Neil Rogler on was, not was. That's so to Neil Rogler. J.D. Conklin was second. Michael Rimza on Buddy Miles. And then Kenneth Jank second on Buddy Miles. Alan Hagan on Eddie Money. And Rick Berrien gets platter pack. Rick Berrien gets the platter pack. Tracy, second. Now, earlier, Tracy, you were third. This time, second. Tracy, I bet the next time you'll be first. We'll see what happens, though. Greg Beddinger wants Gladys Knight if Chris doesn't want it. Chris Riddlings, let me know if you want that. If not, it's sold. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits. Me and Julio down by the schoolyard. $10 on that. Jetstream, you were third on Betty Miles. Greg Beddinger does get Gladys Knight. That's so to Greg. And then here's the high bid. Otis Redding. Michael Nath has it for $15. Patrick's out. And Fleetwood Mac is with Michael Nath for $35. We have Jack Scott on Groove. This is a Bear Family comp, $7.50. Jack Scott on Groove, a Bear Family comp. John Martin Sapphire. John Martin, a gold stamp promo, that's just $10. And Horse Lips, the man who built America, sealed for $9. That's a sealed original. And we have 2 copies of Wayne Chung here. They are both non-check condition LPs, originals, opened, $10 and $10. $10 and $10 on that. And Diamond Joe White, High Rider. Diamond Joe White is an 81 Canadian press, $5 on that. Earl Scruggs, American made. That is sealed, an 84 U.S. original. Earl Scruggs for $10. And Tough City salutes Hip Hop 50, the DJs. This is on blue vinyl, record store day, now just $15. Wayne Chung's are both sold, one to Melissa and one to J.D. Conklin. Otis Spann sold to Michael Nath for $15. Fleetwood Mac sold to Michael Nath for $35. He got those almost sort of uncontested. And next, I'm going to do this one different because it is a random lot full of records. I have another vintage platter pack. This one's $49.99. So I don't know if the next people in line want it or not, but it is completely full of random singles, all sleeved and nice. That one will be $49.99. So $49.99. That one's full of vinyl. $49.99 on that one. Patrick C. Smith on Earl Scruggs. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith. So let's take the empty one in here that sold earlier, and now let's take the full one full of records to Rebecca for $49.99. So those are now sold as well. That the collection, that Big Bob collection had all that stuff. He had probably, I don't know, he had hundreds of platter packs. We're going to try to sell them all off here one way or another, as usual. Czarface is now just $17.50. Now we're getting back into some of the sealed stuff. Grace Potter, this is sealed for $10. Grace Potter. And let's go ahead and put up a couple more auctions. We got Fleetwood Mac and we got Plan 9. I meant to sell Plan 9 like 5 hours ago. Here's Plan 9, a 1985 French OG. This is classified as a garage psych album, still in Shrink EX. Just a $15 start. Just a $15 start on that. And Fleetwood Mac is a 72 U.S. original sealed. A 1972 U.S. original sealed. $25 start on Fleetwood Mac. Now, we have tracks on Tough City. Give me a second on that one. Larry Drish on Z for Czarface. That's sold to Larry Drish. Vicky Yoshikawa on Grace Potter. Then Chuck Wilson. Then Patrick Lear. Then Michael Rimza. Larry Drish said, oops, never mind on Czarface. So I'm assuming Czarface is still available. Fleetwood Mac has bids for $25.25. Mac Miller, Watching Movies with the Sound Off. Sealed for $17.50. Czarface is called Inspect the Deck. Inspect the Deck. Tim, it's yours if you want it, or if anybody else claims, now is the time. Now is the time. And I have a platter pack for $24.99. This one does have something taped to the front. It is still very nice. Yellow vintage platter pack, $24.99. There's our next platter pack, $24.99. Michael Remza on Mac Miller. That is sold to Michael Remza. Tim Colino does want Czarface. I will make a note to order more Grace Potter. That sounds like a good idea. How about MF Doom? Now just $20, half off of $39.99. Once again, insane stuff in here. Insane stuff at half off. $20 on MF Doom. Plan 9 has a bid for $15. Autumn second on Czarface. Y'all are tied on Fleetwood Mac. Michael Nath came in first, and then Jason Boxel. So, Jason, you're out on Fleetwood Mac. Next is Ken Foster on MF Doom, and then Jim B, and then Michael Remza. And the next record in here is Arab Strap. The week never starts around here. Arab Strap is $10. Arab Strap, $10. I got a platter pack for $24.99. Where's Tracy Songer at? She's been next all night long. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies. And this is Bell Yard or Belly Ard. I think it's Bell Yard. Those are unopened, $7.50. Bell Yard, $7.50. Any leftover CDs? None that hadn't already been shown. If I have CDs up here near me, they've all been shown at least once. At least once. Okay, and then we have Rod Bryan on Arab Strap. That's sold. Now Fleetwood Mac's 30. Plan 9, just one bid for $15. We're about to sell it to JK. Several Bell Yards there. Not familiar with that. Next, if I can grab a hold of it, is the Weakerthans. Live at Burton Cummins Theater, the Weakerthans. That is sealed for $12.50. And we have 3 copies here of The Builders and the Butchers, Dead Reckoning. That is sealed for $10. The Builders and the Butchers. Late Night with Shabazz 3. That is sealed for $12.50. And we have 2 of those. Also, we have Halo, the new album from Bakar. Halo, the new album from Bakar. Sealed on clear vinyl, $12.50. Fleetwood Mac still getting bids, but Plan 9 is sold to JK for $15. Sold for $15. Rebecca Howitt wants a Bell Yard. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt. That is sold. Fleetwood Mac's at $35. And a Claudia de Breige, B-R-E-I-J, Breige. The name of the album is #NU, Glengullard and Germanin Vesel. I don't know what I just said. And this is $5. It's a music on vinyl, unopened white vinyl. Unopened white vinyl. I don't know what just came out of the crate. Hope everybody was paying attention. That was pretty epic. Maybe some people just seen that for the first time. Maybe this lady brings more to the table than you realize. No pun intended. Fleetwood Mac's 35. Fleetwood Mac's 40. Fleetwood Mac 42. And then, how much is Dead Reckoning? Dead Reckoning, The Builders and the Butchers, those are sealed for just $10. Those are sealed for just $10. Now, we got a long ways to go in this crate. These have been known for just absolutely getting obliterated. And we got to do some more here. All right, sorry. Okay. And how much was the Weakerthans? The Weakerthans was $12.50. So Fleetwood Mac, Jason's out. Final call to Michael Nath for 42. How about I bring something over from the surprise crate? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It better be a good one if I'm saying uh-oh. So let me find a good one. A 1972 UK, as in United Kingdom. A 72 UK, Good Times, Bad Times. A 1972 Dazed and Confused. A 1972 Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You. A 1972 You Shook Me. A 1972 Your Time's Gonna Come. Led Zeppelin's debut album is what I'm trying to say here. This is considered a crossover pressing. The matrices from both the second and third pressings on the old and new Atlantic labels. Not a cheap copy on Discogs right now. We've graded it VG Plus, and it's a $45 start. A UK copy of Led Zeppelin. You Shook Me. I Can't Quit You, Babe. A 35, 45. Let's do a $45 start. It is 11 o'clock, and that's unadvertised. I think y'all will get it to where it needs to get. It's classified as a 72 UK repress. Nice. Now up for bid. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Michael Knapp for $42. Patrick C. Smith wants the Claudia record. Patrick says he will take the Claudia D. Brej record, or however you say that. Wow. There she is, up in smoke and flames and lasers. That is sold to Patrick for $5. And then Kenneth Jank wants a Shabazz. That's sold to Kenneth Jank. Neil Reigler says, I'll take it. And Neil Reigler asked about the Weakerthans. So let's tag that for Neil Reigler. And then Led Zeppelin already has a bid for $45. And my crate's full now. So let me go ahead and swap out crates. And I have another platter pack. This one is $24.99. This is a white one. It looks like it needs to be cleaned a little bit. And I still got a yellow one. So a yeller and a whiter shade of pale. Yellow, itsy ditsy, picky dicky, yola polka dotty, padika bikini. All right. There we have it. And Led Zeppelin's at 50 with Rick Berrien. Bert Jordan, you've been outbid. All right, let me take this crate. I told y'all we fill these things up fast. I hadn't read through this a second time either. And then I'll go up front and get another one. We might jump over to a vintage crate right quick, though. Don't let me forget about a vintage crate. We got to do one of those. What is this crate right here? Are these signed? Hold on a second. Yeah, these are all signed. I got a whole crate of Fred Goodwin signed albums. Those coming in the future. Not tonight. Not tonight. And then here is another crate of signed Fred. Yeah, I got a ton of signed Fred Goodwin stuff stashed over here. Just when I think I'm chipping away at stuff, we find a bunch more. Pretty amazing, honestly. All right, let's read through this again. I'm already trying to get up front to go grab another one, but let's knock these out first. And let's put up another auction. Buddy Guy and Junior Wells, I think, is next here. We have Buddy Guy and the Juniors, which is Buddy Guy. Ooh, look at this. I didn't know this till right now. It's on the original gray marble vinyl. That's the 1970 U.S. original. No condition notes. Buddy Guy, Junior Mance, and Junior Wells. Buddy Guy and the Juniors. Junior Mance and Junior Wells. Gray marble vinyl, $25 start on that. Led Zeppelin's now at 51, which means Rick Berrien, you're out. Let's read these one more time quickly. Moon Martin Mystery Ticket was $5. Smokey Robinson One Heartbeat was $7.50. Sierra, Running for Nothing. Sierra was $5. It's My Turn, Ichabod Stowe. That's sealed for $5. 4 Mile Creek, Heartland Harmony. An Iowa Private Press Bluegrass album, $7.50. Dire Straits is VG plus $12.50. There is some water damage. Sultans of Swing. Hurricane Smith, VG plus $6.50. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, $10 on Paul Simon. And Jack Scott on Groove. That's a Bear Family compilation, $7.50. Buddy Guys at $37. Led Zeppelin. Boy, my phone glitched there. What happened? Led Zeppelin still at 51. Who was the other bidder? Rick Berrien. See, my phone's missing. My phone kind of flashed, and I lost some comments. I don't have everybody on the screen right now. So you might, I'm showing Buddy Guy at 45. I'm still showing Led Zeppelin at 51. So if anybody's bid higher, you might want to bid again. Michael Ruttman on 4 Mile Creek. That's so to Michael Ruttman. Thank you. And then John Martin Sapphire was $10. Led Zeppelin's now at 53. Horse Lips is sealed for $9. Diamond Joe White was $5. And then here's some of the sealed stuff. Tough City salutes Hip Hop 50, the DJs. And this is sealed for $15. Blue vinyl. We have Bell Yard. Bell Yard is $7.50. We still got 2 copies of Bell Yard, 4 copies of Bell Yard. The Builders and the Butchers, Dead Reckoning. This is $10. Dead Reckoning, The Builders and the Butchers. We still got 3 of those. Late Night with Shabazz 3. That is sealed for $12.50. And Halo, the new album by Bakar. This is sealed for $12.50. Rebecca wants Moon Martin. Rebecca gets Moon Martin. This is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Moon Martin is $5. Thank you on that. So now Led Zeppelin's at 53 with Michael Remza, and Buddy Guy is at $50 with Shane Devers. Buddy Guy is at $50 with Shane Devers. Splatter vinyl was not being pressed in the 70s, not even close. That is completely false. Splatter vinyl was being pressed in the 60s, the 70s, and colored vinyl actually was started in the late 40s, early 50s. This is a US 1970 original gray marble vinyl, and it is at $50 with Shane Devers. I've seen splatter vinyl going back to the late 60s, actually. Buddy Guy's at $50 with Shane Devers, and Led Zeppelin's at $53 with Michael Remza. Michael Remza has that for $53. That's a 72 UK repress. 72 UK repress. Of course, if you want a 69 OG press, I'm looking for one myself. The 69 UK original Zeppelin's on my Grail list. So that's like a $1,500 record, maybe $3,000 depending on condition. I'm looking for one if anybody has one. I still don't have one for my collection. Anybody else? Let's go ahead and grab another. Let's grab another crate, okay? So let's put this right over here. Let's condense this with those other ones. I was hoping there was one back here already, but I may. What is this one here? Let me see how recent this one is. We might have like a more recent one here. Let's see. 69, yeah. I'm looking for the teal Led Zeppelin. This is turquoise teal, whichever. But yeah, that's on my great. That's like my #1 most sought after records right now. So no luck so far. I'm gonna have to go up front and grab another. Another crate. I'm gonna have to go up front and get another crate. And if there's no other bids, Buddy Guy is sold to Shane Devers and Led Zeppelin. Before I do that, let me go up front and grab another crate. I know where one is I can knock out quickly. Let me do that right now. All right. Here we go. All right, so Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin is sold to Michael Remza for $53. $53 is sold to Michael Remza. Thank you. Nice. That was a random pull over here. And Buddy Guy and Junior Wells is sold to Shane Devers for $50. And yes, they've been making colored vinyl for mass production since the 50s and splatter vinyl. You may have just never seen them before. There's a Dave Mason album that came out in 1970 that's on splatter vinyl. There's a plenty of jazz albums. There's a label called Fantasy, a jazz label called Fantasy, and they did colored vinyl in the 50s on red vinyl. So, just saying. All right, let's go through some half-off stuff here. First thing we have is Ashley McBride presents Linville. These are all half-off, and everything in here should be sealed. We have sealed $10, Ashley McBride. Ashley McBride presents Linville, $10 on that. Gazpacho is a Half-Speed Master, their debut album. That is now just $12.50, Gazpacho. And Cigarettes After Sex, X's. Cigarettes After Sex is sealed for $15. And Robert Finley. Robert Finley going platinum. This is sealed for $15. Sealed for $15. All right, and then let's put up another couple auctions. First is James Brown and Clarence Carter. This is James Brown Plays the Real Thing. This is a 1967 US OG and VG condition, and this is going to be a $15 start. A 1967 US original VG condition, a $15 start. James Brown Plays the Real Thing, $15 start on that. And the Dynamic Clarence Carter. The Dynamic Clarence Carter is a 1969 US Terre Haute original with the company inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $15 start. We sold a white label promo of this the other night. $15 start. The Dynamic Clarence Carter. All right. Melissa Bailey on Ash, and that's Ashley McBride. That's sold to Melissa Bailey for $10. And then Chuck Wilson gets a Cigarettes After Sex. Unfortunately, I only have one of those. Shakedown, you were second. John Dodd was third on Cigarettes After Sex. There's James Brown and there's Clarence Carter. Both are $15 starts. And Clarence Carter is VG Plus. It's a 69 US Terre Haute original. Also, Peter Hamill, Enter K. Peter Hamill is sealed for $10. Peter Hamill is $10. And we've got two copies here of Lil Uzi Vert Pink Tape. These are not, we've sold a bunch of these. Now they're just $17.50. There's a note from Laura. Just Wanna Rock. Laura says, Laura loves this song. It's on pink vinyl, $17.50. I've got 4 copies of Maggie Rogers, Heard It in a Past Life. Maggie Rogers is sealed for $12.50. Jim B ×2 on Little Uzi. That's sold to Jim B, Little Uzi, and Robert Warner on Peter Hamill. Those are all sold. And now we have Larry Drish next on Peter Hamill. And this is Maggie Rogers. We still got Robert Finley, Gazpacho, and we still got an Ashley McBride left. James Brown got bids for $15, $16, $16, $17. And looking for a $15 start on Clarence Carter. Let's see if we can throw up another 45 right quick. And let's see what do we have here. This looks like it's from the New Orleans collection, The Prisoners. The Prisoners is going to go up for a $5 start. Interesting note on colored vinyl. So the very first 45 that was made for consumer production was from RCA Victor. 1948, 49, it was Tex Ritter. No, it's Eddie Arnold. Texarkana's the song, and it's on green vinyl. And that was the very first 45 that was made for consumer production. And it's 1949, RCA Records. It's Eddie Arnold. Name of the song's Texarkana. We had one not too long ago in Fred's collection. Pretty collectible just because of that reason. Maggie Rogers, Shakedown gets one. That's sold for $12.50. Shakedown, $12.50 on that. And we have Women in Music, Part 3. Women in Music is sealed, $12.50, and that's from Haim. $12.50 on that. And the Lemon Twigs, Songs for the General Public. This is sealed for $12.50. And Patty K is absolutely correct. What RCA did when they released those 45s, they made country green. They did classical on red. R&B and soul was like orange. Those are a little bit more difficult to find. There wasn't as much of that out. And maybe there was one other color. But there were several different colors to signify genre on those. Very interesting. You'll see a lot of the classical on red. Country was green. They had different colors. And that was late 40s, early 50s, well before that other record was made. James Brown, 17. A Shakedown got a Maggie Rogers. We pulled those. Clarence Carter did get a bid for $15. Melissa Bailey wants a Maggie Rogers. The Prisoners is at $5. Chris Kirkley also wants a Maggie Rogers. Vicky Yoshikawa on the Haim. Michael Remza on the Lemon Twigs. And Jim B was second. Next two records I have is Wise Blood and In the Darkness, Hearts Aglow. Wise Blood is sealed, now just $15. Those were $29.99. Michael Remza gets the last Maggie Rogers. Jim B has the Prisoners for $5. And I think we're done on James Brown, right? Burt Jordan had it for $17. Did Patrick Lear go out? Patrick, you are out on James Brown, just FYI. This is going to make sure you're done before I drop the hammer. This is Liturgy 93696. That's sealed on clear vinyl for $12.50. WB, Vicky, was that for, you might have meant WB, right? Wise Blood. And then I've got two copies here of RKS, Rainbow Kitten Surprise. Rainbow Kitten Surprise is sealed for $12.50. And Lamont Dozier, the new Lamont Dozier album, Love and Beauty, 50th anniversary, blue marble vinyl, now just $12.50. Wow. And I think that's a 50th anniversary reissue of an album. Clarence Carter is sold to Eric Squindo for $15. The Prisoners is sold to Jim B for $5. And James Brown is sold to Burt Jordan for $17. The lady with purple hair. That would be Wise Blood, I'm assuming. That's sold to Vicky Yoshikawa. Wise Blood is sold. Okay, and now let's put up a couple more auctions. I have Big Bill Brunsey here. Remembering Big Bill, soul songs sung by Big Bill Brunsey. And this is a 64 US mono with the company inner sleeve. It is VG. We're going to put it for just a $10 start. Just a $10 start on that 64 US original. $10 start on that. Holden wants the Lamont Dozier. That's sold to Holden 190. Appreciate that. Also, Julian Baker. 2 copies of Julian Baker. There's no glory in love, only the gore of our hearts. Is that what that says? Julian Baker is $10. It's actually called Little Oblivious. Little Oblivious is $10. And we got 4 copies of DMA's How Many Dreams. DMA's is sealed, unopened for $15. Yellow vinyl, $15 on that. I think Lamont Dozier is like a soul album. However, it's already been claimed. Let's go ahead and grab another LP. Let's see. I'm into like the crate that Seth got ready now. Here's something a little bit different. Slipknot. This is sealed, 45 RPM on yellow vinyl. I think they were all 45 RPM though. So this said, I wonder if this is the mess up. Yeah, so this was a big mess up from Slipknot's label. The hop stickers say Slipknot, the end so far, and the jacket was called the end for now. So they messed up the hop sticker, or I don't know what it actually is supposed to be called. I still don't know, but I get confused. But it's either the end so far, and the jacket says the end for now. So definitely a first press, because it has the misprint hop sticker or the misprint jacket. One of them's misprinted. It can't have 2 names, so it's either the end so far or the jacket says the end for now. That's yellow vinyl sealed for a $20 start. The DMAS was $15. Preston Rose gets a Julian Baker. That's sold to Preston Rose. And then Britt Taylor is now just $10. These are sealed. It's called Kentucky Blue, produced by Sturgill Simpson. Britt Taylor, $10. And we've got 4 copies here. 4 copies of AA Bondi, When the Devil's Loose. AA Bondi is sealed, $7.50 on AA Bondi. And here's a hardcore record. Modern Life is War. My Love, My Way. It's on red vinyl, $10 on that. Rebecca does want a DMAS. That is sold. How Many Dreams? I have 3 more if anybody wants them. The End So Far. So they messed up the jacket. Wow, so the jacket's a mispress. The hop sticker is correct. The hop sticker says The End. Wait a minute. The End So Far. Yeah, The End So Far. The End for Now. Either way. Julian Baker was $15. Julian Baker is, $10. Julian Baker is $10 on that. And then Modern Life is War, so to Rebecca. And then I've got 3 copies of Mercyland, We Never Lost a Single Game. And Mercyland is $10. All right, and then Big Bill Brunzi. Big Bill Brunzi is sold to Michael Nath for $15. Lower left says So Far. Jacket on the front left, So Far also. Yeah. So the hop sticker says The End So Far, and the jacket says The End for Now. The End for Now on the jacket, and the hop sticker says The End So Far. And any Wise Blood left? Yes, there's 1 Wise Blood left. Wait a minute. I thought there was. Yes, there's 1 Wise Blood left, Phantom, $15. Slipknot has a new bid for $22. And Brady Holzer on AA Bondi. Brady, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then I'll give you some quick instructions. I don't think I've said your name before. Thank you, very quick welcome, and thank you. And then Jetstream wants a Britt Taylor. Make sure these go in for $10. They're actually not marked, but I did mark them one night for $19.99, so 10 on that. And Slipknot's at $25. And Chad desperately needs a bottle of water. I'll be right back. Mexican food is kicking my butt. All right. So Phantom Canucks had sold. And that was on Wise Blood. Spackle Tab gets a Britt Taylor for 10. Brady's a second-time buyer. Brady, thank you and welcome back. Thank you and welcome back then. All right. Next single is Lori and the Chameleons. Lori and the Chameleons on Sire. Love on the Gangs. That's a $5 start. $5 start. That didn't sound right what I said. I said this Mexican food's kicking my butt. It's actually kicking my mouth. Nothing to do with the way that meant to say. I had to go get water. It's like almost dehydrated me. It's kicking my hydration system. No, I've got a pretty well-strained stomach and bladder. I can't do these shows and eat. There's no way. Slipknot's at $26, and that's a $5 start on that. Let's grab here. I am going to let's do the last several Japanese for low starts. So here is Karma Chameleon Culture Club Color by Numbers. That is a original pristine Japanese pressing with obi and inserts. A $15 start. TMI. Yeah, let's get back to vinyl. Nobody needs to know about my regulatory systems here. Just me and my doctor, which I don't have a doctor. They died. We have Culture Club, a $15 start. And Slipknot, waiting for Curtis to say out, and that's a $5 start. Okay, so let me figure out what happened. 2 Chameleon records. Oh, my gosh. Well, one's called Lori and the Chameleons. I think we can figure that one out. Let's do I'm ready to do a half-off crate that's back here. Let me go up front and try to find maybe one more. Let me go try to find one more from up front, okay? I'm having to, at this point, like dig to find these next crates. So let me go do that. I'll be right back. I'm going to have to go get some more records, so don't go anywhere, please. Here we go. So Culture Club 15, 15, 16. Curtis Saddle Slipknots, that 20. Lori is a $5 bot now. Lori and the Chameleons. That means Slipknot is sold to Alan Hagen for 26. Thank you on that, Alan. Now Culture Club's at 20. I've got another half off. There's some OG stuff in here and some other stuff. Other stuff. That's being specific. There's some OG, like sealed. Oh, man, I've messed up again. Let's put up another auction and I'll restart. I took care of my hunger earlier. Now I can feel my 3-hour sleep in the last 29 hours kicking in. We have Tough Enough by the Fabulous Thunderbirds, a pristine Japanese pressing, the Fabulous Thunderbirds, a $25 start. Are You Tough Enough? A $25 start. There's that. Culture Club's at 20, and I need to make sure Gary or Alan Hagen's done. Gary's still bidding. More half-off records. Let's just keep it simple. They're half off, no more, no less. Philadelphia, Mississippi. I don't have to explain what they are till I'm showing them. G-Love. G-Love is now just $10. We're doing sealed records. I'm trying to... Volume tonight and last night is critical. I am trying to move some merchandise. We have filled up 2, 4... If we can fill up another crate or finish filling up this crate maybe before midnight, I'll be happy. And then I'll tell Paul to spend tomorrow digging out some more of this kind of stuff. And I'll make an announcement. Tomorrow, Paul will be doing more discount bins. Charlie Bliss Guppy. Charlie Bliss is $10. Guppy and Jim B's in on the G-Love for 10 and 10 already. That was fast. Thank you, Jim B. And we have Young Gravy. This is Gasanova. Young Gravy is on aqua-colored vinyl for $12.50. And then Gazpacho. Gazpacho is called TikTok. It's an LP plus a 10th anniversary 7-inch. Those are $12.50. Benny King. Oh, no, it's from the Connery collection. So it does have writing on the cover, but now it's $9. Benny King. Michael Martin Murphy, River of Time. Michael Martin Murphy is $7.50. And we have England Dan and John Ford Coley, Dr. Heckle and Mr. Jive. That's now just $5. And I have 2 of them. They're both in very similar condition. And Rick Wakeman, The 6 Wives of Henry VIII. And that's now just $10. So Culture Club, the last bid on Culture Club was Patrick C. Smith at $20. Gary Wellman bid $22. Fabulous Thunderbirds, $25. Culture Club, $21. Jim B got both G-Loves. Larry Drish, you were next. Jim B also on YG, which was Young Gravy. That's sold to Jim B. And then Patrick C. Smith on the Benny King. That's so to Patrick C. Smith. Melissa Bailey on the England. I'll give you that copy right there. And so that means I'm about to sell Culture Club for $22 to Gary Wellman. I'm about to sell Fabulous Thunderbirds to Tim for $25. Now MT Matt's bid $27. Peter and Gordon Woman. Peter and Gordon is $5. That's Peter and Gordon Woman. $5 on that. And Steve Loin, the Doctor, There's No Place Like Mars. Steve Loin, $5. Also, we have the Mighty Clouds of Joy kicking. And that is sealed, a 1975 original. That is $10 on that. And we have Hey Jude, Jimmy Caravan. Hey Jude is sealed, a 69 US for $10. Kent Carter, Bovas Cathedral. That's a 75 US for $20. Kent Carter, Bovius Cathedral. What is that? All one word there? Yeah. Bovius Cathedral. That is now $20, half off of $39.99. Guess what? Fabulous Thunderbird still getting bids. Guess what? Culture Club is still getting bids. And now the next half off record is the English Congregation Jezhel, Jesahel, Jesahel. That is now $10. Has a promo sticker on the front. That's on Signpost Records. $10 on that. And we have Dave Edmonds. And Dave Edmonds is called Here's the Information. It's a promo picture disc from Dave Edmonds. $10 on that. And Jethro Tull, A Passion Play. Jethro Tull is $10. Fabulous Thunderbirds 28 and Culture Club's at 24. So Gary Wellman, you've been outbid. How the heck do you bid on or buy records here? You can bid or buy just as easy as you just sent a comment. Just as easy as you just sent a comment, that's how you bid and buy. So if you want to bid on Fabulous Thunderbirds, you may right here see Tim Colino's bid where my finger's going back and forth. He put FT for Fabulous Thunderbirds. That means he's bidding. If you want to buy something out of the bin, for example, Ken Foster put Kent, and that's right here. He just sent the word Kent. That means he's buying this for $20. We're in a half off discount bin. The prices I'm saying are the prices. And then these back here are auctions. These are live auctions. People are bidding in the comments, and these are claims. And then we have some questions. And the other question was Gazpacho still available in price. Gazpacho is still available. TikTok, $12.50. Gary Wellman got Jethro Tull, but he's out on Culture Club, so we're going to go ahead and sell Culture Club to Alan Hagen, Chameleon, for $24. That is sold. And I think we're almost done on the Fabulous Thunderbirds as well. Jim B does take Gazpacho. That's sold to Jim B. And because the Fabulous Thunderbirds MT Matt's out, Tim Colino gets that for $28. Let's go ahead and roll that to Tim Colino. Thank you. And earlier tonight, I want to show them because I sold out earlier, or we had them earlier tonight, and I hadn't shown them since I've been live about 5:30. Let me go ahead and show these right here. I've got some Super 7 reaction figures because I'm about to move them to get to another box of 45s. We have Cliff Burton and we have Ghost Papa Murtis 3. These are $24.99. And we're sold out of, what was the other one? We had Ghost. There's Cliff Burton. I forgot what the other one was. But I can go grab it if I need to. But those are still available. For $24. Who was the other one? Ghost, Metallica. Somebody, I know somebody watching right now bought the other one. They're right around the corner if I need to go get it. But those are available. And then how much was Rick Wakeman? That's $10. We've already sold Lightning Hopkins, yes. And we have Fiddlehead. Death is Nothing to Us. Fiddlehead is sealed on neon orange vinyl. $12.50. And Luke Hemmings. King Diamond. Yes, I have King Diamond too if anybody wants to see that. Thank you, Rebecca and Stephen. Luke Hemmings, I was about to say, it's another guy that wears makeup, and it's not a member of KISS. Luke Hemmings is $10. Yeah, and we got, Ed left these on my desk today. His AI action figures he created for me. He actually printed them out and framed them. There we go. I like that one better. That looks more like me, and probably more so with the radio and the rush. This is more like a Chad live on Coletco. I look older and worn out and exhausted. This is me when I'm selling. I'm worn out, exhausted, 5 o'clock shadow, dark circles. This is me like when I'm rested and I've had plenty of Oreos and I'm listening to Rush. That's more like what I look like. And yes, we need a vary. This is me after Demas's and Blue Juice. This is me after a 9-hour live stream, and we've sold 2,300 New Orleans 45s, 3,000 auctions. We're going to keep those on permanent display here. All right. I like the Led Zeppelin more. That one doesn't look like me. I look old and wore out there. Next is What Happened. I guess if for those that's not on Facebook, if you're not on Facebook, you probably hadn't seen these because he shared them over in our private group. So if you're not on Facebook, you probably hadn't seen this. So for these, this is a first for the YouTube family. And for those that don't have, are not in a whole lot of records. So I was impressed by this one. My hair is, that's about pretty much my hairline. It's actually a little bit further back now. This is probably closer. My hairline is, it is receding, as much as I hate to admit it. Steve Earle and the Dukes. Steve Earle is $22.50. I think my hairline's been receding since I've been about 21, which was 8 years ago, but it's still receding. $22.50 on Steve Earle. Gary Stewart, Cactus and a Rose. Gary Stewart is $7.50. Nantucket is $7.50. $7.50. And Elvis Costello Trust. We are going through a half off bin. Elvis Costello is $10. Elvis Costello, $10. And Lloyd Cole and the Commotions Mainstream. Lloyd Cole is $20. Lloyd Cole and the Commotions, $20. Let's put up another set of Japanese records. We got Men at Work. This is Cargo. Men at Work is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine with Obi. That's going to go up for a $25 start. How much is for the set, Jimmy Page? I don't think those are for sale right now. That's a one of a kind. Hopefully coming soon in mass quantities to sell to the public. I said Coletco is going to be launching a merch store this summer. Coming summer of 2025. Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger, $25 start. Danny Thomason wants GS, and GS was for Gary Stewart. It was a King Diamond action figure. If you need to see it, it's right around the corner. The Teskey Brothers with Orchestra Victoria. This is a half off bin, and the Teskey Brothers is $12.50. We've got 2 of those. And Vintage Trouble, the new heavy hymnal. This is Vintage Trouble, sealed for $7.50. I have 2, 3 of those, and we have Steep Canyon Rangers Morning Shift, and this is unopened, $12.50. $12.50. Steep Canyon Rangers. Also, we have Nerd, N-E-R-D. Nerd is sealed for $10. There's 1, there's 2. Youngblood, live in Atlanta. Youngblood is $10. And we got 2 copies of In Darkness. In Darkness is $10. In Darkness is $10. Let's go get one of those King Diamond figures. So we had Ghost, we got Cliff Burton, and here is King Diamond. These are $24.99. Comes with his skull and crossbones, microphone. He's wearing his cape, and of course, really killer artwork on it. That's the seller for these, is the artwork. And I don't have any more in stock, but I think we might even had a waiting list earlier, so I definitely got to order more. And then there's In Darkness, okay? And then Shakedown wants Nerd. How many do I have? I got 2. Michael Remsa also gets one in Men at Work. Yeah, Japanese, that's the thing, Stephen, and for any, Stephen made note about the colors. So that's the thing about these Japanese pressings. They just do such a great job on these, just incredible. Beautiful colors. That's why they're just a higher quality. I think this was $10. We are in a half off crate, so yeah, that's $10. This is a half off crate, so that's $10 if you want it. Tawana Bennett wants Youngblood. That's live in Atlanta. Youngblood live in Atlanta. And then here's the other two, Cliff Burton and Ghost. These will ship for $7 in limited shipping. Yes. Anything I sell you is $7 limit shipping, or if I ever say a price, it includes shipping, unless we've negotiated a different deal. All right. These are $25 starts. There was already a bid for $25, now $28. Hiram wants Varials. Hiram wants Varials. Is that still in this bin, Hiram? Varials. VA. Am I getting the Henry? 8. Oh, I thought you were offering 8. Maybe you're wanting this. My bad. I thought you were... My brain is trying to make me think you're offering this for $8. You're saying you want Rick Wakeman, the 6 wives of Henry VIII. My bad. I don't know why. I keep wanting to think is you're trying to offer $8 for it. My bad. So that's sold to Rebecca. And then this is Varials. Is that what In Darkness is? Aha. So this is sold to Hiram for $10. That's sold to Hiram for $10. Now there's one left. And now there's one left. Okay. That was bizarre. We'll just move on. Danny, I don't have any King Diamond in stock. There's no King Diamond in stock. That's a waiting list. But I will sell you a Cliff Burton. But I don't have any more King Diamond. I don't know what just appeared on the screen, but that was pretty weird. Men at Work is at 28 and now 35. And Duran did not get a bid. It's a $25 buy it now. Duran is a buy it now for $25. Jim B says he's already ready for the next crate. I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. All right, so here's what's left in here. If you want a price, let me know. It is a half off bin. Like Charlie Bliss, Guppy, those are sealed for just $10. And Michael Martin Murphy, and England Dan, and Peter and Gordon, and Steve Lowen, and the Mighty Clouds of Joy Kicking, and Hey Jude, Jimmy Caravan, and the English Congregation, and Dave Edmonds, and Fiddlehead, and Luke Hemmings, and Steve Earle, and Nantucket, and Elvis Costello, and Lloyd Cole, and the Teskey Brothers, and Vintage Trouble, and Steep Canyon Rangers, and In Darkness. And Duran is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $25. No one has set out on Men at Work except Gary. He did, actually, so that's sold to Patrick for $35. That's done. All right? And the only figure tonight left then is Ghost. All right, let's try to find the next best crate. I'm going to have to go up front and get it. Let's see, can we fill up this one? Let's try to fill up this last one. There's not much left, and then maybe one more. So I better go get some good stuff. I'll be right back. Let me go get a crate. Actually, I can condense right quick. And Patrick wants the last figure, Ghost. And that company has a ton of those. I hadn't ordered them in so long. Y'all may have remembered during Christmas last year, I'll probably slowly start ordering them just like I have guitars because we build all that stuff up throughout the year. And this past Christmas, I think those kind of figures, we had like 100 in stock, like different ones. And then we put them on sale like 25% off and sold them all. These I've never had. So now I'm starting to order them again. But the ones I'm ordering, I'm trying to get ones that I've never had before because they make new ones almost every week. This is so to Patrick C. Smith. Thank you, Patrick. I'm going to go ahead and lay it in here before something happens to it. And I'm trying to find the next best crate to do. I'm trying to find one like maybe Laura's marked recently where she mixed in some other stuff. So it's vintage. Just a great, it don't have to be new stuff, just a great half off bin. I know where the new seal stuff is. I'm just trying to find the next best half off bin. What is this one right here? It's how recent are these? Let me see how recent these are. These are really recent. Yeah. Okay. I may have to go up front to get that stuff. Yeah, I'm going to have to go up front, okay? Let me go up front and see what's going on. I'll be right back with new records. We'll continue this madness. Let me go grab these right quick. This one should catch your attention, especially the record I put first in here. This should catch your attention, especially the record I put first in here. The next Japanese pressing is Whitney Houston, and we're going to put this up for just a $1 start. It's a Japanese pressing of Whitney Houston by Whitney Houston. There is some discoloration right up here. The vinyl is exactly what you would expect, near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert, and there's a couple of humidity spots back there. Here we go. And after this, we'll probably find a good vintage one to go through. Or if I go right back up there after this one's done and take the rest of that bin was more new mixed in with vintage. But right off the bat is Kiss for just $15. How many times have I ever showed a vintage or a sealed Kiss, lick it up for just $15? How often does that happen? Wow. $15 on Kiss. Sold to MT Map. That is sold. Patrick Lear was second. Thank you, Patrick Lear. Chuck Wilson third. Next is Leon Bridges, Gold Digger Sound. Leon Bridges is sealed for just $10. I've got 3 copies of Playboy Cardi. Playboy Cardi is sealed for $12.50. Beyonce, Cowboy Carter, Act 2. Beyonce is now just $17.50. Moto Mamie, Rosalia, sealed for $15. Rosalia, $15. The Hives, The Death of Randy Fitzsimmons. The Hives is $10. Wow. So here's the current claims. Kiss went to MT Matt and Patrick. Robert bid $1 on Whitney. Chuck was next on Kiss. Gary Wellman next on Kiss. Jim B on Playboy Carter. And I'm hoping he's wanting 3. But right now he says he'll just take 1. Jim B on Beyonce. That's sold to Jim B, Beyonce. Gary Wellman on LB. Leon Bridges, sold to Gary Wellman. Patty K on the Hives. I still got a Hives left if anybody wants it. Lake Street Dive, Free Yourself Up, sealed for $10. I've got 2 of those. Margot Price, Strays. Margot Price is sealed for $10. So Whitney Houston, Greg Beddinger bid $10. And Robert's out. Japanese Whitney Houston, now just at $10. Sorry, Chad's hit the floor. I'm stretching. Oh. I know it probably sounds like I'm dying, but I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh. Michael Remza gets a Margot Price, and Michael Remza wants a LSD. That's sold. Those are gone. Chuck, the Whitney Houston's actually already at 10. And John Mayer, The Search for Everything, sealed, $12.50. There's some metal in this crate. I don't know if anybody's paying attention, but they're about to be shown. Here is, what do we have here? All right. John Mayer, sealed, Dissimulation Deluxe, KS1, sealed for $7.50. Chick Corea and Lionel Hampton in concert at Midham, 1978. $10 on Chick Corea and Lionel Hampton. Night Beats, Outlaw R&B, sealed for $12.50. Gary Wellman on John Mayer. That's sold to Gary Wellman. And Cat Power covers. Cat Power is sealed for $10. What's the bid on Whitney Houston? It's just at $10 right now. $10 right now. Ken Foster on Chick Corea. Michael Rudolph on Dissimulation. John Dodd second on Chick Corea. 2 copies of A Slice of Delicious, Rare Singles and Remixes, Record Store Day compilation, sealed, now just $7.50. Also, we have original motion picture soundtrack to Mile 22, music on vinyl at the movies label, on silver vinyl numbered, just $10 on that. Now there's a new bid on Whitney for $11. So Greg, your $10 bid held for a long time, up until right now. I'm trying to grab a few singles to put up for auction right quick. I think some New Orleans stuff we might sell in a group of 3. The All-Nighters, Ray Campy, and what else do we have here? All-Nighters, Ray Campy, and Doug and the Slugs. So Doug and the Slugs, Too Bad the Move, Ray Campy, Wrong, 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 and Booze It. And the All-Nighters, Bad Trip, and Oregon Theme Part 2. All 3 of those for a $10 start. Whitney has a bid for 11. Rebecca wants a slice of vinyl. So does Susie Breedlove. How much was Lake Street? Lake Street has already been sold. No, there's one left. There's one left. They're $10. Sealed, brand new. If it's sealed in this crate, it's brand new. Like a brand new record. Not used. Brand new. Cat Power is sold to Holden. Whitney has a new bid with Val Simonia for 12. So, Larry, you've been outbid. Lucian and the Kimono Orchestra. New disco, sealed for $750. Rebecca wants a copy of The Hives. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt. And now my crate has really filled up. So let me swap out crates right quick. These are filling up pretty fast. Let me swap out crates. Sorry, I had to send a message right quick. I just seen where I was talking to somebody, and then they text me back 58 minutes ago, and I just now replied. They probably have already went to bed, but that's okay. That conversation can resume tomorrow. No big deal. All right, let's grab a new empty crate then. Okay. Prime 2, P-R-Y-H-M-E, that's sealed for $10. Also, Jack Harlow. So we had a bunch of those yesterday. Here's another one. Now just $10, Jack Harlow. Chick Corea and Bella Fleck. Chick Corea and Bella Fleck, that's now just $15. That is the final duo project between Fleck and Corea. I think it's called Remembrance. It is. Val Simonia, You're Out on Whitney Houston. Wow. I didn't even see those in there. Warrant, Dog Eat Dog. Warrant is now just $15. That's on red and blue vinyl. Warrants are $15. Shakedown on Bella Fleck. Michael Rim's a second. Great stuff in here. I mean, already comped, great prices, and now half off. I think y'all know what's going on already. Swallow the Sun, 3 LP and DVD, sealed for $15. Live in Helsinki. Chris Ridlings gets a warrant. That's sold to Chris Ridlings. John Dodd next on Chick Corea, then Eric Squindo. And Patrick said no warrant. So I'm assuming that means he doesn't want a warrant. And then Val Simonia, I haven't heard back from you on the Whitney. I'm about to sell it to Larry for $13. Let me mute my mic so I can take a drink of this water. And my mic's about to die, so let me go ahead and swap out mics. Let me click on this. Okay. All right. So the warrant just went to Chris Ridlings. Hiram got Swallow the Sun. Jim B was second. Michael Rudolph second. Whitney 15. Jim B wants the Rosalia, both of them. These are both sold to Jim B. We have one warrant left. This is Traffic Death. Unopened on purple and black vinyl. Traffic Death, $10. Judas Curse of the Iron Sabbath. Judas Curse of the Iron Sabbath. Traffic Death. Order in Decline, Sum 41. now just $10. Sum 41, $10. Cave In Heavy Pendulum, unopened on red vinyl for $12.50. Playboy is sold to Shakedown. There's one left. Whitney's now at 15. Larry Gonzalez, you've been outbid. Patrick C. Smith does want a warrant. Okay, I got confused. You do want a warrant. Thank you. That's so to Patrick C. Smith. Hiram gets a traffic death. Greg Herman on a Sum 41. Darren Johnson on Cave In. James Hicks on Sum 41. You can tell when we've hit the metal because things start flying out of the bin. Michael wants the last Playboy Cardi. Then Jim B said he'll take it. These 345s are a buy now for $10. Next, you can tell when you hit the word METAL, okay? When you hit the word METAL in a crate, this is what happens. Whoa. I will pretend that didn't just happen. They know the metal is coming. The orb heard metal, and he said, I am here. What do you have for me? $15. Val Simonia gets Whitney Houston. Whoa. The orb. Cave In. $12.50. I have another one. So Darren got one. Does anybody else want one? Mest. Destination Unknown. Mest. Sealed for $10. Mest. Wage War. Dead Weight. Wage War is sealed for $10. We have two of those. And Deterioration Traffic Death. That's now just $5. How could you say no to that? $5? That's practically free. I might as well give you money. You should be paying me to take this record. That didn't make sense. Brandon got Wage War. Jeremy was second, and Steven got Traffic Death. All right, that was another great sealed crate. We're doing one after another, after another, after another, after another. And let's show these one more time. Lots of single shots left in here. And here's the first thing left. Lake Street Dive, Free Yourself Up. Sealed for $10. Night Beats, Outlaw R&B, 180-gram colored vinyl with printed inner sleeves. Sealed for $12.50. I had two Rage Wars. I did. So Brandon got one and Jeremy got one. Jeremy, you also got one. Jeremy, you also got one. Sorry about that. Also, original motion picture soundtrack, Mile 22. Sealed for $10. Mile 22, $10. Lucian and the Kimono Orchestra. Sealed $7.50. Yes, Jeremy, you got a Rage War, and Brandon Lack got a Rage War. Prime 2, PRHYME. That's sealed for $10. Jack Harlow. That's sealed for $10. I still got this Traffic Death. This Traffic Death is still available. And it's called Judas Curse of the Iron Sabbath. It's on purple and black vinyl. It's $10. Surprisingly, I still got two of those. This is from Relapse Records. Relapse. Cave In Heavy Pendulum. It's on blood red vinyl. That's $12.50. Traffic Death is sold to Rebecca. And then Mess, Destination Unknown, is on red vinyl for $10. And then tracks on Outlaw. Outlaw, that was Night Beats, Outlaw R&B. I can't help you there, Patrick. There's nothing written on this. There's no track listing. Cool cover, but there's absolutely no track listing or help whatsoever. There's one more traffic death, by the way. All right. Should we do another one? Should we do another one? I wonder what y'all's answer is going to be. Should we do another one? Let me think on this. Should we do another one? Traffic. I'll take the variable from the previous bin. All right, that was In Darkness. Chad is starting to get pretty sleepy. All week I've been shorting myself on sleep, and I've told you I strive to like eat well, sleep well, and exercise well for these sales, literally. Like I got to stay in shape and take care of myself to do this every night. It's like, I don't know, it's like I'm preparing for like a football game every night, but no one's trying to tackle me. Brandon Light gets this one. So in the last 72 hours, I've done the opposite to take care of myself. I've ate terrible, I've slept terrible, and I hadn't worked out. Vintage. Chad Balboa. Yeah, I'm like in there like bench pressing, like getting ready for the sale the next day. I'm like doing curls thinking, man, all right, I got to get ready for Coletco tomorrow. I'm doing a punching bag. Pow, pow, pow. Boom, boom. Led Zeppelin, Beatles, pow. All right, let's do another crate. And then y'all will probably convince me to do another one. And then I will probably get convinced to do another one. All right, let's go. All right, here's what I'll do. Let's go through a half off crate, but let's try to mix it. Let me find one that's like half empty and I can go put some other stuff in it. Dun 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 dun. John Cena. Oh man, Mike Massey's hammer. I just caught this thing. I just caught this hammer halfway falling to the ground. That was the fastest reflexes I ever had. That's a new hammer from Mike Massey. I'm glad I caught that. It probably would have literally destroyed the floor. John Cena. All right, I've got a great half-off crate. And then let me go get some sealed stuff to put right in the middle of it. Because I'm going to go finish that. I'm just going to go carry them back here by hand. Yeah, Mike Massey sent us like a $30 hammer. It's time for an upgrade, Chad. It's still a one-handed hammer, so you can hold the head of the deadbeat troll that's invaded the feed and hammer away. Mike just randomly thought I needed a hammer upgrade. To remind everybody, that is my weapon. Have you ever watched the movie Casino? Have you ever watched the movie Casino? Let me go get some more sealed records. right, let's do another one. I love half-off crates. Hammer to Fall. That's a Queen song. What does De Niro tell that guy? You can have the hammer and the money, but you can't. I forgot what he said. He said, he told that guy he caught cheating at blackjack. He said, you can have the hammer and the money, but you can't. I don't know. Can't have both. Is that what he said? But that doesn't make sense, does it? He's either going to smash his hand or give him the money. You can have the money and the hammer or walk away. Yeah, that makes sense, okay? You can basically take the money, but we're going to smash your hand, or you can just walk away with no money. Yeah. He already smashed that other guy's hand. Whew, what a brutal scene. Okay, so we have Chad, and then there's a chance. And Jim B's throwing the towel in. Jim B throwing the towel in. Hiram put cave in. Is that a claim, Hiram? Cave in, is that a claim? From the last bin, Hiram. Cave in. There is one left. That is yours, right? Is that a claim? Hiram. And then here's what we're about to do. We are about to go through this crate half off. First come, first serve. All right? No more, no less. There's vintage, a pocket of new, and then vintage. Vintage, a pocket of new, and vintage. Nice. Historia del Musica, the Rolling Stones. This is now $10. It's a fantastic compilation. Mostly earlier stuff, but there's great tracks on here. Like Jumpin' Jack Flash and Satisfaction, Honky Tonk Women, Get Off My Cloud. So Hiram does get Cave. That's Heavy Pendulum. That's so to Hiram Aponte. Thank you. Rolling Stones, just $10. Rough Diamond is now $10. Rough Diamond, Island Records. No condition notes on this either. Rough Diamond is 1977. Rosington Collins Band. Speaking of sealed, this is a sealed original for just $10. This is the way. Rosington Collins, that's just $10. Sealed. That's sealed original. Gary Wellman got the Rolling Stones comp. That's sold to Gary Wellman for $10. Greg, you were second. Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Parkerilla Live. This is another sealed original. Graham Parker's a 78 U.S. original, sealed with hop sticker. That's $10. Lucky Melinder's Orchestra with Sister Rosetta Tharpe. Lucky Days, 1941 through 1945. That's now just $7.50. That's now $7.50. We have Patrick C. Smith on Rosington Collins Band. That's so to Patrick C. Smith Sr. Thank you. Eddie Palmieri. His name's always been a challenge for me. Palmiery. Lo Major D. That's VG for $5. Gary Wellman also wants the sealed Graham Parker. That's so to Gary Wellman. Hey World Roadmaster. Gold stamp promo. 1979. VG plus $6.50. I believe Patrick's after the Lucky Millender with Sister Rosetta. Patrick, that's so to you. Also, earlier I had 345s. I had 345s for $10. I'll add that Lori and the Chameleons and still make them $10. So now those four for $10 if anybody wants those. Gene Vincent on Kama Sutra, a 1970 US, VG plus $7.50. That's Gene Vincent by Gene Vincent, $7.50 on that. Status Quo, rocking all over the world. Status Quo EX, now just $9 for Status Quo, rocking all over the world. And Stanley Steamer, VG plus $7.50, a 73 US. It does have a clip corner up there, top left, $7.50 on Stanley Steamer. And Vangelis Opera Sauvage. Vangelis is in shrink with hop, now just $6. It does have the hop sticker, includes him. the theme from the TV wine commercial. Anybody remember that? The TV wine commercial, the song Him. Patrick C. Smith gets the NOLA lot for $10. Gary Wellman got GV, and GV was for Gene Vincent. That's sold to Gary Wellman for VG plus $7.50. We also have Steppenwolf Live. Suki Suki. Don't Step on the Grass, Sam. VG plus $7.50. Born to Be Wild. Magic Carter Bride. The Pusher. You know, I've smoked a lot of grass. I've popped a lot of pills. The Pusher. Patrick C. Smith on Vangelis. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith. The Roots of British Rock. VG plus $5. 2 LP gatefold. Pretty cool compilation there. Pretty cool. What did I just say? Pretty cool compilation there. $5. It's early British roots rocks. And we have Gary Wellman on Steppenwolf. What was the record for Vangelis? We have Stanley Turrentine. Or excuse me, Stanley Turrentine. Stanley Steamer and Status Quo and Roadmaster. That's the last three. Tracy, I don't know if you might have got off after, but I showed a couple more platter packs for $24.99. I just didn't know. I never did hear from you. I didn't know if you were passing, but I got a yellow and a white one. They are really nice, but they do have some like tape stuck to them, which probably can be removed after a little operation. I don't know if you missed those or not, but I've got two more there for $24.99, a yellow and a white. Greg, you were second on Rolling Stones. Gary already got it. Gary Wellman got Stones, and then you were second. I've already pulled it for him. Next in the half-off bin is Cruisin' with Gene Vincent and the Blue Caps. That's an 83 UK mono, VG plus $7.50. Mike Ospaw on Roots. That's sold to Mike Ospaw for $5. And we have Robbie Robertson. You may know him from the band, EX $9. Yeah, as soon as you got like beat 3 times in a row, and I brought up another one and mentioned your name, and you wasn't replying, I was like, well, she might have got frustrated and left the chat. So Tracy gets a yellow one for $24.99. Let me go ahead and take some of the stuff in the operations room. I still got a white one there if anybody wants one. A white one there. And let me see if this blue one. So I got a blue one and I got a red. Let's do this one first. I got a blue one for $24.99 as well. Nice blue one there. Holden wants Cruising. I bet he's trying to get Gene Vincent, right? He put Crushing, Crazing. I bet he's trying to get Cruising, right? Cruising is sold to Holden. Gary Wellman second. Edwin wants Stanley Turrentine. And Tracy said she'll take a blue one too. All right. There's white back there. I may have a red and another white somewhere. They've got to be close. I think we've sold like $1,000 worth of platter packs in the last two sales, or 3 sales. This record here, we've got a bunch of copies of. These are sealed, Bobby Digital and Digital Potions. They're just $10. They're sealed on that. And we have Jack White. This is Fear of the Dawn. Jack White is sealed for $10. The Rolling Stones is on black vinyl, to my knowledge. 2 LP and DVD, $34.99. Stanley Steamer. It's not Turrentine. Yes, I keep calling it Stanley Turrentine. You got Stanley Steamer. You, without a doubt, got Stanley Steamer. There is no Stanley Turrentine in here. All right. If I got a purple, I ain't seen a purple yet. Jack Whites are sold to Craig, Ken, and MT Matt. Gary Wellman, you were fourth, only got 3. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Just $10. Demos on clear vinyl. Demos on clear vinyl. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Demos on clear vinyl for just $10. Wow. And that is sold to Chris Ridlings. Michael Remza got a Bobby Digital. Dale was next on King Gizzard. And then Shakedown. And then Stephen Riley. And then John Dodd. Then Ken Foster. Then Michael Remza. Then Robert Warner. Then Purple Fuzzy. I've got 2 copies of the Wicked Lowdown out of line. Just $7.50. Miss Kitty's Lounge, Widespread Panic, sealed for $12.50. Bobby Digital is RZA from Wu-Tang. We still got those for just $10 sealed. Record Store Day blue vinyl. Chad is going to take a drink of water. Chad is back. Pronounce RZA. Thank you. Loop Digga. Mad Lib Medicine Show number 5. The history of Loop Digga. Sealed for $15. This guy's on a motorcycle doing a drive-by, blowing people's brains out. This is an unofficial. This is Fleetwood Mac live at the BBC on red vinyl for $15. Widespread Panic is sold to Shakedown. It's Facebook comments fast and YouTube. Yes, Facebook tends to have a slight edge on the lag delay. Not always, though. St. Vincent, the Nowhere Inn. St. Vincent's on orange vinyl sealed, $7.50. Chris Ridlings gets Fleetwood Mac. Shakedown was second. Gary Wellman third. The Commodores live, $12.50. Motown, back to some vintage pre-owned stuff now. Meatloaf Dead Ringer is just $17.50. Greg, you were fourth on Fleetwood Mac. Ken Foster on St. Vincent. Then Preston Rose, then Jim B, then Michael Remza. Tears for Fears, The Tipping Point. Green vinyl Spotify edition, half off of $59.99. So this is now just $30. Half off of $59.99 on that. Trina Long first on the Commodores, and then Burt Jordan. Jackie McLean, Hypnosis. EX, half off of $42.99. That's a weird one. Hold on a second. That's $21.50. $21.50 on Jackie McLean. Blue Note Jazz Classic Series. Burt second on the Commodores. John Dodd on Tears for Fears. Shakedown was next. Jefferson Airplane Bark, $7.50. Bachman Turner Overdrive Freeways. That is now $7.50. Steve Kuhn and Ecstasy Motility. $10 on that. Steve Kuhn and Ecstasy, $10. Frank Zappa and Captain Beefheart, $17.50. Bongo Fury, Frank Zappa, Captain Beefheart, $17.50. The Old Scratch Revival Singers, Oh, Didn't He Ramble? A 2005 Ragtime Bluegrass, $5. Greg Bedinger got Bachman Turner Overdrive. Gary Wellman on Jefferson Airplane. 1,000 gigs. Yeah, that's still, I know there's more Laura stuff either up front and still here behind me. because some of those very first crates she priced, I remember some of those very first records. You know, we've gone through them, bought now best offer, maybe even a couple times. Some of the first ones she put out was 1,000 gex. I have not seen those in a while, so they're around here somewhere. I just don't know where, but they're definitely here, and they could pop up as very, very soon. Bob Brookmeyer and Friends. Brookmeyer's an 80 remaster, $750. Gary Burton, Steve Swallow, Roy Haynes. That's $10. Hitting some jazz here all of a sudden. Steve Kuhn sold to Ken Foster. Robert Warner on Old Scratch. And we have Nevermind, I Love You by Anna Liberia. That's an indie record numbered. It's actually numbered, it's numbered 200 or 200. It's number 200 of 200. That's pretty unique. $5 on that. Ken Foster also on Gary Burton. Thank you on that. Styx, The Grand Illusion. Unfortunately, it's from the Connery collection, but a nice looking copy, just $7.50. So, you know, these Connery records have already had a discount. Typically, they've been marking them like $5 or $10 less than normal. So a nice, beautiful copy of this, we would typically mark probably $19.99, especially if it's OG and an inner sleeve. So they put $14 on this one because of the writing, and now it's half off. So it's $7.50, but the vinyl's beautiful. Come Sail Away. Come Sail Away with Me. Rebecca on Anna. Patrick on Styx. And I guarantee the Connery stuff, if it hadn't sold already, when these things hit the half off bin, they'll definitely start selling because they're way too beautiful of records. Anthony Braxton, New York, Fall, 1974. It's actually a white label promo. It is VG, $6.50 on Anthony Braxton. Orville Peck, Bronco, VG plus $10. Gatefold double LP. Inner sleeves. That's why I'm having trouble getting it back in here. It's hung up on the inner sleeve. There we go. It was hitting that flap. Pat Travers Band, once again from the Connery collection. This one's graded EX, but still nice, $6.50. It is from that dreaded Connery collection. If y'all don't know, this guy, we bought about 1,000 albums from this guy. Beautiful, great titles. He wrote his name on every single one of them. Every single one of them. John Dodd got Anthony Braxton. Ken Foster second. Michael Remza on Orville Peck. That's sold to Michael Remza. MT Mac got Pat Travers. Patrick was next. Mason next on Orville Peck. Baker Groovett's Army, Elysian Encounter. That's EX for $9. Baker Groovett's Army. Zappa, Zoo Dolores. Zappa is $14. And another Anthony Braxton, 5 pieces, 1975. Another white label promo, not bad at VG Plus. $10 on Anthony Braxtis. Is that a name of a song? It looks like a Pythagorean theorem going on. What's that? Is that a name of a song? 4038 NBS 3C7. Looks like they're about to solve Pythagoras there. Yeah, it's called Cut 3, Cut 2. Wow. What a name of a song there. 4038 NBS G6 or G647 BNX. What's going on there? Some sort of mathematics. Ken Foster gets the Jackie McLean from a few back, and he also was first on Anthony Braxton with AN, and then John Dodd second. I got to listen to some of that. Is that math jazz? A squared, B squared, C squared. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Negative B plus or minus the square root of B squared minus 4AC over 2A. I think. Negative B. I had that. Boy, I used to could say that with no problem. Negative B plus or minus the square root of B squared minus 4AC over 2A. Am I close? I think that's right. Rough diamond, $10. Rough diamond. Low major D, Eddie Palm Ear Riri. VG, $5. Hey World Roadmaster. VG Plus, $6.50. Status Quo, Rockin' All Over the World. EX Condition, $9. Robbie Robertson, EX, $9. And then far as sealed records, I've got 5 sealed copies left of Bobby Digital and Digital Potions. Sealed for $10. The Wicked Lowdown, sealed for $7.50. Loop Digga, indie exclusive sky blue vinyl, sealed for $15. GMB is ready for the next crate. Meatloaf is $17.50. Zappa and Beefheart, $17.50. Bob Brookmeyer with Stan Getz, Herbie Hancock, Ron Carter, one of the few jazz albums left over, $7.50. Baker Groovitz RV, as in Ginger Baker from Cream, EX, $9. And Zappa is now just $14. When I didn't declare a major, when I was in Tennessee Tech, I didn't declare a major until that last moment they made me, because I didn't know if I wanted to go pre-law, to go to law school, mechanical engineering, or business was actually third on my list. So I took all the math that I needed up until when I had to declare a major. And so I had all these math credits, because if you're going into engineering, you're basically graduate with a math minor. And I was taking math up until probably like junior level engineering, and I didn't have to until and I was doing it in my sophomore year. So I went over to political science, and my counselor was like, "Why do you have so many math classes?" And I was like, "Well, I honestly don't know what I want to be when I grow up." So I graduated with political science, pre-law, and a minor in math, which I don't think I use too often, except for calculating 50% off. 50% off. That's about the most I put that math minor to use. Now, what I did with all those other classes, I'm not for sure. Tawana Bennett wants Robbie Robertson. Tawana Bennett on Robbie Robertson. Thank you. Let's find the next crate. Oh, you know, a couple things could have happened in the universe. Y'all think about this. A couple things could have happened in the universe, and instead of me being here right now, every night selling y'all records, I was about to start law school at UT Knoxville. We were almost there. And I would be suing you or representing you. I would either be suing you or representing you. I was so close. And then something happened here, and I'm here now. And I'm glad I did it. Susie's already throwing in the towel. Susie, you throwing in the towel already? I'm glad I did this instead. I'm having more fun, and let me find the next crate of records. I've got too much on my mind now. Let's find the next crate of records. One more? Maybe one more. I may have to go back up front. Let me see if I can go find some more. I'm almost done finishing that one bin. We might do one more. Let me go see what I can do. I'll be right back. All right, y'all are going to like this one. And then, because there's not much in here, we might can do another one, actually. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, Susie's ready for me to go to bed, so I'm not a zombie tomorrow at Metallica. That's a good idea. I've been looking for this crate. I just moved like 10 to find this crate. If we can sell... Vicky wants the white box. Thank you, Vicky. Sell Vicky the white platter pack box. Vicky, let me make sure this latch... Okay, there we go. It does work. All right. Let's put that in there for Vicky. Sorry, I might have missed that. Let's put this in here for Vicky. And now let's go through this crate half off. I was looking for this one because I remember this crate. Laura had like 5 records in here and it filled up the whole crate. So that's how many duplicates we had. Plan you'd see my name underproduced on some of these records. Wow. That sounds like an interesting story, Patrick Lear. Okay, here we go. So this is half off. Laffy, Bewitched, the Goddess section, the Goddess session, the Goddess, I think. That is sealed for just $15. Laffy, Bewitched, $15. I've got 4 of them, $15. A box set, essentially. And then here it is, Adele. We got a bunch of them. I think they were already marked really cheap. Yeah, they were $14.99. $7.50 for Adele. $7.50 for Adele. $7.50. Laffy, Adele, The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. $12.50. $12.50. Wholesale on those are like $24 right now. Like if I had to order a new copy from a distributor, they're like $24. So I knew some comments would start flying in with these. So let's go ahead and try to decipher all this, okay? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies of Adele. I've got 6 Adeles, and they go to Melissa Bailey, Chris Redlings, Shakedown, Leslie Holt, Tracy Songer, and Trina Long. Those are all sold, and I'll count those out again, and that pretty much filled up this crate. So let me try to knock those out. So Melissa Bailey, Chris Reeland, Shakedown, Leslie, Tracy, and Trina. So Hiram, you're next. And I'm going to have to go get a new empty crate, which is great because I think we're going to sell most of what's in this bin, and I already have the next one on deck. So we can go ahead and go right into another one after this one. So y'all are going to see 2 more crates counting this one. I think y'all know the backstory of that Adele. That Adele was supposed to sell like 1 million copies on vinyl, and I think they made 1 million copies, and it sold pretty well, but not 1 million copies well. So there's a lot of stock out there in circulation. Laffy is sold to David Hoy, and then Shakedown put LH for Lauryn Hill. Patrick next on Adele. Craig got a Lauryn Hill. And then Jim B says Lauryn Hill as well. And then we're going to give one to Leslie Holt. Or does that mean, Jim, you want the last 2? Or I think it might be best, since there's a lot of people, we give you 1 and 1, if that's okay. And then Curtis was next. DJ was next on Lauryn Hill. Corey next on Lauryn Hill. Chad, did you need to call my name for Bob Brookmeyer? Did I not pull that out for you? Bob Brookmeyer. What happened to that record? Did I not pull it for you? Bob Brookmeyer. Bob Brookmeyer, I may have not said that. The Bob Brookmeyer sold to Lonesome Loser earlier. All right, Laffy is sold to Stephen Riley. Hiram next on Lauryn Hill. Regina next on Adele. Okay, and we have Her, H-E-R. That is self-titled, sealed for $12.50. Sturgill Simpson, High Top Mountain, now just $10. Wow, $10 on Sturgill. Modern Life is War, Tribulation Work Songs. That's on peach-colored vinyl, a hardcore record, $12.50. So if there was an Anthony Braxton from earlier, it is sold to Lonesome Loser. We got it. This is Tyler Childers. Tyler Childers is $10. And we have Pigs. King of Cowards. Pigs is sealed for $15. Preston on SS for Sturgill Simpson. Patty K on Her. Her goes to Patty K. Rebecca wants a Modern Life is War. Corey Gaston next on Sturgill Simpson. Leslie next on Her. Mike Post on Tyler Childers. There's Pigs. High on Fire, Snakes for the Divine. High on Fire is Stoner Rock, sealed for $15. Sealed for $15. Stoner Rock, which means only one thing. Rain. No, Bob Brookmeyer. Okay, I'm totally confused at this point. Let me go actually find the record. Bob Brookmeyer, let me actually get my eye on it and figure out what I've done here. Bob Brookmeyer, I'm holding it right now. It's sort of right in front of the Adeles and right behind Robbie Robertson, whoever's tagging. That is sold to Lonesome Loser. Okay? High on Fire sold to B Smoke, then Jim B. And we have Manchester Orchestra, 3 copies. Manchester Orchestra, sealed, $10. Sealed for $10, The Valley of Vision. And SOS, Caesar. Caesar is $15. Also, there's 1 copy of Modern Life is War left. It's only $12.50. For whoever's joined us, we're doing a half-off crate of new sealed stuff. No more, no less. Half off. And there's another one coming up right now. I knew we would do that one quickly. There's some confetti. And then something doesn't feel right. I knew it. There it is. He's always watching us. He comes and he goes. The Orb. Shakedown gets Caesar. That's so to Shakedown. Mike Post gets a Manchester Orchestra. Mike Post gets a Manchester Orchestra. Oso wants a Modern Life. Laffy is so to Tracy. Shakedown needs to pass on Caesar. No problem. Caesar is there. Regina was well down the line for Adele. There wasn't even enough for anybody else. And then Beast Smoke needs to pass on High on Fire. So we're putting back High on Fire. Actually, I put back the wrong record. I put back Manchester Orchestra. Holy moly, what have I done now? Okay, so I just got really confused there. All right, so we got, let me do this in order. So there's Tyler Childers for Mike Post. B Smoker doesn't want High on Fire, so give it to Jim B. And then Modern Life. And then Shakedown. This needs to go in here. I think I accidentally put back somebody's Manchester Orchestra. Mike Post, you got a Manchester Orchestra. Okay. And then Oso got Modern Life as War. There's Laffy for Tracy Songer. Here's another Laffy for Chuck Wilson. Ken Foster gets to Caesar. Ken Foster got to Caesar. Mason second. All right, so the only thing left in here, man, maybe we can sell these last two records. Nobody on Pigs. That one night I showed a Pigs record, and everybody freaked out. Like, wow, Pigs. You've never had Pigs, Chad. It's actually called Pigs, 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 or Pigs times 7, if you don't want to say Pigs over and over. So Pigs is sealed for $15. And then I've got 2 copies of Manchester Orchestra. And that's $10. We're fresh out of Loffies. No more Loffies, but I've got those 2. I'm going to go up here and get that other crate. I was actually custom filling a crate, and then it hit me. I was like, man, where's that crate with all those Adeles and that box set? Because I remember Laura brought that up here that night. And when she brought it up here, we had about 3 or 4 other Adeles, and I think 2 or 3 more Loffies. And that crate was pretty much full of just a few records, a few titles. So, and then I dug around and found it. Let me go get this other crate. All right. And Michael Fairchild wants Manchester Orchestra. So 1 and Pigs. 1 left in Pigs. By the way, these will be posted just like yesterday in a whole lot of records. And I'm going to tell Paul to try to pull them live, or he might do it before the sale. Knowing Paul, he'll probably pull them before the sale. Paul is much more, if Paul's going to do a sale, he's much more prepared. Of course, he just does them, maybe once or at most twice. He's going to end up doing 3 this week because he's here tomorrow. Also, y'all probably not going to get a late night tomorrow with Paul. I'll apologize ahead in advance for him. Paul's never been one to do these 8 or 9 hour live streams. If you're not used to doing them all the time, you physically can't. I mean, he would probably at some point have to tap out. It's like a brain drain. But he'll be live at 5 on the dot tomorrow. He will be starting right on the dot, and probably after he gets going through all the new arrivals, he'll probably wrap it up. Unless you beg him, or unless I tell him to go through, find the rest of these sealed records and do them half off. If he can do that and sell a bunch of stuff, that would be great, because if he can sell 4 or 6 crates tomorrow, that would be amazing. So Paul already said he'd be done 10. He's already said, maybe I'll be like, Paul, man, midnight, baby. Make it to midnight. Come on. Some people have a personal life, right? Paul's woman's probably like, where are you, Paul? Jockey Jack Boogie, Johnny Wick singing Ozarks, a 1986 sealed, $7.50. We have tomorrow is Thursday Metal Night. Paul's hosting from 5 until who knows when. I'll be back for Friday night show. And then I'll be at Metallica Saturday. So I'm in Lebanon. Metallica's playing in Nashville, which from my house, I'll be at the stadium or where I'm parking in like a half hour. So I'm not really going on a trip. It's just Metallica. Friday, I'll be here. Metallica Saturday night. They're doing a 2-night stand. And then I'll be here Sunday night for coins, cards, knives, other stuff. Also, Atlanta Rhythm Section, $5. Champagne Jam. We got some metal, folks. This is Dryad, the Abyssal Plane. Dryad is sealed for $12.50, glow-in-the-dark vinyl. Yeah, the personal life of employees sometimes conflict them wanting to go 15-hour shifts. You know, I'm expecting everybody to show up and work like, you know, their life depends on it. But then I realize they're humans. And they want to go home and, like, relax and watch Netflix. And I'm like, what? What? You mean you have a personal life? Intro Knot, Fluid Existential Inversions, sealed green vinyl, $12.50. Paul's a great person. Our business would have not grown without him. If I hadn't said it before, we brought Paul on to grow this place. I had a plan. I said, Paul, this is exactly what you've got to do and what I've got to do, and we're going to grow at a huge rate. And we have grown at a huge rate, and we still are. And that plan is in place for a lot of other different departments here. We just got to find the right people. It takes a lot of work, like a lot. And you have to kind of see ahead many years for the payoff. Skull Fist paid in full. Skull Fist is sealed, $12.50. Skull Fist paid in full, $12.50. So MT Matt was first on Dryad. So MT Matt got D for Dryad. Trina Long on Atlanta Rhythm Section. Burt Jordan second. Hiram was next on Dryad. And Hiram Aponte on Intro Knot. And then we got Skullfist paid in full, Atomic Fire. And Patrick C. Smith wants that. Paul was a game changer. I can kind of see what has to happen for a business like ours to grow, and I knew I needed somebody like Paul. This is Craft. It's called FUCK, The Universe. Unopened, $17.50. I've got one copy. Periphery. Degent is not a genre. That is sealed for $15. Metal is tomorrow night. Now, for those that don't know, what does that mean? That means tomorrow they're going to have metal auctions. That's what that means. Tomorrow is metal auctions. Thursday night metal means for about 5 hours, Paul's going to be selling metal auctions. Paul counteracts F. He does, yes. Periphery is sold to MT Matt. Periphery, MT Matt. Thank you, MT Matt. Horndal, late drinker. I remember some of these in a buy it now best offer bin not too long ago. That's now just $10. If some people didn't make an offer, now here it is. How much is deer hoof? I don't think I had a deer hoof. I got a horn doll. I got Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, sealed for $12.50. And is Sean after a 2021 Record Store Day maroon colored vinyl, $10. Ah, Purple Fuzzy caught a glimpse. Can't jump ahead, but it's coming up, it sounds like. Ulthar is $15. Yeah, we're still doing sealed half-off records, and this is going to be the last crate. I had a feeling I could make it till 1. We're getting there. Y'all have taught me into it again, and we're still showing stuff. So the last record I pulled was Periphery. Now Rebecca Howlett wants a horn doll. Oso Adventure gets Craft. Rebecca was second on Craft. Michael Fairchild on Winnie the Pooh. Hiram on Ishan. And there's Ulthar. Next is May. That's a soundtrack, 2 LP. Now just $15. Mammoth 2, yellow vinyl, indie exclusive, $12.50. If I could keep these standing up, y'all wouldn't get peaks. $12.50 on Mammoth. The Unraveling of Pup the Band. The Unraveling of Pup the Band, sealed for $12.50. Quasimoto the Unseen. Quasimoto the Unseen, sealed $17.50. Sealed $17.50. Quasimoto the Unseen. Okay. Burt Jordan got Mammoth. That's sold to Burt Jordan. Then Oso, then Susie, then Michael. Punch Brothers. Hell on Church Street. Punch Brothers is sealed for $10. Purple Fuzzy on Quasimoto. That's sold to Purple Fuzzy. Killer Mike. Killer Mike, Michael. Sealed for $15. We have 3 of them. And Toxic Reasons, Bullets for You. Toxic Reasons is just $15 on red vinyl. And Deer Hoof is $15. Cotton candy colored vinyl. Deer Hoof is $15. This is the scary crate, according to Leslie. I don't know what that just was, but that was pretty epic. Chris Ridling's on Deer Hoof. Purple Fuzzy on Mike. Purple Fuzzy next on Deer Hoof. Ken Foster next on Deer Hoof. Same thing happened to somebody earlier in the show. It was that Moses over on YouTube? He asked about a record that was coming up in the crate, and I said, you got to wait till I show it. And then when I showed it, because he asked about it, about 5 other people wanted it. That always happens. If somebody asks about a record that's coming up, and I'm like, well, you got to wait till I show it, that encourages a lot more people to want to buy it, because they're like, well, if he wants it, that tells me that I need to get it too. And then that person always ends up second. Shakedown wants a Killer Mike. That's so to Shakedown. It's always like bad luck of the ask. Bad luck of the something. Lonesome wants Johnny Jack Boogie. Is that this very first record? It is. That's so to Lonesome Loser. Shakedown got Killer Mike. Hiram wants that last horn doll. So most of what's left in here is all metal. Let's read through these one more time. And yeah, that was actually kind of my thoughts. I was like, well, I hate not being here, talking about building this business up. I think the only reason this place has become really successful is because I learned about 3 years ago, maybe even 4 years ago, 3 years ago, that as long as I'm live, y'all are going to be here buying stuff. It could be probably even at 10 a.m. I haven't tried a morning show ever because I'm afraid if I go live one morning and we start selling a bunch of stuff, I would never want to go to sleep because I know if I'm live, y'all are buying stuff. So if I miss a sale, it honestly costs the company thousands of dollars. So me to take a day off from work is very expensive. That's why I rarely do it. I rarely take a day off from work. If you were to put a number to it, it would be something stupid. So if I take a day off from work, it's got to be something special. It's family time, a concert unlike any other, or the Masters. So it's got to be something really good. Otherwise, for me to take a day off, it's very expensive for me to take a day off, like thousands of dollars. So I've got to be here like every day if I can. So the days I'm not here and Paul's doing the shows, I try to figure out a way to make up for it. Paul does a great job, but he's not going to be here 8-9 hours selling records when I need him to. He'll be here when I need him to, but not for that long. So I try to make up for it. So that's why we probably have all these half-off bins. Ulthar is $15. That's left, Ulthar. And that's so to Rebecca Howitt. That was quick. Maybe we can sell what's left in here. May is 15. Yeah, Vols football. That's another one. And I'm trying to tell Seth, I don't know if it's worth it some days, for me to go to those morning kickoff games and be a zombie and then not be able to come back and do the sale and for Tennessee to blow out somebody 62-0. I don't know if I'm going to go to many of those this year. Even with season 10, I'm going to be like, take somebody else because, man, I miss a sale. It costs me a ton of money. I got to get up there. That's not cheap, for season tickets, etc. Going to a Tennessee football game is like, $5,000. The Unraveling of Pup the Band, sealed for $12.50. We still got 2 of those. Quasimoto, The Unseen. Quasimoto is $17.50. Quasimoto. Punch Brothers, Hell on Church Street. Punch Brothers is $10. We got One Killer Mike left for $15. And I still got Toxic Reasons. Now, if these don't get claimed now, they definitely will in the flip videos. $15 on that. Toxic Reasons, Bullets for You. 15 doll hairs. Has everybody had enough? Has everybody had enough? We're already technically into May 1st, aren't we? A new day is here. May 1st, there's Tiger Woods. That's been my phone lock screen since 2019. We're now in a new month and a new day. Look how that's flashing up there. Do y'all see that? Did y'all see that light flashing? Look. My camera's on right now. You can only see that through the camera. I can't see that with my own eye. Wow. That's weird. My camera, it was on. It's looking for me. I do have to live a little, yeah. What's all this for, right? What is all this for? What is all this for if I don't enjoy life? I enjoy it every night right here. That's why I do this. Otherwise, it would be pretty painful. There it is. There it is. The orb. The orb is gone. Yeah, you can't see that with your naked eye. It's probably trying to pick up my face, which I have turned off because it stopped working. Quasimoto. Nope, DJ, there's another one. DJ, there is another one. Y'all are incredible customers, and I enjoy coming here and doing this every night. I think y'all know that by now. I enjoy doing this every single night, by far. Absolutely. I don't ever feel like I'm working. The only time I get bored is if y'all aren't buying something. If the records are flying out of the bin, I'm like, holy moly, let's keep this show going. Orion. They've had some pretty good set lists lately. What was their last set list? Let's pull it up right quick. Does anybody have any last requests, new vinyl, anything like that? Anybody have any last request? Let's pull up Metallica set list. Metallica set list. Y'all are possibly the greatest record customers in the world. Y'all are possibly the greatest record customers in the world. So here was their Thursday. Here was their day one show for Toronto. Their day one show, Toronto, Creeping Death, Harvester of Sorrow, Holier Than Thou, King Nothing, 72 Seasons, If Darkness Had a Son, Kirk and Rob doing their doodle, The Day That Never Comes, Shadows Follow, Orion, dedicated to Cliff Burton, Nothing Else Matters, Sad But True, Fight Fire with Fire, Gimme Fuel, Gimme Fire, Seek and Destroy, and they closed with Master of Puppets. And then day two in Toronto, that was their last show they've done. They opened with Whiplash, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Ride the Lightning, Until It Sleeps, Lux Eterna, Screaming Suicide, Kirk and Rob doing their doodle again, Welcome Home, Sanitarium, Wherever I May Roam, The Call of the Clutu. Wow, they did The Unforgiven. In Morata, that's like a 11-minute song. Battery, Moth into Flame, One, and Inner Sandman. Wow. Pyro ending cut due to beach ball obstructions. Uh-oh. What else was... What did they do? They dropped those beach balls. It doesn't say when it did it here. And there's Nashville Doors. So the doors open at 4, and it sounds like they've been coming out 5 hours after Doors and 5 hours. So Metallica, is that local time 4? So they're not going to come out till like 9 o'clock. Yeah, Metallica's going to play about 9 o'clock, it sounds like. They've been playing from... They're going to be at about 9 o'clock. But those set lists change. So here's where they played Mexico City. Seth has a beach ball. He got one when we was in Dallas. Creeping Death, Harvester, Hit the Lights, of Wolfen Man. Wow, they mix it up a lot. Blackened, Sad But True, Orion, No Leaf Clover, Master Puppets, Hit the Lights. And then what did they play here? Whiplash, For Whom the Bell. Memory Remains, oh man. Fade to Black. Whiskey in the Jar. Man, I'm pretty excited. Okay, so, and then what happened? There was one other question, astrology record. That is possibly over here in the new arrivals. There should be 4 crates here from Paul. I can probably track it down if I need to, Leslie. I've got to recondense this stuff anyway to get all the sealed stuff together. I'm also taking 2 friends Tanner and Moose are going, and they've never seen Metallica. So, and my cousin, I think he's going to be our 6th. We're taking 6 people. This is sold to Leslie Holt, Astrology Record. And if this concert probably wasn't in Nashville, I wouldn't be going. I'm looking at some other dates. It depends on how much I like this one. I might go out of town and see them at some point. But I think we're done there. I'm going to film this video. It looks like I've got... here's tonight's newest vinyl. I know Brandon said he would wait for the video, but in case you want to peek at it right quick, here's the newest stuff that came in today. Mayhem, $38.99. New Order, $38. Iron Maiden Japan, $44. Talking Heads, $33. Peter Murphy, $33. The Allman Brothers, $36. Stooges, $33. Suicidal Tendencies, they're opening tomorrow, $39. Depeche Mode, $38. Cranberries, $33. And NXS. Yeah, I need to look and see what time. We're not going to try to be in a big hurry to get down there early. Let me look up Suicidal and see how often they come out after Gates. They come out after Gates. Well, they played Toronto right here. 6. They came out. It doesn't say. Dang it. I bet Pantera does. I bet they'll tell when Pantera comes out. Because that will help me know what time to get down there. It doesn't say. Start time 6:55. Okay, there we go. Doors. So doors open at 4. They start at 6:55. Scheduled at 7. They play for an hour. All right, so that means I bet Suicidal plays at what, like 5:30 then? Six, 2 hours. 6, okay. So they play basically 6 and Pantera came out when? 7. Wow. So Suicidal Suicidal played and equipment change, and Pantera was out there in less than an hour. So they played and got Pantera's equipment out there in an hour. So they must play for like 30 minutes then. Maybe 40. They couldn't be out there long. Because Pantera came out at 6:55 and Suicidal Tendencies came out at 6. And that was in Toronto. So total play time and set change and equipment change is less than an hour. That's pretty short for Suicidal Tendencies. So 2, so 6. Okay. I think we need to leave Lebanon at 4 o'clock. Yeah, we'll leave Lebanon at 4, 5, eat. It'll be perfect timing. Yep. All right. I'm done. Sorry, y'all got to hear me plan my trip. They're all waiting on me. My group message over here is like, Chad, what time were we leaving? And that was 8 hours ago. And I told them I would let them know after the show. I'd think about it. So I just thought about it. I think we're gonna leave Lebanon about 4 o'clock. Be in Nashville and parked and out by 5. And sounds like I crave for one more. No, because I'm gonna be up. The bad thing is I've got to be back here in the morning to get some things done before I go back home and sleep. It gets very complicated, Jim B. Very complicated. All right, I'm done. Most people have left by now. Let's do this one more time. Ooh, there it is. The orb. Thanks, everybody. Good night. I'm about to end the feed. Appreciate y'all hanging around with me. We've sold a ton of great stuff. A ton more great stuff tomorrow. Come in and support Paul. Buy lots of stuff, okay? It'll make him happy and it'll make me happy because, you know, the first thing I do after a show, I text him and say, how did it go? How much did you sell? And we both feel better when he sells a bunch. Thank y'all. I'll be posting pictures. I bought a shirt just for this concert. I bought a shirt that looks like Kurt Hammett's Ouija board guitar. I bought a shirt from Metallica's website just to wear to this show. So it's going to be very fun. Thank y'all. I'm going to drink lots of Diet Coke. Y'all know me. I don't drink. I'll be drinking Diet Coke. Thank y'all and good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow.